Well, certainly a primary is a different animal than a caucus, and so we'll see broader participation today than we saw in Iowa, and also, frankly, it's a state-run election, and so it'll go a lot more smoothly, and we'll have a very clear verdict rendered tonight by the voters of New Hampshire. But I think the 4 early states taken together represent the diversity of America, and I think there is a benefit to starting in states that have a small scale where you can have the type of intimate campaigning and hear the type of concerns directly from the voters that you do in New Hampshire. Frankly, I don't know that we would have seen plans from so many of the leading candidates in 2016 on the opioid crisis had these candidates not come to New Hampshire and heard really heart-wrenching personal stories from voters about folks struggling in their families and people that were lost to the opioid epidemic. So I think these conversations make a difference to shape the national debate. I don't know that we would have them in the same meaningful way if we were really just in these big media-driven states where the candidates don't get proximate to the voters. So that's where I think the value is that New Hampshire can add. And we've had this institution, this New Hampshire primary, for over 100 years now. We started it in part to take power away from the party bosses and to put it in the hands of the voters who can directly select the nominees of the parties. And I think it's still relevant and really important to how our system functions.
So speaking about the system functioning, with the divisive nature of politics, and we saw President Trump in New Hampshire yesterday, and his campaign certainly has been not holding back on his criticism of Democrats. Do you think, as a member of Congress, that coming out of this election, whoever wins, Republican or Democrat, that the nation can start to come together and get stuff done for the American public?
That is the verdict that I think the voters of New Hampshire will try to communicate tonight. And I think what voters were saying loudly and clearly in 2018, they care less about party labels, more about outcomes here in Washington. So whether it's trade or healthcare or infrastructure or gun violence, they want us to get some things done. And so we need to go back to our districts with some deliverables and need to work in a bipartisan fashion the next few months to try to get a few more things done. But after the next election, that's what voters want the most. This should not be a personality contest with the president. It should be about constructive, concrete issues. And I think we're missing an opportunity if we don't look for ways to reach across the aisle to folks from the other party. That's how we get things done in New Hampshire at the state and local level. And that's the same type of responsibility we have here in Washington, even though the system isn't always set up for that type of progress.
So you know New Hampshire, obviously. The whole nation right now is looking at your state, and we don't always do that. So clue us in. Is there any surprises or anything that you think might ultimately end up surprising folks who are watching the results of tonight's primary from the outside?
One of the things I think we should watch is where the independent vote goes. 42% of the registered voters in New Hampshire are not affiliated with either major party, and so they can participate in either contest. So I think it'll be instructive to see where those independents are voting, if they're picking up a Democratic ballot or a Republican ballot today, in overwhelming numbers. In addition to that, I think we should look at some of the candidates that might be outside of what we consider to be the top tier and how they're performing. So does, an Amy Klobuchar exceed expectations? Does a Joe Biden not quite meet expectations in New Hampshire? That can have ramifications for what happens beyond our state. So I think there's an opportunity to shape the national debate and also what the field looks like from this point on. And I think voters in the rest of the country are looking forward to participating in this contest, too. I think they would benefit from having a somewhat narrower set of choices so that the verdict can be clearer on where Democrats want to go for their nominee.
Well, we will be watching for all of that. Congressman Pappas of New Hampshire, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Coming up at the top of the hour, it's Red and Blue. We're live from Manchester, New Hampshire, where the first in the nation primary is underway. We're tracking Democratic candidates' last-ditch efforts to appeal to voters in the Granite State. Our team of correspondents and strategists are on the ground. Join us next. You're streaming CBSN.
What really matters in journalism? The truth. the facts, getting to the heart of the story. And it's our promise to you.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington. Our nation's capital. Decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
It's the first primary.
I'm in this fight, and I plan to win it.
After Iowa's caucus flub.
The reports of our death are premature.
The gloves are off.
I respect Senator Sanders, but in a moment like this, when the message goes out that you're either for a revolution or you must be for the status quo, most of us don't know where we fit and would rather be part of a movement that makes room for all of us.
And the stakes are high.
Now is not the time to sit on the sidelines. Now is the time to get involved.
It's a make-or-break night for Democrats.
We have had record events all over the state.
Red and Blue starts now. Hi everyone, I'm Elaine Quijano, live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester, New Hampshire. We will be here all night long, streaming the results as they come in. So come down for a drink and join our team of political correspondents and analysts as we break down everything you need to know. Polls are still open in the First in the Nation primary, and they will remain open until 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when we could possibly start to see some results. Tonight's primary is crucial to the candidates and could help narrow down the presidential Democratic nominee. Our CBS News Battleground Tracker shows a tight race in the Granite State. Senator Bernie Sanders has a slight lead over former Mayor Pete Buttigieg. The survey also found that 39% of voters had made up their mind. Earlier today, Joe Biden revealed he would not be in New Hampshire tonight.
Look, we got a lot of good friends here in New Hampshire, but this race isn't over until you got a significant portion of the electorate hadn't voted yet. And I'm going to head to South Carolina tonight. I'm going to go to Nevada. As I've said from the beginning, we got a little look at them all. And I'm feeling good about that. But we have a lot of great friends here to help us a lot. We're still mildly hopeful here in New Hampshire, and we'll see what happens.
Biden's campaign says the decision to skip the New Hampshire watch party was last minute. Here's what Senator Bernie Sanders had to say about the move.
All I can say is we will be here tonight. We have, as you know, been all over the state. Yesterday we did 5 events in the evening in Durham. We had by far the largest rally that any Democratic candidate in the New Hampshire primary has had.
As voters continue to head to the polls for the next few hours, our CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns has been in New Hampshire talking to voters who say they want to send a clear message.
The knives are out in New Hampshire.
Oh, come on, man. You think this guy's not a Barack Obama?
Pete has raised campaign contributions from over 40 billionaires.
The idea that you've either got to be for a revolution or you got to be for the status quo leaves most of us out.
After the chaos surrounding last week's caucuses.
In Iowa, as all of you know, when they finally got around 8 months later to count the votes.
Democrats are aiming to put Iowa in the rearview mirror.
Voter turnout in Iowa was lower than expected. Does that suggest any kind of lack of enthusiasm in the Democratic Party right now?
I don't think we should be drawing a lot of conclusions from Iowa.
And they are hoping the Granite State can play a more decisive role in picking the president.
It's not a caucus, it's a regular primary, so it'll be fine.
While New Hampshire could offer a fresh start after Iowa, the CBS News Battleground Tracker shows the same two candidates, Pete Buttigieg and Bernie Sanders, leading the pack. Yet only 39% of voters here say they have definitely made up their minds.
I swear, I feel like a compass just going in circles.
That uncertainty has candidates pitching their cases until the very end.
I'm asking you to vote for me, but I'm also asking you to do more in the next 2 days, to talk to your friends. That really classic New Hampshire way.
I've been back and forth to this day a lot.
In the past, New Hampshire has offered mixed results, at times fertile ground for underdogs.
New Hampshire tonight has made Bill Clinton the comeback kid.
And at other times, a spoiler.
We have made history again tonight, my friends, here in New Hampshire.
This time around, voters appear to be thinking more like strategists.
Thinking a little bit about where they stand now and where they might be able to go after New Hampshire is going to be a big factor.
I want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns, Trent Spiner, Liz Goodwin, and Nicole Skanga. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. Trent is a political reporter for Politico. Liz is a reporter for the Boston Globe. And Nicole is a CBS News 2020 campaign reporter. Welcome to all of you. So as we sit here, we've just been getting in some of our early exit poll data. And so let's go straight to that right now, because the first question here, perhaps not surprisingly, has to do with the timing of people making their decision. When asked, the New Hampshire Democratic primary voters polled said, when did you make your decision? 48% said in the last few days, but 52% said earlier than that. So Trent, let me get your take on this, because obviously this is your backyard. Does that surprise you at all?
I'm glad you asked me, because I was at a polling place right here in Manchester earlier, and 3 people said that they were still undecided. They were walking into the polling place.
And so they were still making up their minds.
They were still making up their minds. And over the weekend, I went to all kinds of events and talked to dozens of voters, and they all said, a lot of them said we're still undecided. We were hoping that something would happen coming out of Iowa. We were hoping that I would kind of cull the field, but that muddled decision in Iowa just made it even more confusing for them. So they were out at events, redoubling their efforts to try and figure out who they're going to vote for today.
And Caitlin, I know you have been speaking with voters. What are some of the things that they were trying to factor into their decision?
Well, New Hampshire voters like to tell you that they don't really like to take cues from Iowa, but they felt kind of more emboldened in that rivalry that we've been seeing. I talked to a lot of voters who were kind of saying that Iowa couldn't figure it out, but New Hampshire will. But they also seem to feel a new sense of pressure, really agonizing over this decision. As we've been talking about throughout this campaign, the idea of electability has been top of mind for these voters, finding a candidate who can defeat Donald Trump. And so without a clear answer in Iowa, the voters I've been talking to in New Hampshire said that they are really agonizing over this decision. One woman said that she would make that decision in the privacy of the booth there.
Yeah.
And it was really interesting to see here in New Hampshire. We've seen this elsewhere too, where voters are acting kind of like mini pundits or strategists. They're thinking, I talked to one man who said, I'm thinking beyond New Hampshire. I'm thinking who can win some of these other states, these more diverse states. And I think that's a dynamic that's kind of new in this campaign compared to past campaigns here.
Yeah, so Liz, let me turn to you on that point. How does that compare with 2016 in terms of the way in which these voters are evaluating the candidates and making their decisions?
I completely agree with Caitlin. I think that Trump is really in voters' heads here, which is a very kind of different vibe from 4 years ago. And people are constantly thinking about who can beat him. And, he came here last night. He was in Manchester sort of trolling Democrats.
Do you think that had an effect on some of these Democratic voters? I guess there's no way to really know that.
There's no way to know. But as we're saying, people are making up their minds really late. And he's very top of mind. I will say I think Bernie Sanders Sanders, he has sort of a different situation because when you go to his rallies, you don't hear all of this, people tying themselves into knots over who can win. They're just sort of a bigger percentage of his supporters are saying, I'm with Bernie, and they aren't thinking about electability as much.
So there we see some comparison data of people who decided in the last few days, 48% this year compared with just 25% in 2016. Nicole Sganga, you have lived and worked here in New Hampshire.
Lived it, breathed it.
So I need to get your take on this. When you were on the ground talking to voters, what kinds of things were they telling you about how they were approaching this decision?
Well, it's funny. I also spent several hours at a poll station earlier today, and it was really divided. Some folks told me they had decided months ago, and those voters tended to be supporters of Senator Bernie Sanders. I asked one voter, when did you decide? He said 4 years ago, when I was disappointed with how the turnout, with Secretary Hillary Clinton becoming the nominee. The other half are really choosing between, I'm hearing voters tell me they're choosing between, Senator Amy Klobuchar, former South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg. They're looking at what happened in Iowa, even if they won't admit that it has an impact ultimately on their decision. And so those are the voters that I'm hearing paying attention to what's happening in the state today, paying attention to that debate stage on Friday night.
Right. I mean, that was a very widely viewed debate, we know. So, Trent, let me ask you, 3 locations in New Hampshire kicked off voting at midnight. One of those was, of course, Dixville Notch, which had a total of 5 voters. 3 of them wrote in Michael Bloomberg, since he's not on the ballot. So, more broadly, have you seen that voters have seemed to indicate that they're just not necessarily happy or feeling any kind of particular affection for one of these candidates?
Well, first of all, and they're going to take my New Hampshire driver's license away, but those early voting places, they don't matter, right? That Dixville Notch, there were 5 people there.
He said that for the record, not us.
I said that for the record. So, and that's been the narrative throughout the day, and I'd just be really cautious about people outside of New Hampshire taking that away. As
and we don't intend to.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying to you, just in general.
You're right to say that, though. Yes.
Really, really big grain of salt on Dixville Notch and the Bloomberg thing. Here's the other thing. I talked to the chairman of the party who kind of agreed with that point, is that because people are confused, he was saying that there was probably lower turnout than expected. People are saying, you know what, I don't know how to make a decision, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to show up in the primary. But what the party chairman said here was he hopes that whoever the nominee is unites people, and that even though the turnout won't be great in the primary, it will in November, and they hope to defeat President Trump here.
So Joe Biden is pulling in 4th place following the Iowa caucus. He announced he won't be in New Hampshire tonight. He's going to South Carolina. Liz, what does that say about his strategy here?
I think it definitely says he's sort of wanting to flee the scene. He wants to have a show of enthusiasm somewhere, and the Manchester sort of victory party is not going to be the show of strength he needs. But it definitely doesn't bode well for how he believes he's going to do here. I mean, he did stand on the debate stage and say, I don't think I'm going to do well here. So it seems like that's how it turned out in his campaign's estimation.
Just before we got on the air here, I talked to his biggest supporter right here in Manchester, State Senator of Manchester, incredibly well-known, long-time campaigner, and he said instead of going to the party tonight, he's going to take his wife out for dinner.
Oh, and what's his feeling at this point?
He brought up Bill Belichick, the Patriots coach, who famously in 2014, when reporters kept asking him, why are the Patriots not doing well, he kept saying, we're on to Cincinnati. We're on to Cincinnati. Every question, we're on to Cincinnati. And he said, we're on to Columbia, the capital of South Carolina.
Okay, all right. Nicole, let me ask you, you mentioned Senator Amy Klobuchar, and you're going to one of her events tonight. Well, earlier today, she highlighted her experience. Let's go ahead and listen to some of that.
We were excited to have been the winner in the 3 early polling locations in northern New Hampshire. We've been everywhere in the state, so it doesn't surprise me. But we're clearly something's happening here, and we just want to seize the moment. So I'm going to work my heart out all day.
So, Nicole, tell us what her campaign has been like so far, and especially in recent days, because I believe you were at an event that she attended last night, and she got a bit personal in talking about sort of reflecting on things here in New Hampshire. Tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely, and her campaign calls it Clomentum. I think our own Ed O'Keefe, political correspondent, called it Klobuchar, but whatever you want to call it, there is something in the air with Senator Amy Klobuchar's campaign here in New Hampshire. Hampshire. Last night, we were at a bar in downtown Manchester, just a few blocks away from here, and she did get a bit emotional, speaking about how she's not had a perfect life, but she doesn't think a lot of folks here have had that perfect life. And she touched on her father's alcoholism and growing up and struggling with that, which, quite frankly, Elaine, really resonates with a large part of New Hampshire that is still reeling from an opioid epidemic and an ongoing drug problem, frankly. You know, watching this campaign over the last few days has been fascinating. Senator Amy Klobuchar raised over $3 million after that debate in Manchester on Friday night. She vaulted into third place in 2 tracking polls that we saw. And there's just a tangible sense of momentum in the air when you go to some of her events. I was at a campaign rally with her in Exeter, New Hampshire just the other day. They put overflow in a room upstairs where they could not see the senator, but they could hear her. And every time the senator talked about a decency check on Donald Trump or made some reference to them, they would stomp their feet and the entire town hall would shake. Wow. I've never seen anything like it.
Wow, fascinating. All right, I want to turn to our latest exit poll data that we've just gotten in now. Most important issues for the New Hampshire Democratic primary voters. Let's take a look at that right now. That is the most recent debate. So for almost half of voters, the New Hampshire debate was the most important factor in their vote, but there is the most important issues. You see health care, not surprisingly, at the top of that list. We've talked about that over and over these last few months. Climate change coming in second, income inequality, and foreign policy. So, Caitlin, let me ask you, I mean, health care is something that we have seen time and time again be a focus for Democratic primary voters. Foreign policy, though, is, I know we talked about that in Iowa, something that is of interest because that wasn't necessarily a focus for Democratic voters, but given what we've been seeing out of Washington and in international events, it's fascinating to see that come up as one of the top issues.
That's right. It kind of injecting itself into the debate because of President Trump. And actually, we were at President Trump's rally last night just down the street in Manchester, and he talked about foreign policy a lot, especially the killing of Soleimani. And that was something that I think voters here in New Hampshire, a little bit in Iowa, and especially South Carolina, given the connection to military families, that becomes more of an issue and something that was a little more personal. Healthcare, though, we see time and time again as a top issue. We saw that in 2018 among Democrats, and we're seeing it again now. What is also interesting, though, is that the president is picking up on that as well. He is trying to actually campaign on healthcare, even though his administration is arguing against it in court. And also one of his first moves as president was to try to repeal the Affordable Care Act. But to give you a sense of how important healthcare is to folks, the cost of it, the cost of prescription drugs. I know Nicole has been doing a lot of reporting on the opioid crisis here that is still ongoing. That shows how much this is on the minds of voters.
Trent, I want to just get your take, when you look at that being the top issue of healthcare. But it is interesting, foreign policy. I know there is a very sizable veterans population here in New Hampshire. Does that benefit any one candidate when you look at the Democratic field? I mean, is the fact that Pete Buttigieg served, is that something that resonates or that you've seen resonate with some voters here?
Sure, and I wrote a story for Politico about this, how the Buttigieg campaign is really trying to focus on veterans because he's the only veteran in the top tier of candidates. There's also obviously Tulsi Gabbard. Right. And so that was a strategic decision that they made. There's this broad spectrum of voters, and you have candidates like Bernie Sanders who are focused on creating a movement, a wide movement. You have Senator Amy Klobuchar, who's really focused on areas where Barack Obama won in 2008 and 2012, and then Donald Trump took over in 2016. So she's focused on these Obama-Trump pivot voters. For Buttigieg, he is really targeting veterans. Nicole was at this event with me in Merrimack, New Hampshire, right after he kind of won the Iowa caucus, or whatever happened in Iowa. And I think Nicole was able to get into it, but I wasn't able to get in because there were so many people outside that they actually kicked reporters out from the AP, Washington Post, and all Reuters. And so it was hard to get in, and voters were turned away as well because it was just such an overwhelming event, and that was at a Veterans Hall.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about that, Nicole, because I think, people may not realize sort of the demographics and the fact that there is such a sizable population of veterans.
Yeah, about 10% of the adult population here in New Hampshire are veterans. And as Trent said, the Buttigieg campaign has been very deliberate about targeting that population. They unveiled their veterans plan here on a statewide bus tour, the first statewide bus tour by any candidate in New Hampshire over Veterans Day weekend. And so took the time to visit veterans cemeteries to pitch their policy. They've also rolled out a mental health plan here in New Hampshire. And those two might not seem to be connected, but they absolutely are. Mayor Pete Buttigieg opening up about some PTSD, although undiagnosed, that he went through when he came back from serving overseas and connecting with voters that way. I speak to a number of voters, both veteran and non-veteran, who tell me that they're excited by his military experience. They think it draws contrast between him and the President of the United States.
All right, and I think we're getting some new exit poll data in right now. If you want to put that up, we can show our viewers. Again, we are just getting our first look at some of this exit poll data. Most important, candidate quality. Can unite the country, 36%. Can bring needed change, 35%. Cares about people like me, 19% is a fighter, 7%. Liz, let me get your thoughts on this. This notion of uniting the country is an interesting one, because some might say, well, how does that factor into the electability equation for people? When you look at who can beat Donald Trump, uniting the country would seem to have such importance as well. What is it that you've heard from voters on that front?
Yeah, I think this issue of uniting the country is an interesting one because the progressive lane of the primary has focused less on that. So Bernie Sanders, he does talk about his movement, but he doesn't talk about this uniting thing as much. And Senator Elizabeth Warren, she's tried to pivot to a unifying message, but for much of the primary, she was the fighter, and she's not been afraid to kind of tackle other Democrats for not being left enough on issues. So the fact that the electorate appears by the exit polling to be split between wanting dramatic change and wanting someone who can unite the country makes me wonder if that's the way that the voting has split up, is between the left lane and some of the candidates who have focused more on unifying, like Pete Buttigieg or Joe Biden.
What's your sense, Trent, of the way people here in New Hampshire approach this? I mean, is it clear? And by the way, here's another data point for you. 62% of New Hampshire Democratic primary voters prefer the nominee be someone who can beat President Trump or agrees with you on issues. Only 34% saying agree with you on issues, 62% beating Donald Trump. So what do you think about that? Perhaps not surprising, electability is always a thing, but the uniting the country, I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, when you brought up that first graphic about unite versus, I was smiling to myself, and I hate to prognosticate about what's going to happen on election night, but when I saw that, I said, this election is not, it's going to be so close. Whatever would happen, this muddled reaction in Iowa is going to be muddled coming out of New Hampshire and going into Nevada and maybe probably even to South Carolina, because those numbers right there, I think, show you the exact split of where the Democratic Party is. That there's truly two different groups in the party, and they are not going to be able to figure out who the nominee should be, at least in New Hampshire. And so I think there's a long way to go. And I think the candidates are seeing this information too, and they also see a long fight here.
All right. Caitlin Huey-Burns, Trent Spinner, Liz Goodwin, and Nicole Skenga, thank you all so much. Coming up after a break, the Democrats are not the only ones campaigning in New Hampshire. President Trump held a rally here last night, and his team hit the campaign trail today to rally Republicans across the state. So what kind of strategy is he taking? We'll hear from his 2020 communications director next. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Manchester.
The first step to victory in November is tomorrow. Go send a message that Republicans, and you can vote for the weakest candidate if you want, don't worry about it. I don't really think we actually have a candidate against us. That Republicans are energized, that we're united, and that 9 months from now, we are going to take back the House of Representatives, we are going to hold the Senate, and we are going to keep the White House.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. It seems Iran's behavior is getting worse, not better. Are we at a tipping point where those decisions... Do you think that the investigation is in peril?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. I do not know how to answer your question.
The president this morning tweeted something that I'd like you to clarify.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Democratic candidates aren't the only ones pitching themselves to New Hampshire voters. As we mentioned, President Trump held a rally last night in Manchester, and earlier today at the White House, he weighed in on some of his Democratic candidates, starting with Michael Bloomberg.
He's a lightweight. You're going to find that out. He's also one of the worst debaters I've ever seen, and his presence is zero. So he'll spend his $500 million. Maybe they will take it away. Frankly, I'd rather run against Bloomberg than Bernie Sanders, because Sanders has real followers, whether you like him or not, whether you agree with him or not. I happen to think it's terrible what he says, but he has followers. Bloomberg's just buying his way in. But we're going to find out what happens. We're going to find out. But when you go back to the church where he apologized for everything he ever did practically, and he looked pathetic. Our country doesn't need that kind of leadership. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, everybody.
It's stumbling. It's mumbling. Not pretty. But we'll see how he does. You never know. You never know. The only time you knew for sure was the Trump campaign. Trump was going to win.
Do you think he can turn it around in South Carolina?
He can always turn it around. I think it's not going to be easy. I think he can turn it around, yeah. I think he has a shot. He's got probably almost as good a shot as anyone, but he's going to have to work. He's going to have to work very hard, much harder than they thought. Don't forget, when he first ran, I called him 1% Joe, because every time he ran, he only got 1%. And then Obama took him off the garbage heap. But he only got 1%, right, John? You know that. 1% Joe, but now he's, 19% Joe? It's better. He's doing better. He's made a lot of progress. But it's going to be very interesting. I think we're going to have a very interesting Democrat race. And I think we're going to have a very interesting election.
Earlier, my colleague, Caitlin Huey-Burns, spoke with the Director of Communications for President Trump's 2020 campaign. Here's part of her conversation with Tim Murtaugh.
Well, I'm here with Tim Murtaugh, who is the Communications Director for the Trump re-election campaign. Tim, thanks so much for being with us.
Glad to be here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So just down the road, last night, I was there. Trump had a rally here in Manchester. Who do you guys want to see as the Democratic nominee? Who do you want to run against?
We've never publicly expressed a preference because, we think they're all different, but yet they're all the same. We know that the set of issues that Democrats are going to be running on, no matter who it is knowable now. We know it's going to be some form of a government takeover of the healthcare system, the elimination of private employer-provided healthcare, open borders, immigration policy, free healthcare for illegal immigrants, embracing the Green New Deal, and that means outlawing fossil fuels, and that kills 10 million jobs nationwide and raises fuel bills for everybody, and then it'll be raising taxes on about 90% of Americans to pay for all that. So it doesn't really matter to us which one of the Democrats is carrying the banner. We know that's the platform that they'll be running on, and so that's what we're focused on.
But are there any candidates that might be able to put a state on the map for you, or that might be able to take away a battleground opportunity?
Each one, they might have some changes in strategy around the edges, a lot of it based on personality of the candidate. But we think that the issue set is pretty solid for us. If it's the healthcare question, we think that benefits the president and our campaign, because let's think of it, most people don't think about it as a union issue, but it really is. So across states like Pennsylvania and Ohio and Michigan, high union membership states, if you're talking about people having their employer-provided health care eliminated by Medicare for all, we're talking about union health care benefits there. And so, it really depends on the situation, what states come and go, but we think really the president is well positioned to win all the states that he won in 2016, and we think some, including here in New Hampshire, we can add to his column. And he won over 300 electoral votes in 2016, and we think that's our floor, and we think we add to that.
I do want to talk about a candidate who's not competing here in New Hampshire. That's Michael Bloomberg. Instead has a battleground state strategy focused on Super Tuesday. But I want to play an ad for you that he is running. Let's take a listen. I'll get your thoughts on the other side.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted.
This is the crap we have to put up with?
It belongs to the brave.
I never want to be called loser.
I'm asking you to believe, not in my ability to bring about change, but in yours.
How about if I take his money, but in the end I screw him and don't do anything for him?
Now, the president has been talking a lot about Michael Bloomberg in recent days, tweeting about him often. Is the campaign concerned about running against a Michael Bloomberg?
No, and we have no idea whether or not he's going to survive the Democrat primary, whether his unprecedented Super Tuesday strategy will even work. Michael Bloomberg is free. It's a free country. He can set his money on fire if he wants to. But, we're not sure that there's the appetite in the mood in the Democrat field right now, in the Democrat electorate. We have candidates like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren who have practically been, calling for the heads of billionaires on spikes, really. And now here comes a former Republican billionaire walking into their primary saying, I'm here to save the day. I'm not sure that's a winning argument. So we'll worry about Mike Bloomberg if he becomes the opponent. But for right now, his problem is getting through the Democrat primary.
Are you worried about the money, though, that he's able to inject in this race, especially because if you add up all the money that the Democrats have raised, if you add that up collectively, it is more than the Trump campaign?
Look, what happens at the end of this, let's suppose it's not Mike Bloomberg who's the nominee. Whoever comes out of the Democrat convention as the candidate will be broke at that time. So all this money that they're raising right now, they're going to have to spend it in order to survive the primary. As far as Bloomberg goes, he does have unlimited resources, you would think. I guess he's worth about $56 billion, and I don't think he's going to spend all of it, because that would be a record or something, I think. But whatever he spends, we're going to have the resources, the president's success success, and his record has generated unprecedented levels of campaign contributions and donations, and we will have all the resources that we need no matter who the opponent is. And, I think they reach a point where I think Bloomberg is reaching it already, where there is a saturation point, and you can only buy so much TV time. And after that, what does it really matter?
I want to talk about impeachment. Last week, the president was acquitted by the Senate, even though several Republicans voiced publicly that they thought what the president did was wrong. How is impeachment factoring into the re-election campaign strategy? Can we expect the president to talk about this a lot on the campaign trail?
Well, I think you heard him last night at the rally that we both attended. The president feels vindicated. This was let's not forget a little history lesson I think is necessary. This didn't just start with this Ukraine nonsense. This began before the president actually even took the oath of office. It began after he was elected. Democrats started publicly talking about plans of impeaching him. And let's also remember that for 2 entire years, the Democrats were going to impeach President Trump because he was a Russian agent or some such thing. He was a Kremlin plant in the White House is what they were saying. And that fell apart. And so now they've moved on to this Ukraine nonsense. And so it was always going to be an impeachment in search of an excuse. And so they've done that. Nancy Pelosi said that she would never move forward unless it was bipartisan. And it was not bipartisan. And she moved forward anyway. And so what that has done is that every time the Democrats went into a frenzy and the media jumped on board, we had greater interaction with voters online. We raised more money. And the president's campaign got bigger and stronger. And I think at the end of this, by November 2020, when that rolls around, you will see that Nancy Pelosi's decision to move forward on impeachment will turn out to be the greatest miscalculation in American political history.
Even though Mitt Romney, of course, crossed the aisle and several Republicans, Lamar Alexander, said what the president did was wrong?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, the president, the Senate acquitted the president, and we view that as complete and total exoneration. Mitt Romney, we find that to be irrelevant, and senators can have their own opinions, but history will record that the Senate acquitted the president, and we believe that means full vindication.
So impeachment will be a campaation message moving forward?
I think that the president, you could understand if he is a little bit righteously indignant about what he's been put through for the last 3 years, and it was just, he says it all the time, but it really truly was a partisan witch hunt. They spent 3 years trying to find an excuse to do it, and ultimately they did. When you look that hard, you're going to find some excuse to do what you already planned to do in the first place.
I want to talk quickly about the president's budget. Boost for defense spending, some cuts to social programs. Are you concerned at all about the president being able to expand his base of support beyond the Republican Party at this point?
No, and I think you see our campaign manager, Brad Parscale, tweets the stats that we have from every rally after the rally, and we know who people are who register for tickets, and it is uniform pretty much from rally to rally. About 25% of the people who register for tickets to a Trump rally are either independent or Democrats. We know who these voters are. We can identify them, and so I think a lot of people, members of the media, and certainly the Democrats, like to look at these Trump rallies and try to convince themselves that this is just the president preaching to the choir, talking only to the already converted. That's not true. The president's base is expanding. The coalition that got him elected in 2016 is getting larger, and I know that scares Democrats to death.
But even though in 2018 we saw a lot of people who supported Trump in 2016 vote for the Democrat in those congressional elections, what's going to change then?
I think more often what you saw in
especially women.
More often what you saw in 2018 is people who voted for President Trump in 2016 did not vote at all in 2018. There are 9 million people nationally who we call disengagers. They voted in 2016 because President Trump was on the ballot. 2018, not on the ballot. Trump not on the ballot. Those people stayed home. We are still in contact with them. We know who those 9 million voters are, and they will be back again in 2020. They will help re-elect the president, and we're going to get a lot of those House seats back too.
And one more dynamic I noticed last night at the Trump rally, there were a lot of cheers for Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah, that's right.
Many in the crowd were cheering 46, presumably hoping that he runs for president as well. Is he the future of the Republican Party?
Well, I think, first, one election at a time. We're going to get Donald Trump re-elected to a second term first. And Don Jr. is a tremendous star, and he's a big attraction in his own right, not just at rally time when he's warming up for his father, but he goes out on the campaign trail, and he serves as our #1 surrogate a lot, an awful lot. I mean, there's the vice president is really the #1 surrogate, and then there's Don Jr. Right there, and Laura Trump and Eric Trump. The whole family is really great, and so I'm not going to get ahead of anything like that, but I know that a lot of people think that Don Jr. has a bright future.
Tim Murtaugh from the Trump campaign, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let's bring in Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. And Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Hello, hello. Here we are.
Hello.
Last week, Iowa. This week, New Hampshire. Leslie, I want to start with you. Only about 2,700 votes separated President Trump and Hillary Clinton in New Hampshire last time. Our exit polls show us that 81% of Democratic voters are angry with the Trump administration. Set the stage for us. How competitive is this state when it comes to the general election?
It's really highly competitive, Elaine, and this is not an answer we're going to have tonight for many reasons. A lot of people are waiting to see who the Democratic alternative is going to be. You hear voters in New Hampshire say they were frustrated, they don't like the style. One thing they do say about the President Trump is they appreciate that he's genuine. That in the beginning they called him a wild card, and now they say they know what they're going to get. And in many cases, the best line I heard today was money is universal. And what a voter meant by that is they feel that they've got more money in their pocket. Economically, they feel that their household is doing better than 4 years ago, and they don't really want to stop midstream. So unless there's a very good alternative, it's going to be another close election, or as time ticks on, depending on the nominee, it'll be much more aggressive on the Trump campaign.
So, Linda, our exit polling is also showing us that 40% of Democratic voters want to return to President Obama's policies, while 38% want more liberal policies. So how do the candidates navigate that?
Well, basically, if you take a look at the numbers holistically, you're essentially saying they're split between an essentially moderate lane and a more progressive lane. And so no surprise that we've got our top two contenders tonight fitting those descriptions.
Antoine, let's talk about specific candidates. So Joe Biden is not going to be at his watch party in New Hampshire tonight, and instead is going to South Carolina, right? Your home state, for a launch party. What is your sense of that strategy?
I think the VP is smart. I think in this business, you have to learn how to count your losses. And most importantly, you have to know how to count. And Joe Biden knows that he has to go where his political bread will be buttered. That place for him is South Carolina with African-American voters. I think it would have been a sense of malpractice for the campaign to spend time in New Hampshire when he can energize and galvanize African-American voters in South Carolina and send a message that you cannot write the political benediction on my candidacy yet. There's still Scrappy Joe from Scranton, Pennsylvania, who's still ready to fight.
Leslie, as we've been reporting, this is a close race between Senator Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg. What is it that you're looking for when it comes to
I'm watching Amy Klobuchar. We all know that is
your candidate. Yes.
She is the dark horse.
You are consistent with that.
I am the most consistent on Amy because she's been underrated in a lot of these polls, I think. Voters are just now getting to know her. She is falling as somebody who has a proven record, very genuine attitude, and she's just different from what is finally winnowing down the field. You don't have the Bernie crowd is going to continue to be with him, but there's an opening with the failing of the Biden campaign, and she's definitely seizing on that opportunity.
You want to weigh in, Antoine?
The problem with Amy Klobuchar, and I love her to death, the problem with her is she has not met her match yet. Her match will be black and brown voters as this contest goes on. And the fact of the matter is, I don't know if there's political survival in being because there's no one else, please choose me. She has not led, per se, in a race to this point where people are energized and galvanized to show up for her. Mm-hmm. She's in a posture where people show up for her because they feel there's no alternative. At some point, that posture and that temperature has to change if she's going to if she wants to become a more viable candidate in Nevada and on to South Carolina.
But I wonder, Linda, does the voter evaluation of her change if she does unexpectedly well here in New Hampshire?
Absolutely. And I would say that the results from Iowa are what have us wondering whether she's going to take third place here. We always talk about Iowa having 3 tickets out of it. I think you should say the same about New Hampshire, at least this cycle. And she is peaking at the right time. Her campaign said that she raised $3 million since the debate alone. That's nothing to shake a stick at. 2 days, $3 million. And so if she can capture the narrative that she's got some wind at her back at this particular moment, you can imagine more dollars opening and her being a real contender as we move forward.
Yeah, there you see, by the way, the exit poll data and how significant that last debate was for these New Hampshire Democratic primary voters. 48% saying it was important, 44% saying not important. So definitely people were paying close attention, Leslie.
So you're going into two debates that have larger communities of color in the early primary process for Democrats. Nevada being an area that was the firewall for Hillary Clinton, definitely picking up that support and putting energy back in her campaign. Texas did that for her as well. But Nevada, you can never forget, against the surge of Obama back in 2008. But the difference also in going to South Carolina, which is the CBS debate, going to be, and obviously the home turf of Antoine, it's very critical, not only because of just the minority population, but you got the military population. South Carolina is a very interesting state. How is she going to cross over and lend that appeal? Is she going to be able to do as well in the next two debates with the hometown crowds as she has been in these other communities? And that's really where we want to see if they stand the test.
I think the person to watch tonight is Elizabeth Warren. While she did okay in Iowa, if she does not do better than okay tonight, then you can smell blood in the political water.
What is better than okay?
She has to place in the top three. This is a neighboring state. This should be home turf. She should go into tonight with the white jersey on, being the home team, and it should be easy picking. However, the polls, early polls, and everything I've sensed does not give off that indication that she's going to do as well as she needs to. We all know she, like Mayor Pete and Bernie, does not have strong and deep, wide support among black and brown voters. That could be a real problem for her going forward to Nevada and then South Carolina and on to Super Tuesday, and the money factor. In order to play the game, you have to have resources to play ball. I think the money has started to dry up on her behalf, so I'm looking forward to seeing how she plays tonight, particularly with Mayor Pete's energy and his recent rise here in New Hampshire.
All right, on that note, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, thank you all. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Still to come, the polls are still open in New Hampshire, but we are already learning a lot about what voters are looking for today. We'll break down the numbers. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Manchester.
We don't have to yell and we don't have to holler because we've got the votes. That's how we will win an election, and that's why the polls show me beating every single Republican candidate. I beat John, I beat Mitt, I beat Rudy, I beat Fred. I beat them all because we know that they are about the past and we are about the future, and that's what we can fight for in 2 days' time.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news.
It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
This is terrifying.
This is a senseless murder.
This is not a minor point.
This is all the victim's blood.
Is the man that's supposed to kill you?
This is really a whodunit. This is a heavy gun. This is hate.
This is real.
This is crazy. This is $800,000. This is the moment of truth. This is.
This is the dark web.
This is terrifying. A few clicks and you could hire a hitman.
This is exactly what I tried to stop.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Go on.
You know who I am?
What does it say on that gravestone?
Here lies the oldest man that ever lived, actually.
The women in your life.
Apparently, women just don't like me very much.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield of Ben and Jerry's Ice Cream have been stumping for Bernie Sanders in New Hampshire. CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns spoke with them at a Sanders event in Manchester yesterday. Here's part of their conversation.
So this isn't your first time campaigning for Bernie Sanders, but what have you seen differently this time around?
Incredible enthusiasm and just a whole lot more organization.
Well, and I think people understand Bernie can be the candidate. He's got a great chance, so people are working extra hard. I think we see an opportunity to finally have a presidential candidate who really represents our values, the working people in the U.S.
And given what you saw in 2016 compared to 2020, and Bernie Sanders doing well in Iowa, he's poised to do well here in New Hampshire, what do you think that says about the Democratic Party right now?
I think there's a chance that the Democratic Party will actually be the party of the people once again. I think both parties kind of became the parties of the corporations and the ultra-wealthy. And this is a chance for the Democratic Party to finally represent regular American people, not corporations, Wall Street, and the healthcare industry.
Well, and I think the things Bernie has stood for, healthcare as a human right, the opportunity for everybody to go to college without huge debt, these are things that people want, and they understand they have an opportunity to get them when they support Bernie.
The amazing thing is that, Bernie has been advocating for those things, healthcare for all and college for all, from when he was mayor of Burlington. For the last 40 years, he's been advocating for those things. And finally, the country is coming around to where he's always been.
There has been some concerns raised by some Democrats about whether Bernie Sanders can actually win in November. What do you say to those critics?
Bernie beats Trump in every head-to-head poll that they do. Bernie beats Trump. The conventional thinking is that the mainstream candidate has the best chance, but polling says absolutely that Bernie is the best chance we've got.
I mean, the way to win in November is to generate a tremendous amount of enthusiasm that'll get people that don't normally go to the polls to get to the polls. And there's nobody who's going to generate the enthusiasm that Bernie can generate.
How closely were you watching the Iowa caucuses, and what do you make of what happened there? Do you think that's going to have an impact on New Hampshire, or does New Hampshire just like to go its own way?
Well, I mean, the the result out of New Hampshire, out of Iowa, was a tie. And I think that if there was, somebody who, of course, Bernie won the popular vote, but I mean, if there was the official winner, that would have given that person a lot more momentum. And now, it's kind of muddled.
Do you think that impacted Bernie Sanders here, not having that momentum out of Iowa?
Not really, because he's had tremendous momentum here. I mean, he's been huge support here, from 2016 to now. It's just grown bigger.
How about you?
Bernie is from Vermont, a neighboring state where we're from, and I think people in New Hampshire have had a chance to know Bernie over the years. And I think when people know Bernie and what he stands for and what he has fought for in an unwavering way, they're going to support him.
And I know everybody asks you this, but what is Bernie Sanders' favorite ice cream? Have you guys talked about this?
I think he likes the two that we made for him. In 2016, we made Bernie's Yearning. That was essentially mint chocolate chip ice cream where somehow or other all the chips had risen to the top and congealed in one giant chocolate disc representing all the money that flew up to the top 1%. And this year the flavor is Bernie's Back, which is a hot cinnamon ice cream representing our revolution, holding politicians' feet to the fire. It has a stick of butter crunch up the middle, molded into the shape of a spine, very stiff spine, no wavering on Bernie, and then the same big chocolate disc on top.
All right, hot cinnamon and butter crunch. We'll have to get that on our set tomorrow night. And if you're thinking about a flavor that could kind of represent what we're seeing here in 2020, what would you suggest?
Boy, it would have a lot of different ingredients because there's so many candidates. Ben works on all the flavors. I'm going to have to pass that to him.
I channel them from the collective flavor unconscious, and that one hasn't come down yet.
Great to see you. Thank you so much.
You.
Still to come, the polls are still open in New Hampshire, but we're already learning a lot about what voters are looking for today. We'll break down the numbers. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Manchester.
Because of a huge voter turnout, and I say huge, we won because we harnessed the energy and the excitement that the Democratic Party will need to succeed in November. What happened here in New Hampshire in terms of an enthusiastic and aroused electorate, people who came out in large numbers, that is what will happen all over this country.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. It seems Iran's behavior is getting worse, not better. Are we at a tipping point where those decisions, do you think that the investigation is in peril?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. I do not know how to answer your question.
The president this morning tweeted something that I'd like you to clarify.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
We are beginning to learn more about the issues that matter most to voters here in New Hampshire. Let's check in with Tanya Rivero at the CBS Broadcast Center. She's standing by with our CBS News Elections and Surveys Director, Anthony Salvanto. Tanya?
Thanks so much, Elaine. So, Anthony, with the exit polls just starting to come in, what are we learning about what seems to be top of mind to voters in New Hampshire?
Right. We are through 2 out of 3 waves of the exit poll. Let me show you a couple of things that stand out. The first, we asked, what is most important in a candidate? And it's split among these Democrats between someone they think can unite the country and someone they think can bring needed change. Less so, if you zoom in here, someone who cares about people like me. So clearly Democrats looking at least beyond themselves for what they think is important. And let me show you also this. This is the thing to watch tonight, because look at the number of people who said they decided in the last few days. It is almost half of everyone we have interviewed so far in the exit polls. That means this race could be very unsettled.
So, Anthony, that must also mean that the debate Friday was very important to these voters.
Well, we will find out. New Hampshire, traditionally very late-breaking. We did not ask on the exit poll, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream? I'm now wishing that we did, but more to come as
Elaine, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Oh, my gosh. I can't think of one right now. I like it all.
It's all good.
All right, thank you so much,
you
you
get
guys.
some before the night's over.
Yes, we'll make it a point to do that. Thank you, guys. We are going to take a quick break, but we're going to be here all night. The first polls close in New Hampshire in just over an hour. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The first in the nation primary.
It's going to be a horse race.
I don't know.
Where history is made on the campaign trail. For decades, candidates have focused on the Granite State. It has paved the way to victory for some nominees.
New Hampshire tonight has made Bill Clinton the comeback kid.
And ended the road to the White House for others.
I am today ending my campaign for President of the United States.
Red and Blue starts now. Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano, live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester, New Hampshire. Voting continues in New Hampshire, but the first polls will close in about an hour, and all polls close in 2 hours at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the state's first-in-the-nation primary. For decades, it has been make or break for candidates, giving some presidential hopefuls a boost while forcing others out of the race. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe reports on why this political tradition could be at risk.
New Hampshire voters don't just make presidents, they like to meet them.
Most Americans never get to see a president of the United States in person, but in New Hampshire they're spoiled.
Spoiled with all the selfies took, hands shook, bumped fists, and babies kissed.
We'll switch to Walter Cronkite.
All right, let's take a look at our returns.
It's a century-old tradition.
New Hampshire voters use every bit of Yankee ingenuity to get to the polls. One well-known dog sled racer offered voters a sledding taxi service.
But in a recent editorial, the Boston Globe argued it's time to kill the tradition, pointing out Iowa and New Hampshire more resemble 19th century America than the more diverse country today.
It is more diverse than people realize.
We're rooted in small-town democracy. We do town meetings.
And New Hampshire has a state law requiring it to hold the first presidential primary.
Good evening. The first ballots of campaign 76.
The New Hampshire primary gained national prominence in the 1970s.
I guess you really are the front runner, aren't you? Well, I guess so.
Ronald Reagan was more confident as he confronted the moderator at a 1980 debate his campaign funded.
You turn that microphone off, please.
I am paid for this microphone.
Democratic Senator Gary Hart was on target with his axe in '84, but missed the mark 3 years later when asked to explain why he spent a night with a Miami model on a yacht named Monkey Business.
I do not have to answer that question.
The question was, have you ever committed adultery? And Gary Hart never really answered it.
This answer helped end Bob Dole's '88 campaign.
And Senator Dole, is there anything you'd like to say to the Vice President?
Yeah, stop lying about my record.
George Bush won that year's primary by pulling out the tiny guns.
That weapon can kill the pilot of an airplane.
When Pat Buchanan crashed the party with an upset in '96, he warned Washington.
They're coming. All the peasants are coming with pitchforks after them.
Gary Bauer's candidacy was a flop after he fell off the stage flipping pancakes. And after his polls plummeted, Bill Clinton asked New Hampshire to make him the comeback kid.
I'll never forget who gave me a second chance, and I'll be there for you till the last dog dies.
Clinton didn't win that primary, but he did come back to campaign for his wife Hillary against Barack Obama.
He's very likable. I agree with that.
You're likable enough,
Thank
Hillary,
you so much.
On the eve of the primary, Clinton had a rare show of emotion.
I just don't want to see us fall backwards.
She went on to win New Hampshire, but not the nomination, and 8 years later fell short to Bernie Sanders here.
Thank you, New Hampshire.
I want to bring in Dante Scala, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Jamel Bowie. Dante is a professor at the University of New Hampshire. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter, and Jamel is a CBS News political contributor and New York Times columnist. Welcome to all of you. Dante, I want to start with you. We saw a little bit of it there in Ed's piece, but remind us of the importance of New Hampshire in past presidential elections.
So New Hampshire usually finishes what Iowa started. That is, it establishes a front runner, it gives him or her momentum, and it winnows the field, usually to 2 or 3 candidates with a plausible path to the nomination.
Does it seem like it could do that this year, though, given what happened in Iowa?
Yeah, not just that, but I think we could wind up with 3 or 4 with at least a narrow path to the nomination. And that's not including, of course, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. So New Hampshire may not quite be as cruel as it usually is to presidential contenders.
So, Caitlin, let me ask you about Joe Biden. He, as we have mentioned, is not going to be at his New Hampshire watch party tonight. He is going to South Carolina. What should we take away from that decision?
That's right. Earlier today, he announced that he's packing it up and moving on to South Carolina. And remember, we have Nevada before that. South Carolina primary goes 4th in the contest. That has always been a part of the Biden plan, was that, yes, he may not do well in Iowa and New Hampshire, but he was looking towards the more diverse states of South Carolina and Nevada to really make his case. But I think if you see how he has actually done here, you know, he placed 4th in Iowa, he got some delegates, but not really. What does he do in New Hampshire? If he places further down, that does start to raise questions about his central pitch, which has always been electability. He's been arguing that he is the most electable candidate in this field, yet he's seeing Pete Buttigieg surpass him in a place like Iowa, especially doing better than him in those counties that flipped from Obama to Trump. And if he's not able to do well here, and if he's surpassed by someone like Amy Klobuchar, who has certainly sensed some momentum here and sensed an opening among potential Joe Biden supporters, what does that do to where his firewall is? Can he make it that far? And while New Hampshire and Iowa have been criticized for not representing the Democratic Party at large, there are questions about the kind of momentum that you get out of this and the money you're able to make out of that momentum. Right. So those are the lingering questions for Biden.
Let's turn to some of the issues. Jamel, our CBS News exit polling shows that 58% of Democratic voters here support replacing all private insurance with a government plan. So what does it say about how voters here are approaching this issue of health care?
I think what we're seeing is that Democratic voters here have gone with the leftward trend of the Democratic Party at large. You look nationally, Democrats have said that they support more government influence over healthcare. They support a public option. They support Medicare for all. And New Hampshire voters are moving in that direction as well. I think to the extent that there is any difference, that there is a strong contingent of independent voters here, of moderate Democrats here, who are in that other 42%, right, who aren't so sure about that and who may be important voters for candidates like Amy Klobuchar, like Pete Buttigieg, people who are hoping to consolidate that moderate lane of the Democratic Party and win the nomination that way.
Dante, I know another important issue here is student loan debt. So our exit poll shows 67% of voters support free tuition for public colleges. Is that an issue that we've heard a lot about in this primary so far?
Yeah, a fair amount. And I think what it's done is divide younger Democrats from older Democrats. And younger vote, really, it hasn't been so much gender or even educational attainment that divides voters, it's been age. And Bernie Sanders appealing to voters under 30, 35 years of age, whereas Joe Biden, Amy Klobuchar appealed to voters, 55, 65 and older. And so it doesn't surprise me that we see that kind of result from the exit polls.
Right, and in fact, we've seen Pete Buttigieg, for instance, going after, Bernie Sanders on this question of how do you pay for things that, you're talking about.
Right, and we see Sanders and Warren have both been on similar paths, but it seems as if Sanders has the advantage over Warren so far among young voters.
Yeah, Jamel?
Just on that age point, I think that's really critical. If you look demographically, across all the demographic groups, Sanders does very well with basically all groups under 40, whereas the other candidates are kind of competing for everyone else above that. And that Sanders' demographic advantage, at least with younger voters, is the thing that I think if he doesn't do as well as he expects to here, can still sustain him over the next several primaries and caucuses.
So that's a perfect segue to our next data point here. We've learned that 75%, Caitlin, of voters say that the age of candidates is not important. So what should we make of that statistic?
That's right. It is really interesting to see Bernie Sanders' support among young people remain so strong. He's been campaigning on college campuses, having events with musicians, and really rallying the crowds. I think what we're also seeing in our CBS News Battleground tracker before these results came out showed that his support, the intensity of Bernie Sanders' support, is the strongest among the candidates, and that's helped him. There are questions about how he expands his base. You also have someone like Pete Buttigieg, who has been arguing for generational change. And I think that in the kind of lane that he's competing in, I think that's actually appealing to a lot of older voters that I've talked to on the campaign trail who are drawn to Pete Buttigieg. They tell me that they like the fresher face, that they want to see the Democratic Party kind of have a new generation to come into leadership. So that's also something that I think has been hurting Joe Biden. More so that older voters who are a key constituency for Joe Biden may be looking at Pete Buttigieg as kind of the next generation.
Caitlin, I also want to ask you, what was the state of New Hampshire expecting with respect to turnout? Because, going into Iowa, there were all kinds of estimates that perhaps it would approach record numbers that didn't necessarily materialize. Yeah. What is it that you've heard from officials here?
Well, I talked to the chairman of the Democratic Party here, Ray Buckley, and I said, what's turnout going to be like? And he really tried to manage some expectations. He said it may be closer to 2016, definitely not going to be like 2008. And I said, why? In a year that so many Democrats are saying they're so excited to take on Donald Trump, they're really eager to find a candidate who can beat him. He said, look, there are so many choices that the voters are kind of saying, someone decide and I'll support whoever it is. And that's why you're seeing this kind of unity pitch coming from all of these candidates. Elizabeth Warren has made it part of her closing argument. She's been talking about someone who can unify the party. And I can say that at town halls that we've been to across the state over the past several days, that has been a theme from voters in their questioning. They're asking these candidates, okay, fine, how can you unite the Democratic Party and bring everybody back into this fold in what is expected to be a pretty protracted primary?
Yeah, and I feel like, Jamel, one thing that is worth reminding people about is that ultimately what we're talking about is the hunt for delegates here. Right. Can you just remind us about that? Because I think, we get caught up, obviously, in the narrative of who has momentum and this and that, but ultimately, for the candidates themselves, they are in a delegate chase here.
Right, and then sort of the big question of this primary, because there are so many candidates, because there are so many potentially viable front runners, is who is going to be able to get 50+1% of delegates, if anyone. And to the extent that New Hampshire is really important, a big win here can help a candidate with a broad coalition, like in the unlikely event that it's Biden, or like Bernie, or potentially Warren, build up momentum going into the next primaries, going into Super Tuesday, to maybe get close to doing well enough to hit that delegate threshold and win outright.
Yeah, remind us of what that is, that delegate threshold for people.
I don't remember the exact number of delegates.
All right. 15. It's 15, okay.
Yeah.
So, and the idea is, though, you're changing the perception of the candidate with these stories, right? I mean, how would you kind of characterize that for people who, kind of say, well, if you're talking hard math and you're just looking at the calculation of who has the most, on paper, it doesn't necessarily look like New Hampshire has that many.
I mean, there could be a real difference between perception and reality tonight. Like if Amy Klobuchar finishes third, and let's say she gets 14% of the vote, she'll get the publicity of finishing third, which would be a surprise, might give her a little boost going into Nevada, but with 14%, she winds up with exactly 0 delegates out of New Hampshire, and that would mean the top two, let's say it's Sanders and Buttigieg, would basically divide all the delegates in New Hampshire because they're the only ones who pass the threshold. And that's not so important here in New Hampshire, only a couple dozen delegates. But when we go on to further contests, that threshold can play a big role in the delegate math.
Right, and by the way, that's probably something we'll hear from the opponents, right, of Amy Klobuchar, if in fact something like that plays out.
So interestingly enough, just today, the campaign of Elizabeth Warren put out a memo because she's been getting a lot of people being skeptical about the future of her campaign. And they said, look, there are still 98% of the delegates up for grabs here. And they're trying to make the argument that while this is all about momentum and while this is all about the headlines, that they think that these states, there's still a lot more race to be run here. And so you're looking at these candidates trying to outline for voters what their eventual path is. And it's really interesting. We've been talking about how voters have been really undecided in this race. A lot of them are asking these candidates or wanting to know what their eventual path is like beyond New Hampshire. They're really kind of strategizing and trying to figure it out. So it's very telling that the Warren campaign put out that memo today to kind of signal to people kind of what they're thinking. A lot of numbers, but making clear, to your point, that there still are a lot of delegates to go.
So, Dante, voters in New Hampshire are also known, many of them, for declaring their independence and being undeclared. Remind us of the role that they could play with the results tonight.
Right. So really the largest pool of voters on the voter rolls in New Hampshire are neither Democrats or Republicans, but they are undeclareds. Often they're conflated with independents, but in fact, a lot of undeclared voters are really partisans in disguise who choose not to reveal their partisan identity because they don't have to. There's a smaller pool right in the middle who are independents, and those are two types. One is like actual people who see themselves in the center of the electorate, and the other is people who just don't pay much attention to politics. So it's easier to describe yourself as independent than just apathetic. And so they're the ones who might turn out, might not, if a particular candidate gets their imagination.
We have no idea. I mean, obviously we won't know until later tonight.
Right. I mean, I would think for a younger, disaffected independent voter, he's likely to turn out for Sanders if he's going to turn out at all. Where, say, a suburban, college-educated independent is probably looking at Buttigieg or perhaps Klobuchar.
So, Caitlin, with just a couple hours left until the polls close, what are you going to be watching for tonight?
Well, I am looking for who comes in third place. And I know that kind of sounds strange, but we've seen these polls, Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg leading in the polls. And it certainly feels like, after attending several of their events here over the week, that the momentum is certainly behind them. But does Amy Klobuchar, does she kind of rise up here? If she's able to rise above Joe Biden, if she's able to rise over Elizabeth Warren, she's able to kind of claim another day. Because this is all about momentum, it's all about news cycles, and it's all about raising money. So if she's able to come in a third place, maybe, I think that would be interesting. Or if Elizabeth Warren is as well. I think that's kind of the spot that I'm watching.
Jamel, what are you watching for?
Turnout. It's sort of key to the Sanders campaign's theory of the race, that they're going to win the primary and the general election by significantly boosting turnout, by turning out these disaffected voters, by turning out people who don't normally pay attention. In Iowa, the campaign says, listen, turnout was not what we expected to be, but we got young people to turn out at rates that they didn't turn out in the last cycle. So I'm just looking to see if they can actually get that turnout up. And if they can here, then maybe you can chalk Iowa up to just sort of Iowa being Iowa. But if they can't, then that is a real signal for the subsequent contests.
And what about you, Dante?
I'm looking at women with a college degree. There we have in New Hampshire a long history of electing women to high office. Both of our senators served as governors. Both are women. Jean Shaheen, Maggie Hassan served as senator and as governor. We're used to voting, and I'm wondering whether at the last minute, perhaps, whether they will give either Elizabeth Warren or Amy Klobuchar the boost to fight another day.
All right, we'll be watching it all. Dante Scala, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Jamel Bowie, thank you all very much. Coming up, after a break, we will check back in with our Anthony Salvanto. He'll help us make sense of the exit polls and what's on voters' minds as they walk into the voting booth. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Manchester.
Good evening. The first ballots of Campaign 76 have given Jimmy Carter a commanding head start in the race for the Democratic presidential nomination, and President Ford a paper-thin lead for the Republican. The Republican contest in yesterday's New Hampshire primary took virtually the last returns to resolve. With more than 108,000 ballots cast in that primary, Mr. Ford beat former California Governor Ronald Reagan by only about 1,300 votes. So close was that finish that both camps saw it as victory.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven? I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. It seems Iran's behavior is getting worse, not better. Are we at a tipping point where those decisions... Do you think that the investigation is in peril?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. I do not know how to answer your question.
The president this morning tweeted something that I'd like you to clarify.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
The first polls will be closing here in New Hampshire in a little more than half an hour. Let's go back to the CBS Broadcast Center in New York, where our Tanya Rivero is standing by with CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto. Tanya?
Thanks so much, Elaine. So, Anthony, before we get into some of the nitty-gritty, tell us how these exit polls work exactly.
Yeah, all these numbers that we've been talking about, all those boards you've been showing up there, Elaine, of what's on voters' minds. What happens is we, along with the other networks, send reporters out to these precincts where people are voting, and as they're leaving, exiting, hence the name, we ask them who they voted for and what was on their mind. So that's where you get the answers to those questions of what kind of things did you want in a candidate and what was your top issue, et cetera. And then what happens is, and I'll show you on this map of New Hampshire, which of course hasn't yet filled in, except for the couple of small townships where they've reported 1 or 2 votes in. You know, what happens is from each of these particular towns where we're going to have reporters, and I'm just sort of randomly adding, you know, a few dots to this, we are going to gather up all that data and they all call it back in to headquarters where we add it all up. And then we look for patterns in it. And if there's a pattern for one candidate over another, we can start to give you a sense of the race as they go and collect that vote right there at the towns.
And some of the data is coming in already. You're starting to see some patterns, but what exactly are you looking for specifically, Anthony?
Well, polls haven't closed in most of the states yet, like I said, except for a couple of small towns, your Dixville Notches, et cetera, where they traditionally call in there a couple of results early. But what we do look for is, first of all, turnout. We're going to try to be gauging a size of what the electorate looks like. Now, I will say one of the key things I'm looking for is how many young people show up, how many independents show up, because we know from past years that those folks can vote very differently from older voters, and that's going to be one of the keys. And the other thing we're going to be looking for is by region, what happens down in the south part of the state versus the north, and I'll talk about that a lot tonight, Tanya.
Can you make generalizations like older voters tend to vote in the morning and younger voters in the evening, or is that dangerous territory?
That does happen. That does happen very often. Oftentimes people who have to go to work have, maybe their plan is to vote after they get home from work, so they might vote later in the day. We can definitely see time of day effects from the exit poll. That's why you want to encapsulate the whole thing later on. And also, you know, like I mentioned, by region. That's one of the reasons this map is going to start to become so important. You know, down in the southern part of the state, you're basically in the Boston media market, all down here. Up in here, you're maybe in the Vermont media market, but most of it really is that Boston media market. And down in the southern part of the state is where most of the population lives. We're going to be talking about Manchester a lot. We're going to be looking for population centers there and seeing how they do. A few less people up as you go north in the state there, up towards Berlin, but that could also be important at the end of the day.
What are some other ways the population changes as you go north?
It gets more spread out, it gets more rural, whereas down here, when we get to Manchester, when we get to Nashua, we'll be talking about that a lot because you're going to have a population where you've got at least half in many of these towns that are college degree holding, and we know that those folks are going to vote differently, at least if history is any guide. They're going to vote differently, and we also have very affluent towns down here, and we know that that could be a voting break as well. All of that in the suburbs of Manchester, around Portsmouth as well, and Nashua, all of those places. New Hampshire has a median income that's a little above, I think, the national average. It's like $70,000. So you're going to see a lot of breaks within those demographics, and that's the kind of thing we'll be looking for.
And we know New Hampshire has large numbers of independent voters. Do those tend to be gathered around certain geographical regions, or are they spread all throughout the state?
It's a great question. They are spread out, but we will be looking for whether or not they turned out in particular towns. And if there is a relationship between how many independents turned out in a given town and how a candidate is doing, then we can start to tell you how one candidate or another is doing among independents. And maybe, because independents will probably be around 40-odd% of this electorate, maybe how they're doing overall.
All right, exciting stuff. Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. Elaine, we're going to toss it back over to you. Thanks so much.
All right, Tanya, thank you. Still to come, the opioid crisis has hit New Hampshire hard. We'll see how the epidemic is influencing voters and what they want to hear from 2020 Democrats. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Manchester.
I love New Hampshire. And I love Iowa, too. And I hope, with your help, to have the blessings and the opportunity to love a lot of other states in the days to come.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective. We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
New Hampshire has one of the highest numbers of opioid and drug-related deaths in the country, and that's made it a key focus on the campaign trail here. CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett spoke to one family feeling the effects over multiple generations.
Paula Wilson is 64 years old and a recovering opioid addict who has also struggled with alcoholism. She's the cleanest family member to raise 16-year-old Devin, her grandson.
He's a high-risk kid because of a number of factors. You know, his early childhood experiences, the family history.
Devin, at times reluctantly, has lived with Paula for 8 years.
I don't really think of my past at all, so I kind of just ignore it.
The toll on the Wilson family, almost unimaginable.
Both my husbands were heroin addicts. 3 of my children have been multi-drug use, but primarily opioids have been their drug of choice.
That's a lot for one family.
It is a lot. It's a large family, and the cycle of addiction is strong.
And repetitive.
So we're en route to a report of a 55-year-old female who's overdosed.
Manchester, New Hampshire District Fire Chief Mike Gamache.
We see some of the same people all the time.
Last week in Manchester, firefighters found this woman unconscious on a sidewalk before she came to. They suspect she overdosed on opioids.
It seems like the opioid epidemic is sticking around.
New Hampshire is among the top 5 states for opioid-involved deaths. Its mortality rate is more than twice the national average.
New Hampshire has been particularly hard hit. And
Democratic candidates field questions about opioids at almost every stop.
And the time has come to recognize that addiction is a medical issue.
When these pharmaceutical executives know that they are pushing a drug that hurts people and they keep pushing it, they are personally responsible. They can be held criminally responsible.
Several have highlighted the issue at rehab facilities. Research shows the number of children across the country in foster care due to parental drug use has more than doubled in the past 20 years, something experts have linked in part to the opioid epidemic.
We're raising a nation of parentless children directly related to the opioid crisis. The biggest loss is that grandchild relationship. It's something to grieve over.
You've got to be the heavy.
I am the heavy. You know, I am. I'm the parent.
Devin swims and runs track. He likes hanging with athletes and says he's seen enough of addiction.
I don't know. I don't fear anything.
Nothing.
Not about my future at all. No, I'm not scared at all.
For more, let's bring in Dante Scala and Trent Spinner. Dante is a political science professor at the University of New Hampshire. Trent is a reporter for Politico covering New Hampshire politics. Dante, I want to start with you. We just saw how heartbreakingly devastating this opioid crisis has been in the state of New Hampshire. How big of an issue is this, opioids and drug-related deaths?
It's been consistently now for years the number one issue that concerns locally the residents of New Hampshire, higher than education, higher than taxes, higher than anything.
Number one.
Number one. And it's striking, though, in terms of presidential campaigns. 4 years ago, when Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump were running, I think it was a shock, like nationally. It became a national story because it was being covered here with presidential candidates. Now, as your piece mentions, it's kind of become part of the routine that candidates will go to a treatment center because the problem has not gone away.
Really shocking sort of sign of the times. Trent, so Amy Klobuchar got very deeply personal when talking about her own family experience with addiction. This was last night at an event. Let's go ahead and listen to some of that.
One of the things about my life is resiliency. I didn't have a perfect life. A lot of people in this room didn't have a perfect life. But my dad's struggle with alcoholism taught me something even deeper than the need for treatment and the help that he got that I want to make sure that others get. It also taught me that you just can't see things in the extremes. I couldn't. I had to see in the middle. I had to see in the gray area because otherwise I couldn't love my dad because he was messing up a lot.
So, I wonder, Trent, you hear that, and she went on to talk about how not seeing the extremes is, in her view, an asset, and that if you want someone who's not going to just look at extremes, she's the candidate for you. Is that kind of approach likely to resonate here with New Hampshire voters?
It is, and I just want to go back to that video that you played with Major Garrett. They were showing video of a woman who was overdosing.
Yes.
And that was actually across the street from where I used to work. And so
really?
I know the exact spot, and it was always a problem there.
It's a very real thing.
It's a very real thing. Yeah. That's that was actually on the side of a very popular grocery store. So, this is an example of how it truly happens everywhere. That's how big of an issue it is.
Right. It's not just confined to one part of town.
No, right. And not just one type of not one group of people. It's really all socioeconomic groups in New Hampshire. To your question about Amy Klobuchar, this is something that she brings up every single stump speech.
Yeah, I'm going to actually, I think we're having some issues with your mic. Trent, we're going to try and fix that. But in the meantime, Dante, let me turn to you. To Trent's point, how pervasive, he brings up the fact that piece of video that was in Major's piece was just across the street from a place that he used to work. It's not confined to just one demographic, not just confined to one geographic area here in New Hampshire.
Certainly. It's a statewide problem which government is trying to address. Certainly you see a lot of it in a city like Manchester, but the state has been grappling with ways to try to solve the problem. And it's striking with Klobuchar. Sometimes the final weekend before New Hampshire, candidates who have been working so hard kind of have this kind of like raw emotion bubbles to the surface when they're trying to connect with voters. We saw that with Hillary Clinton back in 2008 when she was talking about how difficult it was to run as a woman, and we see it now with kind of Amy Klobuchar. It's like everything kind of comes to a head that last weekend.
Right, a bit more reflection perhaps as they enter that final stretch. Dante, what are some of the other issues that you're going to be watching particularly closely tonight?
I think we've seen healthcare and climate change be at the top of the issue agenda again and again in polls, not so much locally, but in terms of a national issue. And I think especially for younger voters, climate change is especially important. But what's lacking is foreign policy. 4 years ago, we were focused on terrorist attacks in Paris and California. This time around, despite conflict with Iran and so forth, that's definitely been a back burner issue for New Hampshire Democrats, voters as well as candidates.
Yeah, I wonder wonder, Trent, I think we've got your mic fixed now. Is that what you've been hearing? You've been out talking to New Hampshire voters. What are they prioritizing in terms of issues?
You know, I was looking at your exit polls earlier that had the climate change is number 2 and healthcare is number 1. And I kind of see that as flip-flop when I'm out there talking to voters, and especially when they're taking questions on town halls. It seems like the number 1 question that people are asking is about climate change and what candidates are going to do about it, to the point where a lot of crowds are clapping or applauding when somebody asks that question, followed by healthcare. Candidates are really pushing the healthcare issue. They are they're asking people to introduce themselves who have gone through some really serious healthcare issues and maybe don't have insurance coverage, to kind of tell their personal story. Finally, speaking of Iran, maybe I've heard in the last month 1 question about it.
Really? Even given what's happened in the news and the foreign policy front.
Right, yeah. I mean, it just doesn't seem to be popping for New Hampshire voters, at least.
Interesting. So, Dante, you have vast experience covering New Hampshire politics. Do the politics and issues here traditionally serve as a kind of litmus test for what we might see in the rest of the country here moving forward?
Occasionally an issue pops up here that we, like the opioid crisis, that does resonate going forth. And New Hampshire Democrats are much more like national Democrats, at least, certainly white Democrats. I think we will hear a different set of issues once we hit Nevada and South Carolina. But Iowa Democrats and New Hampshire Democrats have much more in common than, say, Iowa Republicans and New Hampshire Republicans.
Yeah. Trent, I want to ask you about turnout because, there are all kinds of predictions about what we might see. What if turnout actually doesn't hit what the expectations are and they're actually below what we were expecting to see? What will that say about the electorate?
Right. So the New Hampshire Secretary of State thinks about 240, or maybe it was 290, right? Yeah. 290,000 people Democrats will vote, which is a decent, healthy number. Some of the things I'll be looking for is turnout in the college towns like Durham, where UNH is, Plymouth State, Keene, because I think that'll help Bernie Sanders and Andrew Yang, who kind of are looking for that type of audience. And if turnout there is low, I think that'll be a challenge. I think if turnout is low in places like Manchester, where we are right now, or Nashua, where there is a lot of blue-collar workers, I think that could be a struggle for Joe Biden, though maybe he's got his own struggles at this point.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at a couple of towns that voted for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012 and then switched to President Trump. Towns like that have been a focus of Senator Klobuchar and Mayor Pete Buttigieg. And so I think if turnout is high in those areas, that could help them.
All right, a lot to watch. Dante Scala and Trent Spinner, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Coming up after a break, Michael Bloomberg is not on the ballot in New Hampshire, but he's still making news after someone leaked audio of him defending a controversial stop and frisk policy. We'll talk with his national spokesperson next. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Manchester.
During the day today, some people thought this might be like the Super Bowl. They thought that we might fall a yard short. But let me tell you, this Tennessean is in the end zone and it feels great. Thanks to you.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. It seems Iran's behavior is getting worse, not better. Are we at a tipping point where those decisions, do you think that the investigation is in peril?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. I do not know how to answer your question.
The president this morning tweeted something that I'd like you to clarify.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
One candidate not publicly focused on New Hampshire is Michael Bloomberg. Despite not being on the ballot there, he did pull out an early win in the state. He received the popular vote in the town of Dixville Notch, where only 5 ballots were cast. However, the former New York mayor is spending Tuesday elsewhere. He is now facing scrutiny for a newly surfaced recording. In it, Bloomberg defends the controversial policing policy of stop and frisk. He can be heard saying, quote, "You can take the description of male minorities 16 to 25 and, quote, Xerox it and pass it out to all the cops." He later adds, police are put in minority neighborhoods because, quote, "that's where all the crime is." These comments were made during a 2015 speech at the Aspen Institute. President Trump took to Twitter Tuesday accusing Bloomberg of being a racist. The comments were later deleted. Here's what he had to say about that earlier.
But I looked at it and I watched him pander at a church and practically beg for forgiveness. I wouldn't have begged for forgiveness. I mean, he was doing his job at the time. And then when he went up to the church, I thought it was disgraceful. But I put something out and it was pretty nasty. And I thought, I'm looking to bring the country together, not divide the country further. But when he went up to a church and he apologized for everything he's ever done, that was only for getting votes. And I think probably people understand that.
Sabrina Singh is the national spokesperson for the Bloomberg campaign, and she joins me now. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
So we do know representatives from the Bloomberg campaign knew about this tape and had asked for it to be blocked from coming out. How is the campaign now responding?
Well, I actually don't know about that being blocked. It was 2015. I was not there at the time. But the way we're responding is this. We know Mike Bloomberg's record. He is certainly not a racist. And I think it's pretty wild that the president took to Twitter to promote lies and fearmonger, because that's certainly not the case. Mike has certainly apologized for his remarks. He did not, at the time, understand the impact stop and frisk had on Black and brown communities. And I think that's the real true test of a leader. Can you apologize and learn from your mistakes? And I think that's what we are doing. That's what Mike is committed to doing. And today, we actually had a previously scheduled meeting with over 20 faith leaders, African-American faith leaders in the community, who came out and put out a statement saying, Trump's lies are only stoking more hate. We know that Mike is not a racist. We know that these policies were bad ones, but he's apologized for them.
And so he is saying that his thinking has evolved since 2015.
Absolutely. His thinking has totally evolved, and I think he has certainly come a long way. And, that is a true test of a leader. Can you recognize your mistakes and apologize for them, go into that community, ask for their forgiveness, but then look to build on those mistakes and repair the damage that has been done? And one of the things that we've put out is our Greenwood initiative that would close the income racial wealth gap with Black Americans. And something else that he put forward when he was mayor is the Young Men's Initiative that actually President Obama built on with My Brother's Keeper. So Mike is really invested in this community. This is someone who's been a true leader within this community, and I think someone that can really unite the country, and that's really what we need right now.
Right, and of course the campaign is going to be focused on the positive, but is the campaign concerned that this stop and frisk will come up and haunt it as we get closer and closer to the election?
I think it's very fair that every candidate's record should be scrutinized. And I think what's great about Mike is he has done incredible things for the city of New York. He grew the economy. He implemented incredible climate change initiatives here, took on the NRA. So while they are scrutinizing his record, I think you also have to look at the positives that he did. And some of the things that, I think his resume certainly stacks up much higher than some of the other candidates in this race. So I think it's going to be a mix. But at the end of the day, all candidates' records should be scrutinized, from Donald Trump to the Democratic field.
Of course, it's a very special Tuesday night in New Hampshire. We know the candidates are watching very closely. How about Mike Bloomberg? Is he also watching the results in New Hampshire closely?
We're definitely going to be watching tonight. Excited to see sort of who makes it out. I think after Iowa last week, that was pretty tough for the Democratic Party to see. And so New Hampshire is a new, fresh start. And so we're excited. But, as you know, Mike is not on the ballot there. Right. And that was very intentional. We are focused on the Super Tuesday states and beyond. We are focused on the states that are going to lead us to victory in November, that will help us, beat Donald Trump. And those are the states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, California, Texas, huge delegate states. So we feel really good about our chances come Super Tuesday.
Now, I want to talk about the Nevada debate because, as you know, Mike Bloomberg hasn't been able to make any of the previous debates because of the donor threshold, and he doesn't receive any donations for his campaign. That was since taken away for the Nevada debate. Do you anticipate that Mike Bloomberg will be on the stage for that debate?
We hit our third qualifying poll today with the release of the Monmouth poll, and he's climbing at third. And the Quinnipiac poll from, I think, earlier this week, he was at second. So I feel good. I can't predict if there are going to be more national polls, but I certainly hope that he will make the Nevada debate stage. It's an opportunity for millions of Americans to tune in to see his voice on the stage for the first time and really see what he brings that other candidates don't.
So he does want to debate, right? Because some pundits wondered whether he actually wanted to be on the debate stage. He does want to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an opportunity for all Americans to see who you are, what your values are, where you stack up against the other candidates, and what you bring to the table. So we certainly are welcoming this debate, but, Mike was never going to take any campaign contribution. He said that from day one. And so now that the donor threshold is no longer a factor when it comes to the DNC debates, we're looking forward to hopefully qualifying soon.
All right. And Sabrina, you know that Senator Bernie Sanders, who makes no secret of how he feels about billionaires, has been hitting Bloomberg rather hard on his campaign trail recently. Let's play a little bit of what he said recently.
Then we have a former mayor of New York. I won't mention his name. Now, I have no objection. He's a nice guy and he has his views. And he's more than entitled to his views, and he's more than entitled to run for president or anything else he wants to run for. But what, in my view, he is not entitled to is to buy an election.
So, Sabrina, how is the campaign handling this sort of criticism that what Bloomberg is trying to do is just outright buy an election, something that's never been done in American history?
Right. Well, that's a ridiculous premise that the Sanders campaign certainly is trying to promote. Americans cannot be bought. And I think it's insulting to a voter out there saying that their vote can be bought by someone. At the end of the day, the American people are going to decide who they think is best. And we hope that it's Michael Bloomberg. And we are getting out there and communicating our message, whether it's, on the TV waves or the radio airwaves. But we got into this race late. I mean, he got in November 21st. So we have a lot of time to make up right now and a lot of catching up to do to the other candidates to make sure that people know who he is.
And the campaign, you feel good? The campaign feels good about where Bloomberg is right now?
We do. We feel like we have the momentum, with the kind of the wind in our sails right now. I think, the polls are showing we're climbing and we're increasing. And in one of the polls, we're leading Biden right now. So we feel really confident. But that will be tested on Super Tuesday. So it will be exciting to see.
Well, I'll be watching. Well, Sabrina's thing. Thank you so much for coming to see us. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be covering the entire New Hampshire primary all night long, so stick with us. More on that when we come back. You're streaming Red and Blue.
It's not just about what I will do as president. It is also about what you, the people who love this country, the citizens of the United States of America can do to change it. That's what this election is all about.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
Where are you from?
Venezuela.
And you traveled the whole way with your son?
Sola.
Sí, sola.
Tenía amenaza.
¿Dónde está?
¿Estamos dónde?
En Estados Unidos. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell. Now from Washington, D.C.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell. Now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Stand back.
Because there's always something new under the sun. On CBS, Sunday morning.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony every morning on CBS This Morning.
It's not a caucus, it's a regular primary, so it'll be fine.
I'm hoping there'll be some clarity after the New Hampshire primary going for the rest of the country.
I just feel like I just connected with Joe, and he said all the things I wanted to hear. He has the experience.
Joe's had his day. I think he's been, great for the country, but it's time to move on. It's time for a new generation of leadership. And that's why I think Joe is slipping in the polls as Pete is rising in the polls.
I'm voting for Pete Buttigieg. I feel like he's got the most unifying message, and actually working on this campaign has made me a better person.
I'm trying to find a candidate that represents, immigrants and people with disabilities. So somebody that could represent more this underrepresented population.
How high on your priority list is it to find a candidate who can defeat Donald Trump?
Oh, very high. Very, very high. I just really want to beat Donald Trump.
That's your top priority?
It's my top priority because nothing else is going to get done if we don't do that.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano, live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester, New Hampshire. We will be here all night long, streaming the results as they come in. So here's something I don't get to say often. Come down for a drink and join our team of political correspondents and analysts as we break down everything you need to know. In just under an hour, all polls will be closed in the New Hampshire primary. That's when we could begin to see some results. Our Ed O'Keefe reports as the final votes are being cast.
Go Pete, we've got this!
Former Mayor Pete Buttigieg made a last-minute attempt to find voters this morning.
We need to pull off a big success, and it feels like it's shaping up well.
He's hoping to defeat the more progressive Senator Bernie Sanders, who's trying to be the first non-president to win back-to-back primaries here.
We have an agenda that speaks to the needs of working families all across this country.
In the last week, nobody has climbed faster than Senator Amy Klobuchar.
It is here that many candidates that are not as well known or maybe don't have the biggest bank account find their footing in the state of New Hampshire.
Klobuchar is hoping that undecided voters give her another look before casting a ballot. She had a breakout performance at last week's debate, and based on exit polls, almost half of voters said the debate was an important factor in their decision. Ed O'Keefe, CBS News, Manchester, New Hampshire.
Today, former Vice President Joe Biden revealed he would not be in New Hampshire tonight. Instead, he will be heading to South Carolina. Our Nicole Killian reports on what this could mean for his campaign.
We can fight for every vote we have here.
Former Vice President Joe Biden said he was after every vote, but left New Hampshire before they were even counted.
Going to South Carolina tonight.
Biden's poll numbers in New Hampshire have plummeted, and the campaign sees the primary in South Carolina, where he's more popular, as an opportunity to rebound. But there are more danger signs for Biden. The latest national poll shows he's dropped 9 points and now has former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg close on his heels. But Bloomberg is under fire tonight after a 2015 speech surfaced where he defends his controversial stop-and-frisk policy and explained why cops are put in minority neighborhoods.
Because that's where all the crime is. And the way you get the guns out of the kids' hands is to throw them against the wall and frisk them.
Bloomberg has apologized for the policy and did so again today.
I apologize. I own it.
Another candidate fighting for survival, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, who has seen some of her support slip against candidates like Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg, who is rallying here tonight. Elaine?
Nicole, thank you very much. I want to bring in Ed O'Keefe and Caitlin Conan. Ed is a CBS News political correspondent, and Caitlin is our CBS News political director. Welcome to both of you. Ed, let me start with you. We are getting closer to the polls closing. What are you going to be watching for if and when we see results later tonight?
We'll be watching especially to see how people who don't like Bernie Sanders sort of broke up their votes. Did they
favor Mayor Buttigieg? Did they favor Senator Klobuchar? How much support did Senator Warren and Vice President Biden get? Did someone like Andrew Yang or Tulsi Gabbard perhaps get those kind of liberal voters who were looking for a renegade candidate but maybe didn't want to back Bernie Sanders? And how much of the youth vote shows up tonight? Those between the ages of essentially 18 and 30. Was Sanders able to convince them to come off the campuses of Dartmouth and Keene State and here at Southern New Hampshire University, Franklin Pierce University, and turn out to vote? If they did, and if turnout is as large as expected, it's likely a good night for him and potentially also for Mayor Buttigieg, especially, who has made a big appeal to Republicans, to independents who might be willing to show up today, change their registration in the case of the Republicans, or in the case of the independents, just show up and play ball.
And Caitlin, as you know, New Hampshire is an open primary, and our exit polling shows right now that 45% of voters today call themselves independent. 53% say that they are Democrats. What does that say about the state of the race?
So basically what we saw today is that a lot of people went in with an open mind, and we saw from our exit polls, or early exit polls, that people made up their mind within the past couple days. So what I'm going to be watching is how does this play out between the battle for the progressive wing of the party and the more moderate wing of the party, because we saw about 40% of people said that they want to go back to more the Obama-era policies, but then 38% said they want more big change and reform. So as we move forward, which one of those two wins out?
Right, that really seems to be one of the major storylines that's evolving here. So Ed, Joe Biden is one of the more moderate candidates. A lot of the talk today has been about how he's headed to South Carolina. What is the campaign saying about that move?
Well, he has been saying since he spoke with CBS This Morning yesterday that he believes now that this race really won't be decided until voters in more diverse states actually get to weigh in. 1.3 million people here in New Hampshire, a little over 3 million in Iowa, predominantly white and rural states. When you have Nevada and South Carolina on the ballot next, which of course have larger Latino, Asian, and African American populations, Biden believes he'll find better appeal there. But a bad finish here tonight could spell big trouble for him in those states. There have been some surveys just in the last few days that show his lead, especially among black voters, has been cut in half in some cases, as Bernie Sanders, Tom Steyer, and Mike Bloomberg have all found favor with some of those voters. You are sitting next to someone, though, Elaine, who I think we should point out is uniquely qualified to talk about this, and we should ask her because she's been involved in these kinds of things in the past, and this is an important strategic and budgetary decision that a lot of these campaigns have to make.
You're absolutely right, Ed. I mean, so the idea that difficult choices have to be made at particular junctures, this would seem to be one of those junctures for Joe Biden's campaign.
And basically, you go into these things and you want to come out with momentum. And you might have every intention of staying in till as long as you can, but at the end of the day, it's about money. So I think tonight, after tonight, some of these candidates are going to have some tough choices to make. And also, when it comes to diversity and voters of color, I think if someone like an Amy Klobuchar or a Mayor Pete Buttigieg comes out of here with momentum, there might be voters down the road in some of these later states who give them a second look. And meanwhile, Mike Bloomberg is waiting in the wings and all the Super Tuesday states.
Right,
so.
Spending his money.
Exactly.
So for viewers who may not know your background, if you could just give us a little bit of a sense, because take us inside what it is like when you are a campaign at a stage like this, where, you know, Iowa's done. Now you're in New Hampshire. You're looking ahead to Nevada and South Carolina.
Well, it's all about money and it's all about resources and being able to book a ticket to the next place and pay your
That's
staff.
what it's about.
Exactly.
Making it to the next round.
Exactly. You've got to make it to the next route. And I've worked for campaigns in the past where I had bosses look me in the eye and say we were going to be in it the next day, and then I woke up and didn't have a job.
Right. So that's the reality.
Exactly. So you never really know. And I think that's something that we have to keep in mind here is, you know, these are all people who are working for folks that they believe in, and they think they're going to be in it till the end, but sometimes, you know, the news and the moment and the votes just get in the way of the best laid plans.
Right. I mean, a very human sort of dimension to all of these decisions that are being made.
And I was thinking, you know, a lot of these voters said that they made up their mind after the debate. And in 2016...
What do you think about that?
Yeah, so it could be good news for Amy Klobuchar. And I was thinking about it from the perspective of the Republicans in 2016, who here in New Hampshire, Marco Rubio had a really bad debate in New Hampshire. Hampshire, and he kept repeating the same lines over and over, and that really affected him. And he came out of Iowa with a lot of momentum, and after New Hampshire, he was down, I think, 5th place, and went on to South Carolina, but at the end of the day, he had to drop out not shortly thereafter.
Right, because these are the moments that are really shaping these voters' perceptions at this point. I want to ask you about gender, Caitlin. Our exit polling shows right now that 58% of voters say if the nominee is a woman, it will make a difference. It will make a difference in beating President Trump. 30% say it will be more difficult. What are you watching for from Senators Warren and Klobuchar tonight? So, no difference is what I meant to say. No difference, yeah.
No difference. Yeah, so basically I think we're going to see it all comes down to electability is the key question here. Right. And I think that means different things to different people and to voters. And so we're going to see if people think that they are the person who can take on Trump, because that is the #1 issue we're hearing from voters is they just want someone at the end of the day who can beat Donald Trump when it comes to the Democratic primary.
Is this a difficult issue, though, to really kind of get at the heart of it? Because, you know, no one wants to be kind of called a sexist, but and it's interesting, this dynamic now where you have, as our Caitlin Huey-Burns has found time and time again, talking to voters, they're really assessing based on what they think their neighbor or their friends or, you know, their family members might find acceptable.
Right, and everybody plays analyst these days.
Right.
You know, instead of going with their gut, I feel like when Caitlin's talked to voters or Ed or embeds on the campaign trail, hear from voters, they're always saying, well, this person might win here, so I don't really want to support them because my neighbor doesn't like them. And it's very hard to get into the nitty-gritty of it, because at the end of the day, it's, are you not supporting this person because you don't think they can win or because other people don't think they can?
And Ed, you know, you have been out there on the trail. I wonder what impact you think could the winner of tonight's primary in New Hampshire have on the sort of overall trajectory here on the Democratic side?
Oh, look, if we come out of this and essentially Buttigieg won Iowa, Sanders has won New Hampshire, or Buttigieg wins both, there's no denying that they are now indisputably front runners and everyone else is riding along in their wake. And I think the next big turning point here in terms of the entire field is what happens on Super Tuesday, March 3rd, when Mike Bloomberg finally appears on a ballot and isn't just getting written in by apparently some New Hampshire Democrats today, if you saw the results up in Dixville Notch, but actually is spending money to appear on the ballot and is facing off against the rest of this field, as will now sort of begin tomorrow as they start campaigning in places like North Carolina and California, in addition to Nevada and South Carolina. And I'll also be watching to see how these numbers here tonight begin to affect the erosion, especially for Joe Biden, not as much in Nevada, but in South Carolina. He had a 45 point lead at different points over the last several months in our Battleground Tracker surveys and in others. That lead in the last week appears to have been cut at least in half at the fortunes of Bernard Sanders and Michael Bloomberg. If that keeps up, it could really be game over for him come South Carolina primary night, because if you can't make it happen there, after now basically saying, I'm going to win in states that have larger minority populations, the case for Biden will be over.
And Ed, I wonder for undecided voters. Actually, let's go to this CBS News exit poll data. The age of primary voters here in the New Hampshire Democratic primary, Caitlin, as we look at these numbers here, 11% ages 18 to 29, 20% 30 to 44, 36% 45 to 64, and 33% 65 and over. What is your sense? What does that tell us about the kind of folks who decided to turn out tonight?
So I think we'll see at the end of this if more young voters turn out. And if young voters turn out, that's probably a good thing for Senator Sanders. But if it skews older, that could be a good thing for Mayor Pete Buttigieg and some of the more moderate voters who tend to skew older in terms of their support.
Ed, you know, on this question of undecided voters, I'm curious, based on the conversations that you've had, not just with voters here in New Hampshire, but in other parts of the country as well, is it clear what kind of issues might sway those people who are still undecided at this point?
It's primarily figuring out, Elaine, which of these contenders could defeat the president. If you're a Bernie Sanders supporter, you believe he can do it, and you believe that everything he does needs to be implemented yesterday. But if you're anyone else who hasn't picked a candidate, top of mind in every conversation we've had with them is, who is it that could defeat the president? That, I believe, is why we're starting to see many voters start to take a more serious look at Mike Bloomberg, because they're realizing he's got the money, he says he's willing to spend it, he's saying things about the president that they believe to be true and effective. And they're starting to see, of course, the slippage of people like Senator Elizabeth Warren and former Vice President Biden. The fact that Klobuchar will have seen a bounce, we believe, here tonight, now raises the question of, well, is she the woman potentially from the Midwest, a moderate who has good working relationships with Republicans, but has virtually no support among minority voters, the one who could potentially lead the party against the president? We'll have to wait and see. But she now probably faces greater scrutiny over that question, as does, of course, Mayor Buttigieg going into Nevada, where Latinos and Asians especially will play a larger role, and then, of course, to South Carolina, where black voters.
And Caitlin, CBS News, of course, will also be tracking the delegate count tonight. Remind us why that is so significant, because after all, this is a hunt for delegates.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And there's no winner-take-all states here. Yeah. So you can get a second or third and still go on and rack up delegates to make it to convention and get the nomination. But to Ed's point earlier, when people say they want someone who can defeat Trump, winning and placing well does matter, because if you get fourth or fifth, third, even if you get enough delegates to maybe continue on towards that pathway, voters might look at you and say, how can you take on the president if you can't win somewhere and actually emphatically defeat your competitors in a primary state? Why should we trust that you're the person who says they can beat Donald Trump?
Yeah. So before I let both of you go, let me just get your thoughts, starting with you, Caitlin. What are you going to be watching for, sort of one or two things you're going to be watching for tonight?
So I'll be watching to see how Joe Biden does and see potentially how this will affect his standing with black voters in South Carolina and beyond. And then also be watching for Michael Bloomberg and see where he plays into this race. As Ed mentioned, he's staying with a ton of money. He's got an aggressive travel schedule. He appears to be getting under the president's skin. The president keeps tweeting about him.
The president keeps directing some tweets as his way.
Exactly. Yeah. And they got into back and forth over race today, and that's an issue. You know, no Democrat is going to be able to win without the support of black voters. And that is something that is very real, and people are going to face scrutiny over their record for that. And so I'll be watching how he continues to pivot and message his record with stop and frisk.
Ed, what about you? What are you watching for tonight?
Elaine, I'm watching the fight for fifth place. And who gets it, and how does that potentially begin to compel or force them out of the contest? If it's Elizabeth Warren, her campaign argues, no, we're fighting on. They put out a very detailed 2,000-word memo this afternoon making the argument that when it comes to the delegate race, they're going to be just fine, thank you, because Mayor Buttigieg continues to poll behind Warren in national surveys of Democrats in 48 other states. If it's Biden, again, as we've been discussing, how does he afford to stay in for the next 18 days before South Carolina? And how does he salvage his support among African-American voters in South Carolina, especially among Latino voters in Nevada, and try to convince them to ignore what's already happened in Iowa and New Hampshire, the two states that traditionally propel somebody off to the nomination?
All right, Ed O'Keefe and Caitlin Conan, thank you both very much. Great to see both of you. Still to come, New Hampshire has a huge stock of independent voters, and many who voted today only recently made a decision about who to back. Ahead, we'll hear some people explain why they're struggling to pick a presidential candidate. You're streaming Red and Blue live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester.
You got to go with your gut and what you want, not what you settle for something that's a compromise.
A number of our candidates right now can out-debate Trump because, you know, like I said, they're going to go up there and they're going to speak to the issues of Americans. You know, Americans are tired of being told what to fear.
When I found a candidate that I really thought had that message, you know, it just, Pete resonated with me.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven?
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. It seems Iran's behavior is getting worse, not better. Are we at a tipping point where those decisions, do you think that the investigation is in peril?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. I do not know how to answer your question.
The president this morning tweeted something that I'd like you to clarify.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
In New Hampshire, more than 42% of voters in the state are registered as undeclared. On Monday, the top Democratic hopefuls made their final efforts to appeal to those undecided voters in the Granite State. President Trump also hosted a campaign rally in Manchester last night in an effort to rally Republicans. CBS News this morning co-host Tony DeCopel sat down with some voters there to talk about the candidates and the key issues that matter to them.
On a winter day in New Hampshire, there aren't too many places to go looking for voters. But over an ice fishing hole in Concord is one of them.
How many maggots do you put on a hook to catch a fish?
I'm going to put 3 on right now.
And that's where we met Dennis Witcher and Tim Moore.
You're a hunting guide primarily, you're a fishing guide.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Republican, you're a Democrat.
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of says it all when it comes to the New Hampshire primary, as many sort of Democrats review a field of candidates they only sort of like.
I'm struggling with the presidential race this year.
What's the struggle over?
The division in this country is probably the biggest issue that I have right now. It's just heartbreaking.
Whoa.
Little fish here.
Whoa.
Little guy.
Up here, we found reeling in fish can be easier than reeling in votes.
Healthcare is one of your top issues.
Yeah, I'm self-employed, so it's expensive. It's very expensive.
Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders seem to have Medicare for all plans, right?
Yep.
Free at the point of service. Sounds pretty good, no?
Well, how are we going to pay for it?
Another major campaign topic felt unavoidable.
This is 40 degrees. I got my coat open, but it's not supposed to be this hot.
No.
No, it's global warming. Climate
you say that
change.
with a smile. What do you think? You don't really believe it, do you?
It's a joke. You got to be kidding me.
Tim, are you with Dennis on that point?
No.
I didn't
You
think
think?
so. So your biggest issues are, in order, political polarization.
Healthcare.
Healthcare.
Healthcare and climate. I mean,
you mean the hoax that your friend here says is not affecting your business?
Not just climate change. I mean, the Trump administration is rolling back protections on our water at a staggering rate.
As Moore considers who might be able to help him, Witcher has his own mixed feelings about the person now in charge, President Trump.
What do you think of his character?
That's a tough call.
As he gave it some thought.
Whoa, I got one.
There you go. Reel him in. It's Tony's fish. This could be dinner.
Oh,
nice one.
I'm not going to grab it with my bare hand like you.
Then, back to the topic at hand.
I think on a personal level, he has a good character. But his public appearance, it's pretty crude.
Do you think he's always honest?
I think he's an honest person, but he sure does tell a lot of lies.
For now, Witcher is willing to look past it all for one reason.
How do you think the economy's doing?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I think his trade policies, the tariffs, dealing with China has helped a lot, and he's managed to keep the farmers happy.
We decided to warm up in Manchester, where President Trump has even stronger support.
What's your favorite thing that he's gotten done?
Everything.
All of it? What about you? What stands out?
My kids' college funds. They've thrived.
Yeah?
Yeah, along with our 401s, my wife's, myself's.
But also much stronger opposition from primary voters like Deborah Tolles and Jessica Pomerello.
I really like
Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah, I do. But I'm not sure if she can beat Trump or not.
And an ability to beat Trump is a big qualification for you.
Anybody can beat Trump. I have to agree with you on that one, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not that I don't like him.
Back on the pond, Witcher and Moore are as divided as anyone, but only politically.
So what advice do you have for the rest of the country to get along the way you two guys are?
Go fishing.
Yeah.
Makes life pretty easy.
Joining us now is Tom Rath. He is the former chairman of the New Hampshire Republican Party. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
So President Trump visited Manchester last night ahead of today's primary, and I want to go ahead and play some sound from that event. Let's listen to that.
You have crossovers in primaries, don't you? So I hear a lot of Republicans tomorrow will vote for the weakest candidate possible of the Democrats. Does that make sense? You people wouldn't do that. My only problem is I'm trying to figure out who is their weakest candidate. I think they're all weak.
So what is your sense, Mr. Rath? Is there a feeling among Republicans that all of these Democratic candidates are weak, as the president says?
Well, if there is, then we're wrong, because whoever emerges from this field, and I think it's a talented field, is going to be a strong candidate in the general election against the president. And first of all, Republicans cannot vote for a Democrat. An independent can, but not a Republican. So that doesn't happen. But you should never expect a general election to feel like a primary, because you can't replicate exactly the context in which it's going to be run. And when whoever goes through this process at all these candidates and gets sorted out, by the end it's a pretty good candidate. And I think Republicans are in for a tough race.
So our polling shows that Democratic voters in New Hampshire are driven in large part by a desire to defeat the president come November. So does that drive make you worried about turnout in the general election?
Well, two things. One, I think this president and his character or lack thereof animates the entire race. And I've been doing this since 1964. I've never seen a race so dominated by a particular personality as this race. And either you love him or you don't love him, and there's not a lot in between. So I think it's driving both sides to it. I think at the end, things like the economy matter. I think things like where we are in the world. But I think more than anything else, this election is about character.
And what about the impeachment trial? What effect have you seen here in New Hampshire because of that?
Well, both our senators voted to convict, and they're both Democrats. And I think that probably isn't surprising to people. I have to confess that I was a Mitt Romney guy a long time ago, and I think Senator Romney appealed to a lot of New Hampshire people, Republican and Democrat, because he put character ahead of party, and I think that's a very important thing.
So you, when you watched his comments, I assume you saw his comments. What did you think?
Well, Senator Romney's? I'm a friend. I'm a supporter. I was proud of him. I think he said some things that America needs to say occasionally, and brought a sense of dignity. I'm not saying that the president should have been removed, but that somebody said what drives me more than political considerations is my conscience. I think it's a very important point.
Turning back to tonight, what kinds of issues are New Hampshire voters most focused on, you think?
Well, the most important one is who can beat Trump. And we can kid around about all the others, but that's what matters. You're going to see in New Hampshire, which you don't see a lot of places, a very quick count. We're not going to be here all night. Once those machines close...
That's great news, Mr. Chairman. The best news I've heard.
We count fast and we count accurately. We have mostly machines, and you're going to get a pretty good sense. And then other people, way smarter than I, are going to have to sift out who survives and who goes on. But really, what Democrats are doing in this race more than any I've ever seen, and independents, are saying who's the strongest candidate in the field against Donald Trump. That's a more political but character-driven question.
So, according to the CBS News Battleground Tracker poll, Bernie Sanders was in the lead with 29% of New Hampshire primary voters. Why do you think he's having so much success in the state?
I'm sorry?
Bernie Sanders was in the lead according to our last Battleground Tracker poll.
He has an incredibly loyal, committed group that speaks to what I would call the left side of the Democratic Party. And that is a significant portion. But if you look at the Democrats who get elected to office in this state, such as former Governor Lynch, both senators who were both also former governors, they tend to be more centrist, liberal on social concerns, but relatively thrifty and conservative on spending. Now, they all got elected by saying no income tax.
Yes. What about Senator Amy Klobuchar? So following last week's debate, she's seen a bit of a surge. How do you think that changes the landscape in this primary?
Well, I think in these races, the one who gets hot last gets hot best. And I think she had a great debate. I was doing some stuff that night, and I was surprised how good she was.
As a Republican, what did you see?
Well, as a Republican, she's tough to run against. She's very quick on her feet. She was very telling in what she did. And she has a sense of optimism that maybe others don't. And she also came across to me as somebody who wants to bring people together as opposed to divide. I think that's a good argument here. Whether she started soon enough, whether she can get back in this race, we'll see tonight. But she's had a very good last 4 days.
So what are you going to be keeping your eye on here as the votes come in tonight?
Well, I think it's where the vote comes from. The fact you're going to get a big vote here because this is by far, this is by far our most important, most precious political possession. And you're going to get very thoughtful votes. I think Sanders will win because he has he's retained a constituency from when he beat Clinton here. But his numbers will go down. He got close to 58 or 60%. My guess he's going to be in the high 20s. And really, it's going to be how it sorts out. We don't decide it. We cut the field and we give the rest of the country a framework to look at it. I think maybe one or two will not go on from here or will go on here in wounded, but I think the race is clearly going to be different tomorrow morning than it is right now.
All right, Tom Rath. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Senator Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg are two candidates who were not among the favorites when the 2020 presidential race began, but they are now surging in New Hampshire, a state known for its surprises. CBS Evening News anchor and managing editor Norah O'Donnell spent part of the day with them as they made their final push in the Granite State.
You got your parka on? I do. Meanwhile, I have no jacket on because that's my thing.
Amy Klobuchar may not have a coat, but she does have momentum. And we spoke with her aboard her campaign bus earlier today.
People are realizing, you know what? She's actually doing better than anyone thought. And I think that's the story of my life, and that's the story of this campaign.
But tougher contests in Nevada and South Carolina, where Klobuchar is polling in single digits, lay ahead.
You talked about what you learned from your father being resiliency. Even if you do well in New Hampshire, it gets a lot harder after this.
It does. I'm a good campaigner, and I find a way to keep moving. And Nevada's a state. This is something people haven't realized. 2 women in the U.S. Senate. They have elected a majority women legislature. And so there's going to be some interesting things that are advantages to me in Nevada.
Do you think it's been the policy that's connected, or it's when you get personal with voters that connects?
I think that they are looking for someone that they believe and that they can trust.
You talk about empathy. People like Trump because he's a fighter.
Sure, but I'm a fighter too. I think we need someone tough to take him on.
Mayor Bloomberg has now risen to 3rd place. How do you compete against that?
Well, Michael Bloomberg is a force. He has billions of dollars. I don't have billions of dollars. So I actually think it's good he's going to be on the debate stage, because I'm never going to be able to beat him on the airwaves, but I can beat him on the debate stage.
Iowa helped propel Pete Buttigieg, and now expectations here in New Hampshire are high.
What constitutes victory for you?
It will be very important for us to put up a very good showing, even knowing that we are competing against some competitors who are from right here in New England.
How do you appeal to the progressive wing of the Democratic Party?
Well, my message to progressives is simple. I would be the most progressive president in the last half century. And yet, I'm also offering a way to do it that doesn't risk the further division and polarization that is already such a problem for our country.
There's a passion for Donald Trump.
He has his supporters and always will. But I'm also meeting so many people. They come to my events and they make it clear that they're used to voting Republican, but they're just sick of this. It's part of why I believe we need to build a movement that can welcome in those who will cross over. It's not going to be everybody.
Still to come, presidential hopeful Tom Steyer has left New Hampshire to rally voters in Nevada ahead of the state's caucuses. Ahead, we'll speak to his campaign's press secretary to find out how the businessman plans to rally voters there. You're streaming Red and Blue live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester.
But some of us are right and some of us are wrong. Some of us are ready and some of us are not. Some of us know what we will do on day one, and some of us haven't really thought that through enough.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCoppel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. It seems Iran's behavior is getting worse, not better. Are we at a tipping point where those decisions, do you think that the investigation is in peril?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margot, that's a great question.
Good question. I do not know how to answer your question.
The president this morning tweeted something that I'd like you to clarify.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Wherever we have to go.
We've just flown along the coastline.
Whatever we have to do.
Tonight, police were throwing the first rounds of tear gas.
Every evening, we are focused.
This is the main highway to the hardest hit areas.
On finding and telling the truth.
How does that hamper or hurt our national security?
Even among the ashes, you can see the signs of deforestation.
And earning your trust.
You traveled the whole way with your son?
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
While a number of Democratic candidates are in New Hampshire tonight, 2020 presidential hopeful Tom Steyer is campaigning in Nevada. The businessman left the Granite State to rally support with voters ahead of the upcoming Nevada caucus. Steyer has banked on Nevada and South Carolina as two must-win states in his run for the White House. Jake Lewis joins us now. He is the press secretary for the Steyer campaign. Jake, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So, as the Democratic playing field is focused on New Hampshire, Tom Steyer is currently campaigning in Nevada. Why is he focusing his time and energy elsewhere on primary night?
You know, it's kind of like he said in the debate stage. We really have to have the broadest coalition possible going into November to defeat Donald Trump. And that's why we see his message resonating in those diverse states. So he's really focusing there to where he can take his message and get it to the most broadest diverse audience possible.
But does he really have a viable path forward here without a decent showing in Iowa and New Hampshire?
You know, I think those states are so very different, and we're still seeing our poll numbers rise and our endorsements rise and our crowd numbers rise. And so he really is focusing on those places where his message is really resonating with that diverse coalition.
What made Nevada and South Carolina these two sort of pillars for your campaign?
You know, we just went in there and saw that his message as an outsider and really someone who can take on the corporate stranglehold of the government really resonating with those communities who often feel left behind by the American democracy. They feel underrepresented. They certainly don't feel heard by this president. So Tom's business background and his ability to kind of go in there as an outsider is really resonating with those communities who want someone to fight for them in D.C.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit, though? Especially when you talk about connecting with minority voters, right? Tom Steyer is a Caucasian man who is a billionaire businessman.
Yes.
At first blush, it would not seem as though he had perhaps much in common with those kind of voters that he might be trying to
I don't know if it's so much even about much in common, is that he is so comfortable talking about these issues, and he's such an honest and sincere man that when they hear from him, they really hear that he's actually speaking something that he believes in. And to them, that's the most important part. They trust him. They know his expertise. He's been fighting for these issues for a long time. That he's not some stranger who came in late into the game. So for them, that authenticity is really key for them to connect with Tom.
So given what the Steyer campaign has invested in Nevada and South Carolina, how critical is a win in one of those states?
You know, I think it is critical for us. It's obviously somewhere where we want to do well going into Super Tuesday and to keep seeing that momentum rise. We've seen our poll numbers rise, our endorsements rise, and so we're really hoping to keep that momentum going and proving to a bigger audience, especially on Super Tuesday, that he has actually something important to say.
Well, getting back to New Hampshire, I mean, what does the Steyer campaign consider to be success here in New Hampshire?
You know, I think here is we just want to beat expectations. I think we've been here, we have a great ground game, we've been all over the state, we've been here the last 5 days.
What does that mean, though, beating expectations?
You know, I don't think we have that kind of set number in it. The race is so wide open. We saw the exit polls today that almost 50% of people made up their mind after the debate, or the debate influenced their decision. So here, expectations is kind of a broad term. I mean, 2 weeks ago, if you had said Amy Klobuchar was kind of the fastest rising candidate, I wouldn't have believed you, but here we are. So everything's kind of in flux in this state.
So we have seen Tom Steyer's numbers rise recently with African-American voters. Earlier today, he slammed Mayor Michael Bloomberg over his defense of the controversial stop and frisk policy enacted during his time as New York City mayor. Should we expect to see similar kinds of attacks from Steyer as we move forward?
You know, I think what you're going to see is that Mayor Bloomberg is becoming a more forceful presence in this race. Super Tuesday is obviously going to be a strategy of his. His record is going to be under scrutiny just like anyone else's, and that's a big part of it. And so I think if he's going to come up and try and be representative of the Democratic Party, that should be examined, and it should really be refocused on in this new age.
Bottom line, if it's not a strong showing in Nevada and South Carolina for Tom Steyer, what does that mean for the campaign?
You know, we're going to keep going and see where we're at. We have field offices and staff growing in all those Super Tuesday states, so we're going to kind of see how it goes each state by state.
All right, Jake Lewis. Jake, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Still to come, a New Hampshire Democratic congressman was among one of the state's many undecided voters before he cast his ballot. So did any of the candidates manage to sway his decision? We'll hear what he has to say next. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Manchester.
Some of the polling precincts in New Hampshire have closed, and in this, the first-in-the-nation primary, there are early indications of a possible first-class upset in the making. Senator Gary Hart of Colorado may, just may, turn out to have a good chance of beating the expected frontrunner Walter Mondale.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news.
It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. It seems Iran's behavior is getting worse, not better. Are we at a tipping point where those decisions, do you think that the investigation is in peril?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. I do not know how to answer your question.
The president this morning tweeted something that I'd like you to clarify.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Wherever we have to go.
We've just flown along the coastline.
Whatever we have to do.
Tonight, police were throwing the first rounds of tear gas.
Every evening we are focused.
This is the main highway to the hardest hit areas.
On finding and telling the truth.
How does that hamper or hurt our national security?
Even among the ashes, you can see the signs of deforestation.
And earning your trust.
You traveled the whole way with your son?
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
In New Hampshire, voters have been at the polls casting their ballots in the first primary of 2020. On Monday, Democratic Congressman Chris Pappas, who represents New Hampshire's 1st District, posted this tweet of his absentee ballot and encouraged New Hampshire to get out and vote. But the freshman congressman has not yet publicly endorsed any one Democratic candidate. Earlier today, my colleague Lana Zach asked him about New Hampshire's first-in-the-nation status and whether he's ready to make an endorsement.
I purposefully did not get involved in the primary contest. I thought it was really important that the voters of New Hampshire were leading this effort, having really authentic conversations with the voters, doing what New Hampshire voters do best. And for me, I'm focused on my work here in Washington, but I'm excited to see the amount of energy and engagement that exists across our state. So, I'm not weighing in a public way in terms of, who I might have voted for or making any endorsements today. This is about the people of New Hampshire making that choice and then allowing the rest of America to weigh in as well.
Very unusual of you, and we see that Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg are certainly emerging as the two leading candidates there in your state. One obviously calling himself a Democratic socialist, the other a moderate. And as a freshman lawmaker, you're part of a new younger face of Congress. Do you feel like the Democratic Party is really divided along those two lines?
I don't necessarily think so. I think that what characterizes the new class in Congress, the freshman members that were elected in 2018, is that they're proximate to their districts. They understand what is on the minds of their constituents. And that may look like different things to different people, but I think we all ran in part to give voice to those concerns that had languished, frankly, for far too long here in Washington. So I think what voters want across the spectrum is a substantive conversation. And even folks that you hear that might be voting for Donald Trump today in the New Hampshire primary, voters that are voting in the Democratic contest, they want a really robust conversation about those kitchen table issues. So that's where I think this contest needs to go. And I think the candidates that are able to best connect on, how we can make this economy work for everyone, how we can protect our environment, invest in infrastructure, protect health care, those are the ones that are going to do the best today.
And do you think that the Democratic Party is really united along those lines? Particularly, you mentioned health care, and that's one area in which there are very different ideas about how the United States should repair our health care system between those two top frontrunners.
There are competing ideas, but I think what unites Democrats and many independents and even some Republicans is the value that health care should be treated not as a privilege for the wealthy or the few, but as a right for every American. And so we need to take some additional steps to make sure that everyone is covered and that that coverage is affordable for individuals. That's what we all talked about in our campaigns in 2018, and I think what largely unites the Democratic field. I'll say this. I think I've never seen more folks less sure about their choice, not because they don't feel that there are good options to select for the nominee for our party for president, but because they know the stakes are high. They know what's happening right now in our political system, and they know we got to get back to a point where we can actually address some of these issues in a fundamental way. So I think for Democrats today, they might be able to render a verdict in New Hampshire, but I think they'll largely be satisfied with whoever the party selects as its nominee to try to beat Donald Trump in November.
Well, we certainly see that in our CBS News polling, that's the number one concern among voters. Speaking about New Hampshire and just coming off of the Iowa caucuses, there have been a lot of critiques about whether these two states should really retain their first-in-the-nation status, because critics say that these two states don't really represent the country. And we were hearing the same thing from former Vice President Biden, who is immediately going to take off and head to South Carolina. So do you still think that this is the right way for the Democratic Party to choose the nominee?
Well, certainly a primary is a different animal than a caucus, and so we'll see broader participation today than we saw in Iowa. And also, frankly, it's a state-run election, and so it'll go a lot more smoothly, and we'll have a very clear verdict rendered tonight by the voters of New Hampshire. But I think the four early states taken together represent the diversity of America, and I think there is a benefit to starting in states that have a small scale where you can have the type of intimate campaigning and hear the type of concerns directly from the voters that you do in New Hampshire. Frankly, I don't know that we would have seen plans from so many of the leading candidates in 2016 on the opioid crisis had these candidates not come to New Hampshire and heard really heart-wrenching personal stories from voters about folks struggling in their families and people that were lost to the opioid epidemic. So I think these conversations make a difference to shape the national debate. I don't know that we would have them in the same meaningful way if we were really just in these big media-driven states where the candidates don't get proximate to the voters. So that's where I think the value is that New Hampshire can add. And we've had this institution, this New Hampshire primary, for over 100 years now. We started it in part to take power away from the party bosses and to put it in the hands of the voters who can directly select the nominees of the parties. And I think it's still relevant and really important to how our system functions.
So you know New Hampshire, obviously. The whole nation right now is looking at your state. Anything that you think might ultimately end up surprising folks who are watching the results of tonight's primary from the outside?
One of the things I think we should watch is where the independent vote goes. 42% of the registered voters in New Hampshire are not affiliated with either major party, and so they can participate in either contest. So I think it'll be instructive to see where those independents are voting, if they're picking up a Democratic ballot or a Republican ballot today, in overwhelming numbers. In addition to that, I think we should look at some of the candidates that might be outside of what we consider to be the top tier and how they're performing. So does, an Amy Klobuchar exceed expectations? Does a Joe Biden not quite meet expectations in New Hampshire? That can have ramifications for what happens beyond our state. So I think there's an opportunity to shape the national debate and also what the field looks like from this point on. And I think voters in the rest of the country are, looking forward to participating in this contest too. I think they would benefit from having a somewhat narrower set of choices so that the verdict can be clearer on where Democrats want to go for their nominee.
Well, we will be watching for all of that. Congressman Pappas of New Hampshire, thank you.
While we wait to see the numbers, I want to bring in Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. All right, so we looked at polling before tonight, and it showed that Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg were in this extremely tight race. So, Linda, what could the results from tonight mean for both of those candidates?
Well, I mean, if it ends up being the tight race that we're projecting or anticipating, that's a solid win for Pete Buttigieg. It wasn't very long ago that nobody knew who he was and couldn't pronounce his name. And here he is, toe-to-toe with a candidate who won the state last cycle by 22 points. And so if that ends up being the outcome, that is a solid win for Pete's campaign.
Yeah, what are you watching for, Antoine, with these two?
I think there will be a number of people who will have the ability to claim victory tonight. You know, victory in a place like New Hampshire is definitely subjective versus objective. You will have a momentum claim of victory from Bernie and Pete, and you will have this tremendous energy and surge from Amy Klobuchar, who, as I look at some of the early exits and some of the chatter around this election, she is surpassing Elizabeth Warren, who's the neighboring senator in New Hampshire. So I think she's going to claim some type of victory and momentum tonight. And keep in mind, when you are a candidate on the bubble, momentum turns into money, and money turns into more support, theoretically. So I think that's going to make a big difference tonight. You'll see a number of people claim victory, but you're also going to see some people have to make some tough decisions.
And Leslie, I want to ask you about somebody who is not on the ballot tonight, Michael Bloomberg. So President Trump said earlier today that he would rather run against Michael Bloomberg than Bernie Sanders. Bloomberg, as I said, not on the ballot, but is it significant that his campaign is getting this attention from President Trump?
It certainly is, and the Republican National Committee has obviously been pushing that audio that came from the Aspen Institute, where he's talking about, like, Xerox and crime and African-American community. It's very pivotal. I think that's going to be damaging to some extent of this emerging campaign. This is a game, a high-contact sport in politics, and undermining the campaign early on when they were up with $300 million worth of advertising, that's a serious threat to the president. He's taking it seriously. And the gloves are off in terms of political points, gathering political points.
Antoine?
But you do not attack what you do not fear in this business. And I think there's some real fear from the Republican Party about the idea of Mayor Bloomberg possibly being our nominee because of his resources. He is one of very few people in the Democratic space who can push back pound for pound with the president and all of the Republican entities that follow about anything relating to his record, or he can also block and tackle. So he can block out what they're trying to do and tackle the issues that are important to the American people, as well as define the president for his negatives. And I think that's why you see it. That's why you saw it with Biden, and now you're starting to see the shift to Mayor Bloomberg.
I think the difference is it's such an unknown. It's very much a distraction, but you don't know what massive amounts, billions of dollars put this early into a presidential campaign is going to have on the impact, whether or not he is the nominee, how that rolls out, and, is the Democratic Party ready to have this battle of billionaires? It's really hard to say. That's the heart of the Democratic Party.
All right, I'm afraid we have to leave it there for now. Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, thank you all very much. We are going to take a quick break. Polls close in just a few moments in New Hampshire. We'll have full coverage of those results when we come back. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news.
It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C. Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven. I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Wow. That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Wherever we have to go,
We've just flown along the coastline.
whatever we have to do,
Tonight, police reporting the first rounds of tear gas.
we are focused on finding and telling the truth and earning your trust. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Everyone, I'm Elaine Quijano, live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester, New Hampshire. The last polls have just closed, and we are getting in the first results. Right now, CBS News is characterizing it as a three-way race, with Bernie Sanders holding an edge. Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar are neck and neck behind him. Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren are having poor showings. Tonight's primary is crucial to the presidential candidates and could help narrow down the Democratic field. While we wait to see the numbers, I want to bring in James Pindell, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, and Caitlin Huey-Burns. James is a political reporter for the Boston Globe. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Caitlin, of course, is our intrepid CBSN political reporter. Caitlin, I want to start with you. You are at a Pete Buttigieg event in Nashua, New Hampshire. Tell us what the feeling there is tonight from the Buttigieg campaign.
That's right, Elaine. We just rushed from your set a half hour down the road to Nashua, where the Pete Buttigieg campaign is based. They're going to be looking at the results coming in. They have a big screen down behind me, and the crowd here was counting down to 8 o'clock, waiting for those polls to close and cheering at the close of them. They also are looking at the returns coming in so far. They seem to be happy with where Buttigieg is standing. Let's just take a minute to kind of think about where Buttigieg wants to go tonight. He came out of Iowa in that kind of chaotic caucus process a week ago, claiming victory there without the results, headed straight to Iowa, actually beat us getting on the ground, Straight to New Hampshire beat us getting on the ground here, and has been having at least 5 events per day here on the ground in New Hampshire, all across the state. And they've really been focusing on these 42% of voters here who are unaffiliated with the party and can participate in the Democratic Party primary if they wanted to. They certainly sensed an opening in Joe Biden's support, seeing how they outpaced him significantly in Iowa, particularly in those counties that swung from Obama to Trump in 2016. But what they're dealing with now on the ground here, too, is the rise of Amy Klobuchar. And you can see in those early returns that she could be poised to have a good night as well. So I think the storyline tonight is, as Joe Biden, the former vice president, has already left the state, headed to South Carolina today, kind of giving up on New Hampshire, where are those potential supporters going? Where are those supporters in the more moderate lane of the party going? Are they going to Buttigieg? Are they going to Amy Klobuchar? And kind of what does that do moving forward? And, you know, I talked to a lot of voters on the ground here at Pete Buttigieg events over the past few days who said that they wanted someone that has a fresh face, that can bring new ideas for the party. And so we'll see if he's able to really capitalize on the momentum that he created for himself in Iowa. But this seems like an excited crowd. The music is going, and we'll see how it goes.
And James, let me turn to you. When you look at where things stand at this moment, obviously it's early in the night, but you see that Amy Klobuchar, as Caitlin was pointing out, really seems to be capitalizing, at least so far, on what they've been calling momentum here in these final days.
Yeah, there's 2 numbers you really focused on those early exit numbers. One was the number of young people that voted, which was significantly down. That is a big driving factor as to why this race may be as close as it was. Of course, Bernie Sanders crushed it among young people here in 2016. He was really hoping to do that here. This time, that's why he finished his whole campaign with a major rally at the University of New Hampshire. I don't know if there's 1 or 2 things that could have happened there with him. One, he just ended up not driving out the turnout. Second, there is a new voter law in this state that has caused a lot of controversy that may make it more complicated on the back end, particularly for college students to vote. Democrats have tried to put this in lawsuit. You've heard presidential candidates talk about that. I'm not sure if that's at play or just Sanders didn't drive him out. But to your point about Klobuchar, look, this number right now is only going to get better for her. And the reason is you look at where these numbers are coming in from. They're largely in the northern part of New Hampshire. All
right, hold that thought for just a moment. We have just been told, CBS News can now report, according to Andrew Yang's campaign manager, he is confirming that Andrew Yang is suspending his campaign. This is now official from Andrew Yang's campaign manager, confirming he's suspending his campaign. You know, I want to maybe get your thoughts, Linda Tran, because as a Democratic strategist, we watched as he appeared to kind of have some staying power. We're going to, by the way, take you to this Yang event just as soon as Andrew Yang speaks to his supporters there. But as we wait for that to happen, it was an interesting sort of place that he occupied, not really a traditional lane, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Andrew is, on a personal note, I know him myself. I think he's super interesting in general. He's very open-minded. All of those things that we saw on the campaign trail, that collegial nature, and just fundamental belief in the power of universal basic income to address poverty and elevate economic opportunity in this country. That's not something that he invented for the campaign. It's a movement that he's been part of for several years now, and something he's certainly very committed to. I mean, I think he'd be the first to say he was a rather unlikely candidate. You know, he was able to harness, I mean, we're talking about the interest of young people. He was able to harness a movement of Yang Gang acolytes who were interested in what he was selling, essentially.
So active on social media.
So active, and that was what powered his ability to stay in the race up until now. Lots of small dollar donations. You know, we kept seeing the FEC filing showing him in, you know, the millions, and I think that really kind of surprised people. I'll be interested to see if he decides to come out and show some support, endorse one of the candidates that are left in the field or not. Suffice it to say, I don't think this is the last that we've seen of him.
All right. As we continue to keep our eye on that event, let's turn to the Broadcast Center, CBS News Broadcast Center in New York, where our CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, is standing by. So, Anthony, we're going to continue continue to keep our eye on this Andrew Yang event. Apologies in advance if we have to interrupt, but what is it that you have for us? What can you tell us?
I just want to quickly let you know why we characterized the race as we did coming out at 8 o'clock. You see Bernie Sanders out in front of what is effectively a three-way race right now at 28, then 22, and 20. Amy Klobuchar clearly outperforming her pre-election polling right there. But let me zoom you in here a little bit. I'm going to show you Manchester, New Hampshire. This is one place where it could be key for Bernie Sanders. We're starting to get some data in there, Elaine. And just around here in the Manchester, New Hampshire area, our estimates have Bernie Sanders doing even a little bit better than that at 28-21. That's coming off of some of our exit poll precincts, so it's very preliminary. But it's one of the things we're going to be watching. It's one of the reasons we can say, at least at this point, that it's Sanders out ahead of what is a three-way race, Elaine.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, we will check back in with you throughout the night. Back on the topic of Andrew Yang, Antoine, I'm going to ask you next. What do you make of this news that he's suspending his campaign? And as Linda was saying, where do you think that support now goes, those people who are standing behind Andrew Yang?
So there's several ways to look at this. Number one, you now have only one candidate of color left in the Democratic nomination process, when at the beginning of this process, everyone agrees that the diversity of our party, particularly black and brown voters, are such a key component of our long and short-term success. Number two, I think this is just a prime example of which I always talk about, of how there's a disconnect between the social media bubble and the reality of what's on the ground. There's no doubt in my mind, Andrew Yang had a hell of a following on social media. He was busy. They were very interactive. And you would think that his support was wide and deep. But that did not transfer to the first two states in this nomination process. And I think that's been a lesson for a number of candidates who are no longer with us in this process. What's in the bubble and what's on social media is totally different than what's on the hearts and minds of voters. And you can take that same thinking and position when you look at the policy agenda and the policy issues that tends to connect with voters. What it also means is that those voters are going to have to find a home. They're non-traditional Democratic likely voters. And so I think the most attractive candidate off the surface could be Mayor Pete, and he could really benefit from being a new shockwave of energy into this nomination process.
Well, look, I mean, Andrew Yang is a political newcomer. It's incredible that he's some random guy with an idea that got this far to the New Hampshire primary night, and he bested out, 14 other Democrats who were governors, and they were senators, and they were members of Congress.
Sitting senators,
It's incredible, but he made a tactical mistake. I was talking with him Saturday night, had an interview with him backstage. He knows he went all in on Iowa. He was told to go all in on Iowa. It was a huge mistake. He was able to raise a lot of money. He was an interesting candidate here in New Hampshire. If he had focused here, this is a part of his regrets. He thinks he would have been a better, bigger player. And we have not heard the last of Andrew Yang, and that's not a random statement. He told me he is interested in running again for president, maybe in 2024. We'll see. Obviously, it depends if the Democrat will be in the White House or not.
Prayerfully.
But he's not going to. But this, again, it's an incredible moment for him that he got this far. He did make a very big tactical mistake, which he now says he owns, but we have not heard the last of him.
Yeah, I mean, what about that, though, a future for Andrew Yang? Linda, what are your thoughts on that in the Democratic Party here moving forward?
Well, I mean, I think the Democratic Party is always looking for young, fresh faces that have great ideas. And I think that, why I say that you haven't seen the last of him is I would not be surprised at all if he ended up in somebody's cabinet at some point, leading some part of government, assuming there's a Democratic administration. I mean, I will say this. It is not as if he didn't treat New Hampshire with some commitment and some investment. I mean, he was in the state for, he came to the state at least 24 times. He had more than 130 events all around the state. So it's not as if he didn't make a play for it.
Money on ads that he spent about $2 million on ads in Iowa when he had this money coming in, and he could have focused here and it made a bigger play. But, I mean, what are you going to do? Like get sixth place? He was between sixth and ninth place in Iowa, and who cares?
But make no mistake, this process and our party will be better because of Andrew Yang. I think he was one of the candidates that really pushed the conversation in a non-traditional way when you started thinking about universal income, what that means, and the people he was able to engage and involve. And I commend him because a good teammate knows they are not the person to perhaps take the shot when the big game is on the line, and Lord knows the big game is on the line line for Democrats. And so he was able to step aside and say, you know what, someone else deserves to take the final shot.
But I think ultimately what it really shows is how important organization is, right? I mean, and I think this is part of the point that Antoine was trying to make earlier about social media is great, it's fun, and today's voter really expects to be able to engage on that level. But if you want to win a campaign, you have to be able to organize, you have to have discipline, you have to have a structure that will allow you to turn those, curious individuals into voters.
At the same time, Leslie, as we continue to keep our eye on this event where we expect to see Andrew Yang, if you're just joining us, who is going to be suspending his 2020 campaign, we're going to take you to that event just as soon as it happens. You talk about social media. President Trump has an incredible connection with people and uses that Twitter platform unlike any other commander-in-chief has ever before. And as a candidate, that was something that was kind of scoffed at, frankly, by a lot of people, including political pundits, as being sort of a very out there kind of way to reach out to voters. And yet we have only seen his incredible social media following grow here over time.
Right. It's over 74 million people right now that he has direct communication with. He doesn't have to wait and do an interview, though he does it exclusively on perhaps Fox or other places that he feels he has a very friendly, receptive set of journalists and commentators. I want to go back to Andrew Yang for a specific reason. He used technology to his benefit. He was somebody who's not a traditional candidate, having never been elected, but he's also somebody who raised the specter to say, in the last debate, you are focused on the problem, like on the symptoms, but not really the problem. You're not offering solutions that are a good contrast to understand the economy, why people may want to choose a Democrat over a Republican. He was the smartest guy with the smartest line in that debate, and I think the ramifications are really impactful.
Let's go ahead and
redirected the focus.
Let's go ahead and listen in here. Just take a moment as Andrew Yang greets his supporters. Let's listen.
Hello, New Hampshire. How are you? Thank you so much for being here. And I want to give a special thank you to my rock, my wife, Evelyn, who's been with us every step of the way. I love you and appreciate you so much, baby. Thank you so much. New Hampshire and everyone who supported this campaign, thank you for everything you've done to make this campaign possible over these past months. You all have uplifted me and inspired me and Evelyn in this campaign at every turn. Your passion and energy, your donations and hundreds of thousands of hours calling, volunteering, your enthusiasm, dedication, and commitment. We've accomplished so much together. We have brought a message of humanity first and a vision of an economy and society that works for us and our families to millions of our fellow Americans. We went from a mailing list that started with just my Gmail contact list to receiving donations from over 400,000 people around the country and millions more who've supported this campaign. One of the things I'm most proud of, we gave $1,000 a month to 13 families around the country, including Jody Fassey right here in New Hampshire. We highlighted the real problems in our communities as our economy is being transformed before our eyes by technology and automation. And Americans know now that when you go to a factory in Michigan, you do not find wall-to-wall immigrants doing work. You find wall-to-wall robot arms and machines doing the work that people used to do. We stood on the debate stage and shifted our national conversation to include the fourth industrial revolution, a topic no one wanted to touch until we made it happen here with this campaign. Our signature proposal, universal basic income, has become part of the mainstream conversation. We increased the popular support for universal basic income to 66% of Democrats. and 72% among voters 18 to 34. Without a doubt, we accelerated the eradication of poverty in our society by years, even generations. And that is thanks to all of you who are here tonight. Though thousands of voters came out for our campaign tonight is not the outcome we fought so hard to achieve. It is bitterly disappointing for many of us, but it shouldn't be. Every single day I've been campaigning, I've had supporters say to me, "Your campaign helped me out of a depression. Thank you." Yeah. Working on this campaign has made me a better person. I met my significant other because of you. Your campaign brought my family together. Your campaign got me excited about politics for the first time. These are all things that people have said to me in the past days, and they are the reasons why I am so incredibly proud of this campaign and what we've accomplished together. We have touched and improved millions of lives and moved this country we love so much in the right direction. And while there is great work left to be done, you know I am the math guy, and it is clear tonight from the numbers that we are not going to win this race. I am not someone who wants to accept donations and support in a race that we will not win. And so tonight I am announcing I am suspending my campaign for president.
We love you, Andrew!
Thank you, I love you too. Thank you, New Hampshire. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, New Hampshire. I love you too. This is not an easy decision or something I made lightly with the team. Endings are hard, and I've always had the intention to stay in this race until the very end. But I have been persuaded that the message of this campaign will not be strengthened by my staying in this race any longer. Endings are hard, New Hampshire, but this is not an ending. This is a beginning. This is just the starting line. This campaign has awakened something fundamental in this country and ourselves.
This is the movement!
This movement has outlasted over a dozen senators, governors, and members of Congress to become the most exciting force in this entire race. The Yang Gang has fundamentally shifted the direction of this country and transformed our politics, and we are only continuing to grow. I'd like to thank my incredible staff and the hundreds of people who left their lives and their jobs to join and build this campaign. I know what a risk that was. Very few people joined this campaign because they thought it was going to be a good career move. So thank you. Thank you to my team. My goal when I first started running was to solve the problems that got Donald Trump elected. In order to do that, I will support whoever is the Democratic nominee. That said, I hope this campaign can be a message and a word of caution and guidance to my Democratic colleagues that Donald Trump is not the cause of all of our problems. He is a symptom of a disease that has been building up in our communities for years. We must cure the disease that got him elected. And in order to do that, we must address the real problems that affect our people and offer solutions to actually solve them. I stand before you tonight and say that while we did not win this election, we are just getting started. This is the beginning. This movement is the future of American politics. This movement is the future of the Democratic Party.
Andrew Yang announcing that he is suspending his campaign. Let's take you now over to Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is also speaking at this hour. She's also in Manchester, New Hampshire. Let's listen in.
For our nomination up for grabs, and Americans in every part of the country are going to make their voices heard. That's right. The question for us Democrats is whether it will be a long, bitter rehash of the same old divides in our party, or whether we can find another way. Senator Sanders and Mayor Buttigieg are both great people, and either one of them would be a far better president than Donald Trump. I respect them both. But the fight between factions in our party has taken a sharp turn in recent weeks, with ads mocking other candidates and with supporters of some candidates shouting curses at other Democratic candidates. These harsh tactics might work if you are willing to burn down the rest of the party in order to be the last man standing. They might work if you don't worry about leaving our party and our politics worse off than how you found it. And they might work if you think only you have all the answers and only you are the solution to all our problems. But if we're going to beat Donald Trump in November, we are going to need huge turnout within our party. And to get that turnout, we will need a nominee that the broadest coalition of our party feels like they can get behind. Cannot afford to fall into factions. We can't afford to squander our collective power. We win when we come together. You know, the Reverend Jesse Jackson once said, "It takes two wings to fly." And I think he's right. Our campaign is best positioned to beat Donald Trump in November because we can unite our party. We can unite this party and this country by mobilizing people behind ideas that are not only popular with huge majorities of the American people, but that also accomplish structural change for our broken government and our rigged economy. We can unite people around a wealth tax on the very richest Americans so we can invest in education for all our children. We can unite people around ending corruption in Washington, ending the corruption that has meant stagnant wages, rising costs, and a tighter and tighter squeeze on the middle class. We can do that. Ending corruption that leaves more and more working families with less and less hope for a better future, and that has crushed people of color even harder. Ending the corruption that has shortchanged our kids, our schools, and the very survival of the planet they will inherit. Families in America today are running out of time. We have faced decades of shrinking opportunity, decades of rising inequality, decades of a widening racial wealth gap. Big business has captured and used government to serve its own interests at the expense of smaller businesses and the expense of the American people. I believe in markets, But markets without rules are theft. Markets without rules perpetuate racial discrimination. And for too long, the rules have been rigged against people who just want a level playing field. 2020 is our time to change who makes the rules. Now, it was never my plan to run for office of any kind. We're glad you did. Well, good. But not my plan. And I have been in this fight, though, this fight for working families for decades. I fought credit card companies as they tried to trick and track consumers. I fought our own banking regulators to hold them accountable during the financial crash. I fought to build a new federal agency to protect consumers from predatory financial institutions. And I got in this fight. I ran for office because I saw that families were being squeezed harder than ever, and too many politicians were not getting enough done. I'm here to get big things done. Because here's the thing about politicians. Whether they're offering vague platitudes or powerful rhetoric, they will ultimately face the same test, actually getting anything done in a Washington that is badly broken. Americans from all political backgrounds don't need a bunch of flowery words to explain this. They know deep down in their bones exactly why government doesn't work for them. It's corruption, and we need to call it out for what it is. Corruption that gives lobbyists a louder voice than voters. The corruption that lets big companies pay nothing in taxes while small businesses pay full freight. The corruption that ensures that nothing ever changes on gun violence or climate policy or drug prices, even though nearly everyone in America wants change. And let's be specific here. On a day when career prosecutors showed more backbone than almost every Republican senator standing up to this president, Americans of all political stripes are gravely concerned about the corruption of a Trump Justice Department that abandons the rule of law to give sweetheart deals to criminals who commit their crimes on behalf of Donald Trump. And yes, Roger Stone, I'm looking at you. So tonight I have a message for our party and for this nation. Our best chance of beating Donald Trump is with a candidate who can do the work, and I mean the hard, disciplined work. A candidate who can build a campaign to unite our party, and a candidate who can build a movement that is ready to take on corruption and win. We can take on corruption in Washington is if we're not beholden to it. Let's just check the facts. Amy and I are the only candidates in this race who are not either billionaires or supported by super PACs. And unlike other candidates, I don't fund my campaign by spending time behind closed doors sucking up to wealthy donors. is powered by you. It is powered by people. And over the past year, I've had the chance to shake hands or hug way over 100,000 people in more than 220 town halls in 29 states and Puerto Rico. And you know, there are a lot of differences among us. We come from different backgrounds, different religions, languages, and experiences. We have different dreams and different aspirations. We feel the urgency of this moment in different ways. But with all of those glorious differences, for the most part, we want the same things. We want an America where decisions in Washington aren't bought and paid for by lobbyists and big donors. We want an America where every person has a voice in our democracy. We want an America where fossil fuel companies don't have a vice grip on our planet. An America where we can breathe the air and drink the water. An America where every child can dream big and actually have a chance to make it. Because no matter the color of your skin, who you love, how you worship, or what zip code you live in, you deserve an America where you are safe and your opportunities are just as good as anyone else's. You are amazing. I can see that America. That America is within our reach. And if you can imagine that America, if you think it's worth fighting for, then join us. Go to ElizabethWarren.com right now, pitch in a few bucks, sign up to volunteer, get involved with our campaign. This moment will not come our way again. So tonight, I'm here to say thank you. Thank you to every volunteer. Thank you to every organizer, to every door knocker, to every phone banker, for every $5 donor. Thank you. Thank you for helping build a movement to take back our democracy and to rebuild it from the grassroots up. And while I'm thanking everyone, I want to take just a moment, where are you, to thank my sweetie Bruce. I also want to thank the good boy who posed for one selfie after another, our Bailey. The fight we're in, the fight to save our democracy, is an uphill battle, but our campaign is built for the long haul. And we are just getting started. Grateful down to my toes for what our campaign has been able to accomplish so far. My plans for this country have been influenced by letters pressed into my palms by little girls. My will to fight has been strengthened by the people who have whispered their dreams in my ears. My determination to lead a movement has been forged by the tens of thousands of people who have said they are ready to fight for an America they know we can be. Because if we have the hope that comes with dreaming big, if we have the courage to fight hard, we are going to win. Thank you.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren addressing her supporters in Manchester, New Hampshire. Our CBS News Decision Desk has been crunching the numbers all night, has some new information. Let's get right to New York. Our Tanya Rivero is standing by with Anthony Salvanto. Tanya?
Thanks so much, Elaine. Yeah, we have some pretty interesting news to report. Anthony, do you want to talk about the fact that both Biden and Warren look like they're not on pace to get any delegates?
They are not on pace to get delegates, and that means that with them below that magic threshold that the Democrats set, which is 15%, both of them are below that right now, and our models are pointing such that they won't break 15%, so they're not on pace to get delegates. But let me show you something else, Tanya. Let me describe for you what is happening between Sanders and Buttigieg as well. One of the things to watch here, we have now moved this race, our characterization of it, to lean Sanders. Lean Sanders means that he's got an edge. It is not certain by any stretch that he will win, but he is leading right now. And one of the reasons for that is that he has so far been doing pretty well in the key urban centers, in Manchester, in Concord. If I go in here and I zoom in, I'm going to get you a little bit closer now to Manchester and Concord. You see those places are in purple. That is our color that indicates a Sanders lead. So he's doing well there. He's doing well in Concord. That's helping him, but he's also done well in a lot of other little towns that have reported as well rather consistently.
And those are urban centers that tend to lean more progressive. Is that right, Anthony?
He will find plenty of liberal voters there. But one thing I would notice, roughing off of that point, is that that number is just about where his pre-election polls were. He has a very solid level of support, but it has not yet grown. It's not above 30%. It's not to 35. The other candidates are still dividing that vote behind him. I think one of the interesting things, whatever happens here tonight, is can Bernie Sanders then start to grow his support beyond what he has? And what he has is rock solid.
What's so interesting, though, to me is how well Amy Klobuchar is doing.
Yes.
7 out of 10 voters who voted for her say they decided very recently to vote for her.
Yes, and that is perhaps the most, if not, or the second most important point of the night. There are a few smaller towns where I can point to, Bedford for one of them, not that small, frankly, but those places where she has done well. But what really you start to see is in all of these smaller towns, she is close. Maybe not over Sanders, but she is close to Sanders. And the other thing I will tell you is we look for patterns, and in her vote, it correlates fairly well with Hillary Clinton's vote from 2016. So you start to get this picture of a non-Bernie Sanders part of this electorate, and she is picking up a lot of that.
So let me ask you something. Since obviously Sanders is doing well as expected, and Buttigieg is also doing well as expected, Biden and Warren were not doing as well as expected. Is Amy Klobuchar getting votes from their campaigns?
Yes, that seems to be the case. And that's from the exit polls, where what you see is folks who, like I said, aren't with Bernie Sanders. And there was late movement towards Klobuchar. Folks in the exit poll told us that that debate was critical. A lot of people thought she did well in that debate. Voters certainly did. And that very, very large late deciders number is also important. Those late deciders breaking towards her, they didn't go to Sanders. They almost certainly came from a Biden or a Warren.
And at this point, how many of the larger townships are almost all in?
We're still waiting for a number of the suburbs around places like Portsmouth. A lot of college-educated voters there, around Dover. And we'll see as the rest of that comes in, Tanya.
A lot of purple over there, though.
Yep, plenty of purple, but also plenty of gray, which means not in yet.
All right, Anthony, thank you so much. Elaine, back to you.
All right, Tanya, Anthony, thank you very much. We want to tell you that in the time that Anthony and Tanya were talking, we have just learned that Senator Michael Bennett has announced he is exiting the race. And I want to turn to my panel here for some reaction. Linda, your thoughts on Senator Bennett's campaign? Perhaps not a surprise seeing where he was polling in the field.
Not a surprise at all. I mean, Senator Bennett just never saw his efforts take off in any level. We didn't see, some of this fervor and excitement that we saw for Andrew Yang, for example. We've not heard a lot of discussion about about him. And that's not to say that, he's not somebody who's popular within his state. I mean, it is worthwhile to point out that he is a valued statewide candidate in a battleground state. And so we should absolutely expect to see him out on the stump moving forward. But his campaign just really never struck a chord.
Is there anything to be gleaned, Antoine, from the fact that he's a senator, yet another senator we are seeing now exiting the race? And, he wasn't the first. Obviously, Senator Sanders is still very strong. You have Senator Klobuchar, Senator Warren still very much in this contest. But does it say anything about the value that the electorate places on Washington experience?
I think the electorate is in the posture and position of ignoring what traditionally would be likable or viable candidates, and they're going with their political gut feeling. Senator Bennett was very clear from the start of this process he was going to put all of his eggs in the New Hampshire basket. Well, those eggs have cracked, and he's no longer in the race. And I think he, as the rest of them who are no longer with us, added some tremendous value to this race.
I will say, sorry.
No, I just want to also add that the Senate has never really traditionally been a way station for people running for president, with the exception of Barack Obama. I mean, you get a half century, many decades of a period of time before that really resonated. It was the governors who were in the state.
That was a traditional path.
A traditional path, so you could show a record of reform, you could replicate on the national level, and you were still outside Washington. The idea of going inside Washington to find somebody who can challenge somebody from outside Washington, it seems very difficult at this time.
I was just going to say, I find it interesting that this cycle, more than others that I recall, the issues have really stolen the day, right? Even when we were talking about Elizabeth Warren as ascendant, as potentially a front runner, it was all about, I've got a plan for that. And for Senator Bennett, he was very focused on education. And whether it is an issue of him not being able to deliver that message, or it just doesn't happen to be an issue that is top of mind for voters, I just find it striking that he wasn't able to break through.
It's so interesting because you're seeing in these exit polls and some reporting that's been done that people in New Hampshire are looking for an alternative, obviously, that they could think could beat the president in the fall, but somebody that was an alternative to Bernie Sanders. If Sanders is staying at that 30% mark, you're seeing a lot of movement and you're hearing a lot of reporting. They waited till the last minute. They didn't know who they were going to vote for today. This is not like 2008 or 2016 even. That was very different in that sense. And that's an important point because they're trying to match that up. But is the party going to continue to have this rift with the socialist Democrat? Or try to find this weird mixed alternative, which is why I say Amy Klobuchar has always been that dark horse, because she's the proven record who has the genuine aspect to her. And that's the thing you hear about Bernie Sanders, Amy Klobuchar, and Donald Trump, is that they all come across as extraordinarily genuine in who they are versus a mask or kind of veneer of a politician.
Yeah.
So there are three things I think we can summarize about the race to this point. Number one, I think this is the first time that I've known in my political lifetime, in this race, where a candidate's debate performance has transferred to their success on election night. There's no doubt in my mind we are experiencing Klomentum because of her debate performance.
Saying it. Okay.
Because of her debate performance. Number two, I think what voters are proving from these first two contests is that they want a megawatt shockwave candidate to come in and tell them what is going to be next for this party and for this country. That's why I think you see Sanders, Mayor Pete, and Amy having the success they are having. Number three, it's one of the lessons I learned very early on in politics. It came from a Duke University provost. He says, leaders do not create movements. Movements create leaders. And I think we're seeing a movement being created by new leaders in this party because of the interest to get rid of Donald Trump. And that's why you see so much activity around non-traditional candidates.
So as I look at that latest vote tally there, as the Midwesterner sitting here on the panel, Linda, I'm wondering, what factor do you think that plays? The fact that Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar have very much made as front and center part of their resume the fact that they are from the middle of the country.
Well, I mean, I thought this was going to be an interesting test for Amy Klobuchar for exactly that reason, that it was such a central pillar of her case about electability. And in Iowa, look, she got one state delegate equivalent. And so because she overperformed expectations there, we've been talking about it almost like it was a blowout victory for her.
But in reality,
it it wasn't. And so the question was, when she got here to this state, in a system that's sort of a semi-open primary, so drawing those who are not registered for either party and making it possible to appeal to the independents who fall squarely in her lane, it was just a question whether or not she was going to be able to do it. And it looks like overwhelmingly the answer to that has been yes. So now the argument that both she and Elizabeth Warren have been making about electability, about the fact that women can win, and we just heard Senator Warren yet again lift her colleague, Senator Klobuchar, even despite today's...
What did you make of her speech, by the way?
Woman to woman, backing each other up. I mean, this is like, Leslie and I talk about this all
this is
the
like
time.
guys backing each other
This is unity. It is.
The guys left out.
I think you'll be all right.
I think we're okay.
But the point being that women who are secure and in power empower their colleagues. They empower their peers, because we have to back each other up in order to be heard sometimes.
There's such a contrast. When you talk about Bernie Sanders, it's really difficult for him to find out he has a friend in the Senate. They talk about he likes to be a loner. He's not somebody who supports a lot of other people's legislation. He doesn't go out to dinner with them or have lunch with them. He's just isolated in his views and has been that way his entire Senate career, versus a Klobuchar or even a Warren who said, I reach across the aisle, I work with other people, I work to get things done. And they know, in the spirit of Obama, let's say, that that's how you move meaningful legislation from the Democrat perspective. Republicans, obviously, we would say the same thing on the state and the federal level. That's what a lot of independent voters and especially women voters are looking for and listening for, is somebody who's the common sense approach. Isn't going to be a lot of sharp elbows. They can be tough, that iron fist with the velvet glove, but get things done. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see that in a Sanders.
Yeah. That speech by Elizabeth Warren tonight, to me, was a flirt towards possibly, I realize this train may be coming off the track. I mean, some of the things that she touched on as if she was speaking in past tense, like, we tried, we were able to, as if she's hinting towards a possible exit. I don't want to create any drama and make assumptions, but that's what
tweet it right now.
That's what I heard. And then the second thing I'll say about this race is not necessarily how many people showed up, but it's who showed up and who they showed up for. We saw the number of independents. We know independents are very important in the state. I'll be curious to see how many women showed up and who they showed up for. And lastly, no disrespect to the Midwest, Linda. However, the South will have something to say.
I'm not from the Midwest, so.
He means me.
And while this is nice and it's good to chat about, when we turn to the South, South Carolina, Super Tuesday states, where African-American voters will be loud on the Democratic choir, I think we perhaps will see a different hymn note coming from the results.
Let's go to Caitlin Huey-Burns, because she has been standing by at that Pete Buttigieg event.
Hey.
Caitlin, I'm wondering, what is it? Yes, women voters, there you go. Caitlin, what is it that you're hearing now? How closely are they following what is happening outside that event where you are?
Yes, they have the results coming on the big screen. I'm trying to convince them to tune into CBSN, so we'll see about that. But this is what the Buttigieg campaign is looking at. They have been focused here on swing counties and Republican-leaning towns. And the campaign is kind of looking at these returns as they come in, and they identified at least 3 of those Republican towns that have supported Buttigieg as they're getting these early returns. So that's kind of what they've been focused on here, and you can hear the crowd cheering behind me. It's getting hot in here. There's a lot of people coming in and excited to be here at this, what they hope is some kind of victory. So what does victory mean for Pete Buttigieg? Well, he's been saying in New Hampshire he's in this to win this. But he knows that Bernie Sanders had a kind of a home field advantage, not only coming from the neighboring state of Vermont, but also having won here overwhelmingly in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. And when going back to the earlier conversation you all were having about Elizabeth Warren, there's been a lot of talk about Elizabeth Warren sharing voters with Bernie Sanders. And is Bernie Sanders' rise contributing to Elizabeth Warren's fall? I think it's also really important, though, to look at the rise of Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar when you're talking about Elizabeth Warren's fall. When you talk about college-educated voters supporting both Buttigieg and Warren, I met a lot of those voters actually in Iowa throughout the campaign. So I think that's something to look at, the kind of support that she had over the summer that may have been now transferring to Buttigieg. And I've also found on the ground here in New Hampshire several voters that have told me that they were either inclined to Warren or Klobuchar. You can say that those two women represent very different visions for the party, but with the idea that there are only two women really left in the top tier of this race, a lot of women want to see a woman candidate, and so maybe they saw Elizabeth Warren's fall and were putting their stock behind Klobuchar, at least here in New Hampshire. But the Buttigieg campaign has been trying to capitalize on momentum that they saw in Iowa, even though it was a photo finish, even though Bernie Sanders has been talking about the popular vote. The Buttigieg campaign liked to point out that they at least had a narrow lead in the delegate count. And so that's kind of what they were hoping for tonight. Now it looks to be close, and we'll see how it goes. But the crowd is certainly winding up here and ready to see the former mayor from South Bend, who's made an unlikely rise here in New Hampshire.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. We want to take you now to Tulsi Gabbard, who is speaking just down the street, actually, from where we are here in Manchester, New Hampshire. So thanks to our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine Seawright, and Caitlin Huey-Burns. Let's take you over to Tulsi Gabbard now.
So as we head towards this election, as we continue in the primary election, I hear from a lot of Democrats every day, you know, the number one concern that they have is we need a candidate who can beat Trump. Have you heard this? Do you feel this? Well, I am that candidate who will not only be able to beat Trump, but most importantly, I am that candidate committed to putting country first, to putting service above self, to lead our country in a way that allows us to heal these divides and to come together as Americans, putting our destiny in our hands and fighting for the future we know is possible. Take a second and introduce you to Olivia. I've gotten to know her. I've gotten to know Olivia over the last several weeks. Her mom, Brandy, has been one of our incredible volunteer leaders. She not only brought Olivia, she has one of her other daughters here tonight, but Olivia brought her friends from school to go and stand at the polling place in Hollis and to encourage everyone to vote for Tulsi. And Olivia, can you tell everyone here tonight how you feel? How was your day today?
I had a fun time, and I was really happy that Tulsi could come over to Hollis. She actually came over and shook hands with people, and it really made a difference.
You guys made a difference. You guys made a difference. And what did you tell me the other day that you want to do? What do you want to study, and what do you want to do when you're a little older?
I want to be a teacher.
And why is that?
Well, I want to be a kindergarten teacher to help kindergartners have an awesome first year.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you so much. You're so awesome. Thank you. So when we think about why we're doing what we're doing, right? There are so many reasons why. And Olivia, you are one of those many reasons why. So that as you grow up, you will be able to pay it forward and help take care of others and make sure that, as you said, kids have an awesome first year, right? This election we have so much at stake. We have so much at stake. So yes, this is about beating Donald Trump. It's about we, the people, standing up and ushering in a bright future for Olivia, for her 3 sisters, and for all Americans.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard there speaking in Manchester. We will be right back. You are streaming a special edition of Red and Blue live from Manchester, New Hampshire.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
on CBS Sunday Morning.
Wherever we have to go.
We've just flown along the coastline.
Whatever we have to do.
Overnight police reporting the first rounds of tear gas.
Every evening we are focused.
This is the main highway to the hardest hit areas.
On finding and telling the truth.
How does that hamper or hurt our national security?
Even among the ashes, you can see the signs of deforestation.
And earning your trust.
You traveled the whole way with your son?
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
Anami Lenkihano live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester, New Hampshire. It's been just over an hour since the polls have closed here in New Hampshire. We are slowly getting a better picture of the results from today's first in the nation primary. With a little more than a third of the votes in, CBS News has the race leaning towards Senator Bernie Sanders. He is trailed by Pete Buttigieg and Senator Amy Klobuchar. Those two are neck and neck. Senator Elizabeth Warren and former Vice President Joe Biden did not perform well. They are not expected to win any delegates. Meanwhile, Andrew Yang announced earlier that he is suspending his campaign. The entrepreneur says he did not see a path forward and did not want to keep asking supporters for money. Colorado Senator Michael Bennett also dropped out of the race. Yang and Senator Elizabeth Warren addressed their supporters earlier tonight. Here's some of what they had to say.
Endings are hard, New Hampshire, but this is not an ending. This is a beginning. This is just the starting line. This campaign has awakened something fundamental in this country and ourselves.
Our campaign is best positioned to beat Donald Trump in November because we can unite our party. We can unite this party and this country by mobilizing people behind ideas that are not only popular with huge majorities of the American people, but that also accomplish structural change for our broken government and our rigged economy.
Let's bring in our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. And Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. All right, away we go. Linda, let's start with you. How significant is it that Bernie Sanders perhaps may win the New Hampshire primary for the second consecutive time?
Campaign themselves have been affirmatively making the case that this is a must-win state for them. They've just said, we will win. There was no expectation setting whatsoever, which is unusual at this juncture in a primary election. And so the fact that he took the crown for a second time, I'm sure is going to be a key talking point for him moving forward. That said, this is his neighboring state, and we know that in 2016 he won by 22 points. And so the fact that Mayor Pete Buttigieg and Senator Amy Klobuchar are so close on his heels could also be a little bit of a warning sign for him.
So, Antoine, we know that beating President Trump is important for voters. Of those who wanted a candidate who could do that, 27% went for Pete Buttigieg. So what positives should the former South Bend, Indiana mayor take away from that?
His campaign should indicate from that is that there are people out there who believe, one, he can bring the four corners of this party together. Two, he can galvanize and energize people in places where Donald Trump was successful in 2016, and also he is one of those persons that could really transform Republican Party politics and bring this country together. This election is turning out to be a loyalty and trust election if you judge it by the first few contests. There's no doubt in my mind Mayor Pete and Bernie Sanders, almost like Donald Trump, Leslie, have real loyal voters. They have a very loyal following, and those people show up. It's a trust election for people like Amy Klobuchar because people trust that what she is saying is what pragmatic centrist type candidates need to be saying, and it's what they think they can believe in if they want to believe that Washington can one day work.
I just want to point out that if you're hearing noises, don't be alarmed. It just means the party is getting started here at the Bonfire Country Bar. It sounds like there's a real big party going on right now. But let me ask you, Leslie, about this idea of Pete Buttigieg. You know, his appeal has been to try and get to those, quote, future former Republicans, right? Isn't that his pitch that he always makes? What about that? What Antoine was talking about, trying to appeal to those Republican
I think in many ways he comes across as extraordinarily arrogant. One, in trying to define what the Republicans are. I mean, yeah, absolutely arrogant. Let's just lay it out there, you know.
She's laying it out
I was predicting early with I feel like you're so confident after my Amy Klobuchar, ascension. I'm just saying. So my next prediction is he sounds like somebody that is a sophomore trying to run for student class president. I mean, he just doesn't come across as authentic enough and understanding much more. I see where you're going.
Okay, I'm going to have you pause for just a moment. I'm being told that Joe Biden is now addressing his supporters. He's in South Carolina, but talking to them via live stream. Let's go ahead and listen in.
How much he inspired me, not me inspired him, not me inspiring him. And for all those families of those children Jill and I saw on that bitterly cold day in Manchester when we Food for Children Day. Family after family lined up for a box of food on that windy day, not fully clothed, no gloves, some just had flannel shirts on. We can do so much better than this as a nation, and I know we can. And I've said it from the moment I entered this race, as Val mentioned, we are in the battle for the soul of the nation. Now Jill and I are moving on to Nevada and South Carolina and beyond. And we want you all to know how much we appreciate every...
All right, Kyung La.
Great pause.
All right, so clearly a technical glitch there, but as we continue to see if that feed comes back, Antoine, let me get your thoughts, right? Because he's in your state of South Carolina addressing supporters on New Hampshire primary night, not even bothering to talk to those supporters here in New Hampshire in person.
In basketball, we call that a pivot.
Okay.
And that was a political pivot to South Carolina to send several messages. One, to thank the people who were loyal to him in New Hampshire, who stood out in the cold, knocked doors, made phone calls, because the two most important words in the English language are thank you. But two, it was a political pivot to show and demonstrate that while this race has been nice to talk about, there will be a campaign reset. And that reset for Joe Biden will be in South Carolina, where African Americans, his political stronghold to this point, and in my opinion, his glue that's holding him together in this process, he wants to send a message directly to there. You know, when you're in trouble, you find yourself going home, because home is where the heart is, and home is where you find comfort. South Carolina for Vice President Biden is home. That's why he's there tonight in the midst of a little bit of political trouble in his life.
But, you know, I wonder, Linda, how politically damaged is he now heading into South Carolina? Because as others have pointed out, when it comes to the numbers that we've seen from African-American voters, that support for Joe Biden, which seemed to be really sort of rock solid, has dropped significantly here in recent months.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that his campaign hopes that South Carolina will be a firewall for him, much in the same way that it was for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. However, the core of Joe Biden's argument has been for many months now, he is the most electable. He is the one who can beat Donald Trump. And while we've talked often about Iowa and New Hampshire being narrative games, the problem is narratively for him, it hasn't been good, and he does not have momentum behind him. The other thing that we're seeing as we look ahead to South Carolina is the ascension of others, not the least of whom is Tom Steyer, whom is now polling in double digits there after expending a ton of cash on the airwaves, putting a lot of money into ads there, many millions, to try to do exactly that. So it's too soon to tell, in my opinion, what exactly is going to happen in South Carolina. But as a strategist, one thing I note is that addressing his supporters in South Carolina, what I would have hoped for was to see a raucous crowd, to see people around him. If you're going to make this quote-unquote pivot, you need to do so in a way that supports you optically as well.
Right, because that image of him in front of a flag, what do you think about that,
Leslie? Looking like you're in a little box with a candlelight is not really that sense, that rousing sense that you're with a big crowd. But it's interesting, if you look on Twitter, it's a very engaged, very excited group of individuals, and Antoine and I were talking about that. So the juxtaposition of those two is not helping the consistency or giving confidence to those voters. And I do want to go back to Mayor Pete for a second, because we were talking a little bit about him. There's a tremendous amount of interest in something that's different, that can break away, that centrist candidate that can run away and be competitive. The challenge is what Antoine and many others have talked about before. When you get towards Super Tuesday, when you get into more diverse states that demand and respect experience, people that have been on the ground, initiated reforms, and not run away from a state where they they had some real significant difficulties, especially with communities of color. And so Pete is very ambitious, will have a long career in front of him, but when it gets out there and it gets really aggressive like it's about to be in this first test, those are the things they're going to measure him against, which is why those other candidates like Klobuchar or a Warren, and certainly Biden may come back to some extent, are going to be elevated because they have a band in which to measure them.
And so Leslie made a very valid point. So what could happen is that these candidates could really gain a lot of traction or put much gas in their tank going to these southern states, and all of a sudden the gas could drop out on the highway. Literally, it could happen in a matter of 2 contests, South Carolina and Super Tuesday. And that's why I've been telling people you cannot put all of the effort, energy, and attention to what happens now, but what will happen tomorrow, because tomorrow will look totally different from today. I've been saying this, and I'll say it till I'm Democratic blue in the face, Linda and Leslie. You cannot be the Democratic nominee without going through the African-American community. Write it down, take a picture, post it everywhere you want to be around Democrats. And so, for Warren, Amy, Bernie, and Pete, they're going to have to figure out how to make this right, because it will not get right, especially with Mayor Bloomberg, who is sitting there unbruised, unchallenged, waiting to put together resources and waiting to have a conversation and a political fight for what I believe is control over this party.
Is he unbruised, though, Linda, with respect to stop and frisk?
He's unbruised from the candidates. Yes.
But on that issue, right, as Leslie was pointing out, now that is something that is out there, this audio tape of Mayor Bloomberg and talking about this controversial stop and frisk policy in a way that frankly may be offensive to some voters out there.
Absolutely. I think the saving grace is that news came out today. I mean, if I were trying to plant some Oppo, I would not have chosen the New Hampshire primary.
A lot of other news going on today.
Exactly. So, I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to go away for him by any means, but the advantage he has is that he isn't waiting by the wayside, right? He has more than 2,000 staff all around the country. He's spent $344 million in ads. He is out there telling his own story the way that he wants voters to hear it. So while we may have some of this oppo that's out in the world, and there is definitely going to be some lingering questions about the stop and frisk policy, that wasn't going to go away no matter what. He also has the power of these tremendous resources. He said he's willing to spend up to $2 billion this cycle, whether or not he's the nominee, in order to shape the conversation the way that will most benefit him.
Yeah, Leslie, you want to weigh in?
I just want to say that's what's so fragmented about the that's the challenge on the Democratic side. So extremely fragmented that despite the fact we're having primaries tonight, we're talking about another, kind of a savior candidate that can come in and rescue on the centrist part of the ticket, should they not feel that they have any viable contenders on the stage right now, kind of jumping ahead of everyone else. You can call it a strategy, but fundamentally that's buying into that's a dynamic we talked about. It's buying into an election in a way we've never seen before. So you don't know how that's going to turn, and that is a really difficult card to place to remove an existing president. Historically they want to see him have their 8 years and finish their term out. That's a hefty weight.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to be easy to beat Trump, because it will not. But I'm old enough to remember Donald Trump did not do much fundraising in the Republican nomination process. He funded his campaign all on his own. So this idea that Bloomberg and Steyer may be perhaps something new and unseen before, maybe to the Democratic process, but not to the political process. That's number one. And number two, you made a valid point. Whoever our nominee is going to have a tremendous challenge of pulling this party back together. When something is pulled apart to the degree that we may be, the possibility of going into a fractured convention, Linda, it's going to take a lot of different things to pull us back together so we can be prepared to not only win the White House, but to win seats up and down the ballot, because this is a generational election when I think about state houses and governor's races who will redraw lines for the next 10 years in this country.
I want to turn back to, let's go. All right, let's go back right now to the CBS Broadcast Center in New York and check in with CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. He is standing by with our Tanya Rivero. Tanya?
Hey, Lane, thanks so much. So, Anthony, a lot more votes are in now. We've got almost 50%. What can you tell us?
Okay, so we're still categorizing this race as Bernie Sanders leading. And then we are also saying that is Pete Buttigieg ahead of Amy Klobuchar. Now, I know that seems somewhat obvious from the vote count, but that's also what our decision desk models are showing, which is to say, Tanya, that means we've taken the vote that we've seen, we've combined it with all of our exit polls and all our reporters who went to precincts all over the state, and still that lead is holding up for each of them. That's what that means in combination.
I'm just curious about the neighborly advantage, though. You know, we did see that Warren lost that neighborly advantage here.
Yeah. I mean, you figure this part of the state, the lower part of the state, is in the Boston media market. So that's traditionally thought of as, well, maybe that's a home field or a home state advantage. However, I think what's really happening here is that you've got Bernie Sanders is drawing on almost literally half of his previous support from 2016. The relationship with Bernie Sanders' vote, you go town by town, now to what he got in 2016, and it's just about half consistently. And then he's got that underpinning him, and then it's Buttigieg and Klobuchar who have picked up the remainder of the vote that was out there. And I want to show you, if I can, part of our exit polling, and this is college grads, okay? This is college grads. Now look at Amy Klobuchar getting 28% of college grads, and then Buttigieg at 22%, tied with Bernie Sanders. And there are a lot of college grads voting in this primary. There are a lot of them in New Hampshire. And to your question about Elizabeth Warren, these are the folks Elizabeth Warren used to be getting in the pre-election polling a month, 2 months ago, but they've all gone to Amy Klobuchar now.
Interesting to this point, though, Sanders leads among non-college educated voters.
Yes, and that is something working class voters, blue-collar voters, they have long been for Bernie Sanders, and they are underpinning a lot of his support then tonight. You see him here at 29% among them, pretty much well ahead, given the context of the rest of the way the race shakes out, of the 23% of Buttigieg, and far ahead of Amy Klobuchar.
What about gender? Where does that break down? We just heard Elizabeth Warren talking about that. Do we have any exit polling on that?
Yeah, about 55% of the exit poll shows that those voters are women. So women are, the majority in this primary. Sanders doing well with them, but Klobuchar doing particularly well.
Sanders leads among men, correct?
Yeah, and also I do want to show you this breakdown because I think it's also important, which is these are the Democrats as opposed to just the independents. And here among self-identified Democrats, you've got Sanders up as well. So he's put together enough of each of these key blocks and enough geographically to have that lead.
Now, we know he leads in those who self-identify as most liberal or most progressive. But when you get to that somewhat liberal category, who's leading there?
Yeah, the somewhat liberal is going to be kind of a toss-up right now because what's happened is for the somewhat liberal and also for the moderates, those votes are being split between Buttigieg and Klobuchar. You like to think if you sort of tell a story out of this data that those are folks who went looking for an alternative to Joe Biden after they started to feel that Joe Biden wasn't necessarily going to be the winner here or wasn't the winner out of coming out of Iowa. So back to the map again. I would just sum up by saying, look, you've got a lot of county, a lot of towns in right now. All the purple that you see, all of that is Bernie Sanders. All purple Bernie Sanders, all purple Bernie Sanders. That is all very good for him. The question is, can Pete Buttigieg catch him with all these small remaining townships? The fact is, a lot of them are small, and it makes it harder.
So do you see as the night goes on that this gap is going to grow between Sanders and Buttigieg?
It may actually stay about the same. Most of our decision desk models right now have this at maybe about 3 points, 4 points. That's not quite enough to make a projection off of, but you certainly start to see some of the larger places as they fill in, and I point you to places like Dover, places like Portsmouth, and I mentioned earlier Concord and Manchester. If you look at those spots, those are larger places, and Bernie Sanders has done well there. If I switch that over to raw vote, you will see that he's got leads, in this case over 800 votes, in some of these larger, relatively larger places. That all of that clearly helps him. Manchester, about a 2,000 vote lead, et cetera. All of that sort of underpinning that lead.
And Anthony, what about turnout tonight? What's the story there?
Right now, turnout is right on line with what we estimated, which is about 15, maybe 20% larger than 2016. So that's where the projections are at this moment. That's about what I heard reportedly was expected. It's about what we expected. Is it big enough to say that means that the Democratic field is drawing a lot of folks who wouldn't ordinarily vote Democrat? Does it portend anything for November? I think those still remain open questions.
So no surprises there, but we still have votes coming in.
We do.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. I'm going to toss it back to you guys. Thanks, Elaine.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Anthony. And we want to show you now a live picture from Columbia, South Carolina, where former Vice President Joe Biden is expected to address supporters very soon. There you see Dr. Joe Biden. As soon as he begins speaking, we will bring that to you. We had just been showing you a moment ago a live stream of remarks that were being brought in to the supporters in Manchester, New Hampshire, that had gathered. But this now is, as you see, Mrs. Biden at this event in Columbia, South Carolina. Just as soon as we see the former vice president begin speaking, we'll bring that to you. But in the meantime, Linda Tran, I'm going to bring back our panel here. This is the kind of optic, I think, right?
Say, this is exactly
right. It's like they heard you. This is precisely what you're talking about.
Right, showing some great support around them.
And why is this so important? Because at this moment for the Biden campaign, you know, the storyline has changed in a way that I think some would, fair to say, it is a really dramatic kind of change from where he was just a couple months ago.
Absolutely. For so many months, it felt like the Biden train, no matter what happened, no matter what little factoid came up from his history, was literally unstoppable. And even as others rose within their certain states that they were targeting or they built out their operations, Joe Biden has stayed at the top of the heap nationally. And so to come out of these two states, and we have spoken at length about how we ought not take too much out of them, given that there are still two much more diverse races coming up the next couple of weeks, it's still narratively impacting him. And now, if they really want to showcase that he's still the electable guy, they've got to demonstrate the love and the passion and the excitement that he's experiencing in a place like South Carolina. So this is actually a very good move, in my opinion.
So I want to bring a bit of news in here. Our Bo Erickson and Nicole Skanga, 2020 campaign reporters, are, Leslie, I'm going to toss this to you, are saying that Senator Amy Klobuchar is expanding in other early states after the performance here in New Hampshire. We don't have exact numbers now. They're working on them, but our Nicole Skanga is there in the same building in Concord, New Hampshire, and says that the senator is watching returns there and, quote, feeling good. So that momentum or clomentum or whatever it is that that people are saying perhaps would be, tangible now in terms of they're feeling confident enough to expand.
So think about what's happening, right? You cannot discount the impact that impeachment had and Nancy Pelosi's effort to push impeachment had on Joe Biden. Whether we like it or dislike it, the fact that his name is in Hunter Biden and we've been talking about it for 6 weeks.
You think that damaged him?
Absolutely increased his negatives, damaged him, and it put into question, is this really going for independents and people that are kind of trying to horse race this, is this the right candidate who can beat Trump? Those negatives went higher. It activated a Republican base. It raised a tremendous amount of money on the Republican side and accelerated. I like to say it put, the Maseratis now in first gear. I mean, this campaign for the Trump side is months ahead of schedule because of that. And Biden was very much the family Biden was the catalyst for that with Nancy Pelosi. So if you're looking at the dynamic there, then what's the next alternative? Mayor Pete looks attractive for the reasons we've said, but Klobuchar has a more proven record. You can point to what she's done, and she seems genuine in that sense. So I think her stock is going to continue to rise as these pieces start to fall, and you start to get comfortable. But these are the tough challenges the South is going to have to grapple with, and certainly these Super Tuesday states.
But Antoine, when you look at Senator Klobuchar's campaign in particular, how much ground does she have to make up when it comes to specifically African-American voters?
She has a hell of a lot of ground to make up, especially with African-American women, a very loyal constituency within the African-American community. The second thing that she is probably going to have to deal with is this court case, who seems to be a dark cloud to linger over her candidacy. African-American constituency groups are going to be looking for answers as we get closer to hearing from the African-American vote. She's going to have to answer for some of those things. I'm told by some of her top lieutenants she's going to deploy a number of troops, somewhere around 40, to South Carolina. I would not be surprised if that number is roughly the same in Nevada. She has the momentum to go to the next state, and I think she's going as a state-by-state type candidate, and that's okay. One day at a time is what my mother always taught me. So for her, it's one state at a time. However, I don't want people to think because she's experiencing some momentum now, that's going to be momentum when she gets to the South. Her real test case is going to start in Nevada, but it's really going to hit the head in South Carolina.
So people might not know what you're referencing. You're talking about her role as a prosecutor, right, which has been under increased scrutiny. Is that the case you're referencing?
As the facts continue to come out, and we've heard several different versions of the facts, some she knew about, some she didn't, I think that's going to be a challenge for her. But I want to back up for a second and also say, before Vice President Biden comes on, is that this is the game of numbers. So it's all about delegates. She does not have to win these places, but she has to keep picking up delegates.
All right, let's go ahead now and listen in. Former Vice President Joe Biden addressing his supporters in Columbia, South Carolina. Let's listen in.
Great to be with you all tonight. All of you be here tonight. I hope you love me as much as I love you guys. I've been coming here a long time. When I die, I want to be reborn in Charleston, actually. I like the low country, you know what I mean? Look, I hope, thank you. Please sit down if you have a seat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Jill Biden's husband, and I work for Cedric Richmond. And David Mack is taking me to school. Well, look, I know some of the other senators came over. They came up to see me. They're in session right now, and I thank them for making the effort. There's so many people here for me to say thank you, thank you, thank you. So I just spoke to our folks up in New Hampshire, and they did a good job. But I want to tell you, the people of Nevada are watching. And I want to make it clear we praise their diversity as a state, and I'm going to be out there seeing them very soon. Tonight, though, we just heard from the first two of 50 states. Two of them. Not the nation, not half the nation, not a quarter of the nation, not 10%. Two. Now, where I come from, that's the opening bell, not the closing bell. And the fight to end Donald Trump's presidency is just beginning. Just beginning. Thank you. It is important that Iowa and Nevada have spoken, but look, we need to hear from Nevada and South Carolina and Super Tuesday states and beyond. And look, we're moving in an especially important phase, because up till now, we haven't heard from the most committed constituency of the Democratic Party, the African-American community. And the fastest growing segment of society, the Latino community. I want you all to think of a number, 99.9%. That's the percentage of African-American voters who have not yet had a chance to vote in America. One more number. 99.8. That's the percent of Latino voters who haven't had a chance to vote. So when you hear all these pundits and experts, cable TV talkers talked about the race, tell them it ain't over, man. We're just getting started. Our votes count too. We're not going to let anyone take this election away from you. Look, I've said many times, you can't be the Democratic nominee and you can't win a general election as Democrat unless you have overwhelming support from black and brown voters. It's just really simple. No, it's a natural fact. It's true. It's absolutely true. And folks, you know, all those Democrats who won against incumbents, from Jimmy Carter to a guy named Clinton to a guy named Obama, my good friend, guess what? They had overwhelming African-American support. Without it, nobody's ever won. No, really. And you all know you own my heart. Look, more important, should you not win the Democratic nomination for president, you shouldn't be able to win it without black and brown voters. Too often, your loyalty, your support, your commitment to this party have been taken for granted. I have never once in my career since I got involved as a kid taken it for granted. And I give you my word as a Biden, I never, ever, ever will. Now, if you want to know what any other candidates are going to do in the future, the tendency is to look at the past. Well, I left a law firm when I was a kid with a great job in a fancy law firm that to become a public defender, to fight for the people in the community I used to work in the East Side, because they couldn't afford a lawyer. On the county council, I fought against redlining. In the U.S. Senate, I passed the extension of the Voting Rights Act for 2 decades. The Violence Against Women Act. And by the way, I had the back of a great president named Barack Obama for 8 years. And by the way, we increased access to capital for African-American entrepreneurs. Let's get something straight. Given a chance, they do just as well as anybody else, and quite frankly, better, and they build neighborhoods. They build all communities. Barack and I were able to reduce the federal population, and speaking HBCUs, I got $70 billion coming to HBCUs. Not a joke. And minority universities. Look, we saved the automobile industry. We passed Obamacare. We stopped insurance companies from discriminating against people with pre-existing conditions. And on top of all of that, we built an economy that Trump is bragging about. Oh, Lord. This guy squandered his father's fortune. Now he's squandering the economy we gave him. You all think I'm kidding. I'm not. So, Mr. President, instead of talking about impeaching Barack Obama, you should be saying, thank you, President Obama. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But folks, look, we have so much more to do. I promise you, as your president, you will be partners at shaping the policy to make sure every single American has an opportunity. The thing that I've never liked, and I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee for years, I don't know what you need best. I listen. You all, the leaders of the black community, know what you need best. We don't listen enough. We take for granted. You know what you need. You know what your families need. And I've never not listened to you. First, we need to defend and build on Obamacare. Trump wants to get rid of it. Even some of the folks in my own outfit in the primary want to take it away. But I'll never let that happen. Folks, I was proud to serve as President Obama's vice president for 8 years with the honor of my life. And he's become a close personal friend. The whole family has been. Matter of fact, our granddaughters and his daughters are best buddies. They went to school together for 12 years in the same small class. Well, actually 10 years. But they're still hanging out with one another, even though they go to different schools. Where are you? I'm up in Michigan State. I'm up at the University of Michigan. What are you doing there? I came up to see my, Anyway, all I know is I get to pay for the plane ticket. Anyway. But I was never prouder than the day that we passed Obamacare. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to expand that. We're going to eliminate, we're going to get rid of all the executive orders that had curtailed it. We're going to increase funding into research for finding cures. Too many of our families are dealing with cancer, diabetes, African Americans, maternal health disparities. Look at them. In the United States of America, today, there's an incredible disparity. It's sinful. It's sinful. It's an indictment of the entire system. And by the way, you all know education is a great equalizer. We need to treat it that way. Every child has the same capacity when they're born. Every one of them have the same capacity. Every child deserves a great education, no matter what your zip code or your income level. And I put my money where my mouth is. We're going to triple Title I funding to give our teachers the pay raise they need. Make sure every three. By the way, we're losing. We already are 115,000 teachers short. By 2025, you're going to be 250,000 short. And who's going to get shortchanged? The people, you darn right they are.
You have been listening to former Vice President Joe Biden addressing supporters in Columbia, South Carolina. Let's bring in right now 2020 presidential candidate, Hawaii Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. So you are heading to South Carolina as well, but I want to talk about New Hampshire for a moment. What is the measure of success for you here in New Hampshire?
We've already proven our success. I think tonight has been great. Given, look, I've had almost a total media blackout for the last month. We've been out outspent. We've been more smeared and attacked than any other candidate. But here tonight, I'm just 5% behind Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Warren. So we're doing great.
You haven't been on the debate stage in recent debates. Do you think that has hurt your campaign?
You know, it's possible, but what we've been doing is continuing to focus our message directly on reaching out to voters all across New Hampshire, and continuing to carry this message now to voters in South Carolina, the other Super Tuesday states, this message of the leadership I'll bring as president and commander-in-chief to end these wasteful regime change wars that have not made us any safer, work to end this new Cold War and nuclear arms race, and instead redirect our taxpayer dollars towards serving the needs of the American people right here at home.
That was a message you brought here to New Hampshire,
yes.
that you invested considerable resources. Do you think that message has resonated enough with voters here?
Look, given again the fact that we've been terribly outspent and had not anywhere near enough the media exposure that many of the other candidates have gotten, I'm really proud of the impact that we've had here, not only in New Hampshire, but how voters across party lines, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and Libertarians are coming together, resonating around this need for a sea change in our foreign policy, but also trust that I will bring the leadership in this country to heal the divides, to unite the American people, centered around our common love for our country and this care we have for our future, to stand together, to work and solve problems, and knowing that when we do that, we can accomplish anything.
You mentioned foreign policy. When you look at the exit polls here in New Hampshire, the Democratic primary voters said that on their list of priorities, foreign policy was behind other issues, as I'm sure you know, health care, climate change among them. What then is your sense of an actual viable path if so much of your portfolio is about your time serving and also foreign policy and sort of being commander-in-chief and ready to go on day one? What do you see as the viable path?
The more, this is what we've experienced here in New Hampshire, is the more we've been able to get our message out there, and the fresh new generation of leadership that I bring, combined with experience as a soldier, serving now for almost 17 years and serving in Congress for 7 years, really focused on national security and foreign policy. Voters recognize that so long as we continue to spend $4 billion a month propping up a corrupt government in Afghanistan, they will continue to hear from their politicians that there's not enough money for health care, there's not enough money for education, there's not enough money to deal with the opioid crisis that's ravaging so many people's lives. Not enough money is a refrain they've heard over and over again about these issues that directly impact their loved ones. And this is why foreign policy is domestic policy, and why the leadership and experience I'll bring as commander-in-chief will enable me to make that sea change in where our taxpayer dollars are going, stop wasting it on wars that don't make us any safer, and instead focus on serving the needs of our people.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Congresswoman, thank you so much for your time.
Great to see you.
Nice to see you. For more, let's go ahead and bring in CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Kara Cordy. She is with the Sanders campaign here in Manchester. So, Kara, tell us what things are looking like where you are.
Well, Elaine, we think back to what happened 8 days ago in Iowa, and the mood could not be more different. We were, this time, 8 days ago, kind of tentative, waiting for results. Sanders supporters were wondering what the heck was going on. Here you can kind of taste, they're watching results come in. You can taste in the air that they are waiting for a reward, right? They really believe that he is going to pull out a victory here. People I speak to in the campaign are optimistic. They tell everyone that they think it's going to be tight, but they believe that Senator Sanders can win here. Supporters are chanting. They're really into it. They're chanting things like Medicare for all. They're chanting about Medicare for all and winning here in New Hampshire. I've spotted in the corner some American flags stacked up that I suspect will be handed out to the crowd once Senator Sanders comes out, and it's just a very high energy here, Elaine.
And Senator Sanders appears to be on his way to yet another New Hampshire Democratic primary win. As we look at this picture, though, Senator Amy Klobuchar approaching the mic to address her supporters. Let's go ahead and listen in now as Senator Klobuchar addresses the crowd.
Thank you. Hampshire. Hello, America. I'm Amy Klobuchar, and I will beat Donald Trump. My heart is full tonight. My heart is full tonight. While there are still ballots left to count, we have beaten the odds every step of the way. We have done it on the merits, we have done it with ideas, and we have done it with hard work. Because we are resilient and strong as the people of this great nation. Thank you to our incredible staff and our unstoppable volunteers, my wonderful husband, John, our daughter, Abigail, and the people of New Hampshire. Because of you, we are taking this campaign to Nevada. We are going to South Carolina. And we are taking this message of unity to the country. Because we know in our hearts that in a democracy, it is not about the loudest voice or the biggest bank account. It is about the best idea and about the person who can turn those ideas into action. We know that we cannot win big by trying to outdivide the divider in chief. We know that we win by bringing people with us instead of shutting them out. Donald Trump's worst nightmare is that the people in the middle, the people who have had enough of the name calling and the mudslinging, have someone to vote for in November. I cannot wait to bring our green bus around the country. I cannot wait to win the nomination. I cannot wait to build a movement and win with a movement of fired up Democrats, of independents and moderate Republicans that see this election as we do. We see it as an economic check on this president. We see it as a patriotism check, and we see it as a decency check. Because in the end, we know that what unites us is so much bigger than what divides us. And we know that we believe, so many of us believe, that the heart of America is bigger than the heart of this guy in the White House. Tonight is about grit. And my story, like so many of yours, is one of resilience. I announced my candidacy in the middle of a Minnesota blizzard. And there were a lot of people that predicted I wouldn't even get through that speech. But not the people of my state and not the people of New Hampshire. Except then they predicted that we wouldn't make it through the summer. We did. Then they predicted we wouldn't make it to the debates. And man, were we at the debate in New Hampshire. What we've been is steady, we've been strong, and we've never quit. I think that sounds pretty good for a president. But across the months and months and miles of this race, we redefined the word grit. You see it with our Happy Scrappy campaign. You saw it in our 10-county, 30-hour tour in the middle of a nor'easter. Let's not forget that. You saw it in our early morning diner stops, on our late night rallies, and yes, you saw it on that debate stage. Just like so many of you out there, I know a little bit about resilience. My grandpa worked 1,500 feet underground in the mines in northern Minnesota. He never graduated from high school because his parents were sick. He had 9 brothers and sisters, and he had to help raise them. And every day he would go down in that cage in that mine carrying a lunch bucket that my grandma would pack. His youngest sister, Hannah, was only 8 years old when they put her in an orphanage, and he vowed after his parents died that he would go and get her. And 2 years later, he borrowed a car, he went to Duluth, and he brought her home. He and my grandma saved money in a coffee can in their basement to send my dad to a 2-year community college. My dad then became a newspaper man. My mom, she was born in Milwaukee, the site of our next convention. And she came to Minnesota and taught 2nd grade until she was 70 years old. And I still meet people that say she was their favorite teacher. So I stand before you today as a granddaughter of an iron ore miner, as a daughter of a teacher and a newspaper man, as the first woman elected to the U.S. Senate from the state of Minnesota, and a candidate for President of the United States. Because we live in a country of shared dreams, that no matter where you come from, no matter who you know, no matter the color of your skin, no matter where you worship, no matter who you love, that you can make it in the United States of America. I didn't have a perfect life. My dad struggled with alcoholism his whole life, and by the time John and I got married, he got his 3rd DWI. And then the judge said to him, you got to decide, jail or treatment. And he chose treatment. And in his words, he was pursued by grace. I believe that everyone in this country should have that opportunity to be pursued by grace. When Abigail was born, we thought it was going to be this perfect thing, but she was really sick, and she couldn't swallow. And she was in intensive care. And back then, the insurance companies had a rule, and they kicked me out of the hospital, even though she was in intensive care, in 24 hours. And a few months later, I went to the legislature, worked with a number of legislators, and we passed one of the first laws in the country guaranteeing new moms and their babies a 48-hour hospital stay. That's how I do my work. And as my friend Elizabeth noted earlier tonight, people told me, just like they told her, that they didn't think a woman could be elected. In my case, it was elected to the U.S. Senate. No woman had ever done it before. But I came back, I defied expectations, and I won. And I have done it. And I have done it over and over again in the reddest of red districts and the bluest of blue districts. And when I got to the U.S. Senate, people told me, oh, it's so hard to get things done. Well, in that gridlock of Washington, D.C., I have passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat. Because I did not give up. And tonight in New Hampshire, as everyone had counted us out, even a week ago, thank you, pundits, I came back and we delivered. We have been on quite a journey together, and you've learned this about me. I never give up. But my story is nothing compared to the resilience that I've seen all over this country. The mom in California who lost her child to gun violence, and even through her grief and heartbreak, she has joined the fight to keep our children safe. The immigrant who works 2 jobs and still struggles to put food on the table, but is determined to raise her kids in America so that they have a better future. The farmer who's facing bankruptcy because of bad Trump policies, but persists in working the land, just like his parents and his grandparents before him. America deserves a president who doesn't give up or give in just because a decision is hard. America deserves a president who is as resilient as her people. America deserves a president who's going to take on the challenges of our time: climate change and affordable education and college, immigration reform, justice and democracy, and yes, bringing down the cost of health care. Our country cannot take another 4 years of Donald Trump. The rule of law can't withstand another 4 years of a president who thinks that he is above it. Our collective sense of decency can't handle another 4 years of a president who doesn't care about it. Our democracy can't tolerate another 4 years of a president who wants to bulldoze right through it. And our American dream cannot tolerate a president that thinks he can choose who lives it. The president might as well have a sign on his desk that says, "The buck stops anywhere but here." He blames everyone. He blames, think about this, for anything that goes wrong. He blames Barack Obama. He blames the city of Baltimore. He blames the head of the Federal Reserve that he appointed. He blames the energy secretary that he nominated. He blames the city of Baltimore. He blames the entire kingdom of Denmark. Who does that? And my favorite recent one, he blames the Prime Minister of Canada for cutting him out of the Canadian version of Home Alone 2. That's what this guy does. That is Donald Trump. I think we can do better, because for the people of this country, when things go wrong, they don't have anyone to blame. They just have to pick themselves up. And I can promise you this: when I am behind that desk, I will take responsibility instead of passing it on. I will reach across the aisle and work with Americans in good faith instead of picking fights. I will bring this country together instead of tearing it apart. Some of you have heard the story about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So he was beloved, and when he died, they put his body on a train, and it went through the countryside to Washington, D.C. And people would spontaneously stand next to those rail tracks to show their respects. And the story goes that one guy was standing there sobbing. Regular guy, had his hat across his chest. And this reporter says to him, "Sir, did you know President Roosevelt? Do you mind me asking, did you know him?" And the guy says, "No, I didn't know President Roosevelt, but he knew me. He knew me." That is what's lacking right now in the White House. That empathy, that ability of a president to put himself or herself in the shoes of the people of this country. What is lacking is that sacred trust between the people of this nation and the President of the United States. And my friends, I will restore that trust. If you are having trouble deciding between filling a prescription or filling your refrigerator with food, I know you, and I will fight for you. If you cannot decide how you're going to stretch that paycheck to pay for your rent or pay your mortgage, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you are having trouble deciding how are you going to pay for the child care for your kids and the long-term care for your parents, I know you, and I will fight for you. If you want a Democratic nominee who can make our tent bigger, who can make our coalition wider and our coattails longer, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you feel stuck in the extremes of our politics and you are tired of the noise and the nonsense, you have a home with me. If you want a nominee who can stand up to Donald Trump on that debate stage, which you well know I can do, I need your votes, yes. And I'm going to need those votes of the people in Nevada, yes. And I'm going to need the votes in South Carolina and beyond. But most of all, I need your hearts. I don't have that big bank account. I don't have that big name of some of the other people that are in this race. And I am not a newcomer with no political record. But what I do is get things done. What I have is your back. So I ask you to join us at amyklobuchar.com.
And let's start with her.
Check in with CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. He is there along with my colleague, Tanya Rivero. Tanya?
Elaine, thank you so much. So, Anthony, a rousing speech there from Amy Klobuchar. What are the numbers telling us about her performance?
Well, she's at least third right now, and she is back of Pete Buttigieg, and the models have her back of Pete Buttigieg. So she is in third place at this point. But, of course, as we've said all night, that's as a result of a late surge that put her there. The other thing I want to show you, though, to put this in context, is Sanders against Buttigieg. You see the numbers changing on the fly as we're talking here. This race, it's still Sanders. It still leads Sanders. There's a few towns that have come in that have narrowed this gap. It was under 3 points. It's been just over 3 points, sort of vacillating back and forth. And the reason for that, Tanya, and to show everybody, is all of the gray you see in this map, all the gray are towns that haven't completely reported yet. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of gray. All through the center part of the state, you see purple for Sanders, you see blue for Buttigieg, but all that gray is still not reported. And the thing I'm keeping my eye on right now, if we zoom in here a little bit, I'm going to raise this up, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit, if I can, on the area just along the Massachusetts border, okay? And that area down here has a lot of towns with a great deal of population. And it's just south of Manchester. There's a lot of suburbs down there that might even be considered Boston suburbs as well. Still waiting for a lot of those towns to come in. You get 65% of the vote, but not quite enough yet to make a firm projection.
Can you zoom into some of those townships and tell us what percentage is reporting right now?
Yeah, we can. We can look here, and I've noted Manchester a few times, but I would like to see what happens along here. They're not all large towns, okay, but what we're going there, Brookline, Mason, all of these little places. Again, not a lot of vote necessarily, but it could add up where if Buttigieg does very, very, very well, he could make this a little bit tighter.
Now, these are basically Boston suburbs, right? They're affluent, they're educated. So what does that tell you? Well,
Buttigieg has done well among college graduates and also among folks who are a little bit more affluent. Sanders has done well with working class, with blue-collar workers, with folks who are in a lot of these cities that I've talked about, Manchester, in Concord, in Rochester as well. That's the place where he has, to a large degree, run up some of that lead, but also, again, very consistently being, and you see all this purple here, this is where we start to see that Sanders pattern of all places where he has led, and then along the seacoast as well. All Sanders, even better than his overall state average around this area, actually our decision desk models at around 28%, so even beating his statewide average in some of those places.
Looks like the northern part of the state is almost all in at this point, right?
Right. The difference there, though, is up here you just don't have as much population. If I zoom in there, I'll show you some of these places are pretty small. So if I were to touch, let's say, Bethlehem, Sanders is up there, but I switch that over, and it's 291 votes. So it's sparsely populated. You can run up some margin there, but you can't do it just there. You've got to do it down in the southern part of the state.
And the dark areas mean nobody essentially lives there.
Well, the dark, yes, but the gray hasn't reported yet. So that's the big reason why we're still waiting to see what happens here. But overall, it's still that Sanders lead.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, we have a lot more coming up. Stick with the CBSN. We're going to bring you much more out of New Hampshire coming right up. For now, we're going to take a quick break.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS, Sunday Morning.
For 48 Hours fans, a new podcast.
I'm Erin Moriarty, 48 Hours, and this is my life of crime.
Revisit the Lizzie Borden murders.
Lizzie Borden took an acid.
Go behind prison walls.
What was the crime that brought you here?
Hear a horror story that hits close to home.
Erin, there is no excuse to give your home address to a serial killer.
And much more. My Life of Crime. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
Hano live from the Bonfire Country Bar in Manchester, New Hampshire. It's been just over 2 hours since the polls have closed here in New Hampshire. We are slowly getting a better picture of the results from today's first-in-the-nation primary. With about 65% of the votes in, CBS News has the race leaning towards Senator Bernie Sanders. He is trailed by Pete Buttigieg and Senator Amy Klobuchar. Senator Elizabeth Warren and former Vice President Joe Biden did not perform well. They are not expected to win any delegates. This year's turnout looks to be higher than the 2016 New Hampshire primary, but perhaps not as high as expected. Meanwhile, Andrew Yang announced earlier that he is suspending his campaign. The entrepreneur says he did not see a path forward and did not want to keep asking supporters for money. Colorado Senator Michael Bennett also dropped out of the race. For more, let's bring in Victoria McGrane. She is a Boston Globe political reporter, and the rest of our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Also joining us now is CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. She is with the Pete Buttigieg campaign. And CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe is with the Sanders campaign. Ed, let me start with you. You are at Senator Bernie Sanders' event there. Tell me what the mood is like at this moment.
Oh, they're quite happy here, Elaine, because they can see the numbers climbing in their favor, and all indications are that they are likely to continue holding on to this lead through the night. The Sanders campaign quite pleased with the results. Not as big, of course, as they were 4 years ago, but in many ways a continuation of what ended in 2016. He's had more than 150 paid staffers in the state, 16 field offices, and hundreds of thousands of volunteers from across the country here in New Hampshire over the last several weeks. On Saturday alone, they knocked on 150,000 doors here in the state of New Hampshire. It's about an average of 4 doors every second on Saturday, which was the biggest day they had in canvassing here over the course of the campaign. One senior campaign aide we spoke with tonight here believes that Sanders may have actually blunted Pete Buttigieg's rise last Friday when he went to that famous politics and egg breakfast and called out the former mayor for accepting donations from 40 billionaires and their spouses, making that argument that the people versus the powerful that Sanders does all the time, and suggesting that Buttigieg doesn't necessarily have his priorities in line. Buttigieg struggled to explain that one away over the weekend, raising doubts about Sanders' health care plan, but not able to surpass the senator tonight. He is here in the building at Southern New Hampshire University in Manchester, and it's this city, Manchester, where Sanders appears to have done the best by running up the margins in the cities, in the state's largest city. About that volunteering, an example of how many volunteers were here, how many people were taking interest in him over the weekend. One other senior aide told me tonight they had to run the printers over again on Saturday to print more literature to leave on the doorknobs across the Manchester area because they were getting such good reception from voters. We expect that we'll hear from the senator perhaps in the next hour or 90 minutes, but if tradition is any guide, given that we've heard from Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar, we're likely to hear next from Mayor Buttigieg, who of course is over where Caitlin Huey-Burns is tonight.
All right, on that note, let's go over to Caitlin Huey-Burns. Tell us what the situation is there at the Pete Buttigieg event.
Hello, we're in Nashua, New Hampshire, about a half hour down the road from where you are at the bonfire. The Pete Buttigieg campaign is looking at tonight and pretty excited about where they stand, considering that they have been talking about on the ground here being a campaign that was really an underdog campaign from the very beginning. We've been following Pete Buttigieg on the ground in New Hampshire, and he talks a lot in his stump speech about having 4 people on his team when he first started and now being able to grow a substantial operation, an operation that has really earned the target from former Vice President Joe Biden, who was the front runner in this race for a long time. Over the course of the past few days here in New Hampshire, after those results, however chaotic they were coming out of Iowa, the Buttigieg campaign has really tried to seize momentum, and you saw him weather attacks from former Vice President Joe Biden, going after Pete Buttigieg, calling him not Obama, questioning his record as mayor and his ability to win. Well, the Buttigieg campaign here on the ground ground has been pointing to his standing in the Iowa caucuses, being a leader in the delegate count, even by a small margin. That was a photo finish, but surpassing the president. And I think you can also say that Buttigieg campaign has probably picked up support from those who may have been inclined to Elizabeth Warren over the summer. When we were following her campaign here over the summer months and into the fall, she was certainly surging, but we have seen her since come down and poised not to get any delegates here tonight. Another campaign that the Buttigieg campaign is probably watching is that of Amy Klobuchar, who is just a couple of points behind right now. She has been someone who's been campaigning as in the moderate lane, campaigning as someone who can win back areas in the Midwest. So we may see after New Hampshire the two of them start to come into closer scrutiny. But the Buttigieg campaign would certainly take a second place finish here as long as it is very close to Bernie Sanders' appearance here as a victory.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns and Ed O'Keefe, thank you both very much. We'll continue to check back in with you throughout the night. But I want to turn to Victoria. You are a political reporter for the Boston Globe, and I wonder what you make of this sharpening of the contrast now between the different factions of the Democratic Party, because as you see Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg sort of battling things out, things are seeming to be brought into sharp relief in a way that they weren't obviously on Iowa caucus night, that evening anyway.
Well, I think what you're really seeing is just how unsettled the field still is. I mean, sure, there's Bernie Sanders, and he is on top. Joe Biden is very clearly not the presumptive frontrunner that he and his campaign claimed they were for months and months. But, you know, we heard a lot from voters who broke very late for Amy Klobuchar. And a lot of them, told various media outlets that they were considering between Klobuchar and Warren, who are not too, in the same lane as we like to divide things. So I don't know if that's just the infamous independent-minded New Hampshire voter, or if that's more broadly speaking to this desire above all else among Democratic voters to just find that secret sauce, that candidate that can beat Donald Trump, and everybody's still confused as to who that person is.
Yeah, on that point, Linda, we know that according to the exit polls, Amy Klobuchar, one of those voters who said that the most important, the most recent debate, rather, was most important to them, or was important to them in considering who they were going to choose. And I wonder, now that we are into 2020, is there a sense that the focus now of the Democratic electorate is much more trained on what's been happening? Because this is not the first debate. I mean, there have been, as we've been saying, a series of debates here, but the field was quite large. And I know that for some voters, that was kind of part of the difficulty in trying to pay attention because there were so many candidates on that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. The breadth of the field has certainly been daunting, and the voters that I've spoken to have said it's been tough for them to sort through it, and most of them were kind of sitting back and trying to see how things were going to shake out. And when you start thinking about where we began, when we had double nights of debates, it's not surprising that people weren't necessarily tuned in at that moment. Now that voting is actually underway, this is when people start to pay attention. That happens in every single cycle, and this one has been no different. For Amy Klobuchar, the great thing for her has been that she has been strong on the debate stage actually consistently. And if you think about it, the last debate being on a Friday night, enough people paying attention for her to raise $3 million in 2 days, this is the moment. I mean, this is the time to rise, to peak, and to start to get people's attention. We'll see if it pans out and become something bigger.
Were you surprised, Antoine, to see how many people said that first of all, a lot more folks, I think, going into the night thought, it's a Friday night, how much are really people going to be paying attention? And it turned out a significant number of people did actually watch. But then when you look at how they decided to approach this decision, you see Amy Klobuchar there with the majority of the people who said this debate was important.
Well, several things you can take from that. One, I think the natural urgency has turned into voter emergency. And so this urgency to beat Donald Trump, and the more that kind of ramps up, has turned into an emergency for voters to pay attention on a Friday night when most people are at dinner at Kiki's Chicken and Waffles in Columbia, South Carolina. While most people are doing that, we found out very quickly that people are paying attention. That's number one. Number two, Klobuchar did a great job of transferring that energy and that effort into a election night performance. The third thing, I think this is a broader message to every candidate. Run your plays until the clock stops. You never know what play may make a difference, particularly in a game of interest that could separate you from winning the game and losing the game. Tonight, because Amy Klobuchar ran to the very last second on the clock, she was able to pick up voters, and I think that gave her a win.
Leslie is a Republican on the panel here, and we look at the voting groups that Amy Klobuchar is winning. You see sort of the broad range of folks there, the different kind of perspectives that they come from. But one of the things she said that we heard her talk about was this idea of bringing in moderate Republicans as well. Talk to us about the appeal, right? Because as regular viewers of Red and Blue know, Amy Klobuchar has very much been Leslie Sanchez's dark horse candidate pick for months, well before this night.
She predicted tonight's outcome.
She predicted tonight. She really
Oh, y'all are welcome. I'm here to please. I tell you, part of this appeal, there's two parts, right? Part of this appeal is she is on that consistent message of bringing America together. So if you're looking at a Republican, disaffected Republicans who are frustrated with Trump, they are frustrated with the style, the moral, emptiness. You can go on and on about those things. What do you want in contrast to that? You want somebody who's going to kind of elevate statesmanship and what America stands for together. And why can't that be a woman? And traditionally, women are the ones who bring kind of consensus building together. So she had that appeal going in, but you can't discount the negatives, the high negatives that Joe Biden had as the other alternative during impeachment. And we go round and round, hours and hours and weeks of Hunter Biden, still investigations about the Biden. We're launching more investigations into the Bidens. And if you're trying to debate, you don't want more of that and fatigue. It can get into like the Clinton fatigue, that you had with Whitewater, Hillary Clinton, and all of that. What's somebody new going to look like? Okay, so now your alternative is just a process of kind of measuring that. She's somebody who's proven, and on the debate stage, she's tough. She is that Iron Lady with the velvet glove. She has a way of sounding authentic, sounding like somebody who made herself in America, that this country gave her and her family every opportunity, and she took advantage of that. And that spirit of entrepreneurship is what appeals to Republicans.
All right, let's go to the CBS Broadcast Center in New York and check in right now with our CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. So, Anthony, how are things shaping up here? So we are now at the past the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. What is it that you're seeing?
I want to give you a quick update and tell you specifically why I have not called this race yet. So with Sanders still leading and the overall race having narrowed only slightly, so Sanders still leads, what we do here at the desk is we look at what would Pete Buttigieg need to get in each area of the state in order to catch up. And while difficult, it's not unreasonable. So if I were to take this area down here in the southern part of the state, I can tell you that down here in the southwestern corner, right now, Pete Buttigieg is getting about 28%. He would need to get 31% to help him close the gap. Up here along the seacoast, which is mostly in, but you can see if you zoom in, there's still some gray areas, some places in here where they haven't reported yet. Pete Buttigieg has been getting 24% there. He would need to get 27% to start to make up that difference. So not unreasonable, hard given the patterns that we've seen, but certainly within the realm of possibility, still with more than a quarter of the vote, really more than a quarter of the towns yet to report. Elaine.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, our CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys. Thank you so much, Anthony. So we're just getting a bit of news in, and I want to let our viewers know. I'm going to pull up this email to make sure I get this correct. So I'm being told that it is now reportable. Victoria, I'm going to ask you, former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick is expected to suspend his campaign Wednesday. This is according to a source familiar with the announcement, confirming this to CBS News. The announcement will likely be made in an email to supporters. Talk to us about the trajectory of the Patrick campaign. You know, he had been someone that entered very late, and at the same time, you know, the expectations here in New Hampshire perhaps a bit higher, obviously, given the fact that he's from a neighboring state.
I mean, he said when he launched his campaign that it was a Hail Mary from 2 stadiums over, and that was probably undercounting how hard it was going to be. What you heard over and over from Democrats, past supporters of his, is that if he had done that a year earlier, he may have been a very compelling candidate. But you had such a large field, it was late, he didn't have money or organization, and it just proved too daunting of a task. He just couldn't catch on. I mean, I was struck by numbers I saw at one point where the super PAC that was supporting him spent more on advertising in New Hampshire than Elizabeth Warren's campaign, and yet he was nowhere. Just too late to enter the narrative.
So I wonder, Linda, what questions does this now raise? You've had Andrew Yang dropping out. You've had now Deval Patrick expected to do so. This question of diversity has been one that has plagued the Democratic Party when we have seen on the debate stage, for instance, very few and sometimes no candidates of color on that debate stage. What do you think his exit now sort of means with respect to that conversation?
Well, first off, I have to say that I fundamentally believe that you don't have to be a person of color in order to represent the interests and the priorities of people of color. Mm-hmm. And all of the candidates that we're hearing from today, that we're going to continue to see on the debate stage, have certainly spoken to those issues and those priorities. That said, I think I feel sad to see Andrew Yang depart, because it was the first time I ever saw an Asian American on the debate stage. I've said before that I thought that Cory Booker and Kamala Harris and other folks' departure from this discussion, it leaves a meaningful and glaring gap. All that said, I think that the folks that remain need to really, really double down on how they're speaking to, how they're engaging, how they're drawing in, especially communities of color that they're going to then rely on in order to decide whether or not they're the nominee.
Antoine, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's spot on. As an African American myself, someone who spent 15 years now in this party trying to energize and galvanize African American voters for the sake of strengthening this party, it's a little bothersome to me too. However, Linda said it spot on. I'll say it a different way. What African American voters in particular are saying or have said through this entire process, you do not have to look like me to represent me. And if you talk about my issues, I will trust you to represent me. And that's why you see candidates like the Biden and others who have African American support. It's because they've built a system of trust with black voters. Now, with that being said, every candidate must be able to energize and galvanize African American voters and brown voters through this process if they want to be the nominee. And when we have a nominee, they're going to have to do a double duty of bringing those people back out and more, those who did not participate in this process, if we want to have a shot of beating Donald Trump and the Republican Party in November.
All right, we are going to have more on the results from the New Hampshire primary after a quick break. Stay with us. You're streaming our special coverage of the New Hampshire primary live from Manchester.
We don't have to yell and we don't have to holler because we've got the votes. That's how we will win an election, and that's why the polls show me beating every single Republican candidate. I beat John, I beat Mitt, I beat Rudy, I beat Fred. I beat them all because we know that they are about the past and we are about the future, and that's what we can fight for in 2 days' time.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
on CBS Sunday Morning.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
I'm Erin Moriarty, 48 Hours, and this is my life of crime.
Revisit the Lizzie Borden murders. Hear a horror story that hits close to home, and much more. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
What really matters in journalism? The truth matters. Facts matter. Getting to the heart of the story matters. It's what we do at CBS News, and it's our promise to you. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero in New York. We're keeping an eye on both the Sanders and Buttigieg events, which are going on right now. In the meantime, we're going to chat with CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Zach Hudak. He's in Manchester, where Senator Warren addressed supporters earlier in the evening. Zach, can you tell us what the senator's message was after a tough New Hampshire showing?
Her message was, this is not over, and she has been fighting and winning unwinnable fights her whole life. It's something she's been pushing for the last couple of weeks. One has to think in anticipation of these less than stellar performances in the first two states here. But the pitch is, we are built for the long run. We have 1,000 staffers across 30 states, and we are going to win the delegate battle. We don't need this early momentum push from the first two states.
Zach, we know that Senator Warren at one point was neck and neck with Senator Sanders in the polls in New Hampshire. What transpired over the last few months that led to her decline here?
Well, we had sort of the way that she rolled out Medicare for All, whereas Bernie Sanders was ready to say, I will raise middle-class taxes to do this. It is necessary. She played around with it for a while and would deflect questions about it until eventually she came out with a plan that offered a potential way to pay for it without raising middle-class taxes. But by that point, the damage was kind of already done, and she'd been portrayed as sort of a dishonest candidate who wouldn't answer the questions, whereas he came out of that as sort of the one willing to fight for the extreme policies. the two of them have been hesitant to contrast one another or attack one another at all to this point. However, today I asked Senator Warren if someone was going into the polls and wanted to know what's the major difference between the two of them, what would it be? She said it is clear, and went on to talk about a recent trade deal that she had voted for, he had voted against, and how she is for anything that pushes us in the right direction, whereas he is more of sort of my way or the highway. That wasn't the phrase she used, but that was essentially what she was saying.
And Zach, the Massachusetts senator, told you last night she is not in the, quote, prediction business. But how does she plan to rebound her campaign after tonight?
She has, like I said, all these staffers all across the country, but that's a little bit more complicated because she has a grassroots-funded campaign. She's sworn off large fundraisers, sworn off super PACs. So paying all those salaries and continuing to try to build momentum late in the game is going to be more and more difficult if all of those grassroots supporters she has don't see some potential for victory. And right now, after these first two finishes, it doesn't look great. She's going to have to find a way to convince them, keep giving and keep being a part of this bigger picture delegate strategy that we're going for going into the convention this summer.
Zach, she's always been diplomatic, but who do you think she sees as her biggest competitor? Who is she competing with the votes for right now?
I think at this stage, there's only one person to look out for that, and it's Bernie Sanders. The big distinction that she's making without coming out and saying it is that she wants to divide the country, and implicit in that is that Bernie Sanders would further divide it. She's been recently referencing the divided party in 2016, which was, in part, the result of Bernie Sanders' presence in that race. So at this point, I think what Elizabeth Warren's trying to say is, look, I'm progressive, but I can bring Democrats together. I might even be able to bring some independents and Republicans in. That's what she's saying for policies like the wealth tax. Whereas Bernie Sanders, if you nominate him, it's another 4 years of Trump.
There is some evidence, however, that she lost votes to Amy Klobuchar because Sanders really, his support has stayed even. It didn't really swell to reflect all the support that Warren lost tonight. So has she mentioned anything about competition between herself and Klobuchar?
She offered the greatest heartfelt congratulations to Amy Klobuchar tonight for, as she said, proving the pundits wrong about what a woman can do. That was a pitch that she came out with about a month ago, how, in fact, she said a woman is the best chance at beating Donald Trump. So for the most part, she stays clear of major contrast with Amy Klobuchar. But at the end of the day, policy-wise, it's clear that they're on ideological opposite spectrums within the Democratic Party. That's part of why it was so interesting when the New York Times endorsed both of them as sort of the most moderate and the most progressive, other than Bernie Sanders, candidates running for president. Who do you pick between the two of them?
All right, Zach Budak, thank you so much for that. Once again, we are keeping an eye on the Buttigieg and Sanders events that are going to start momentarily, and we'll, of course, have the results from the New Hampshire primary coming up soon. Right now, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Our nation's capital, decisions are made here that affect all of us. And today, more than ever, people want truth, understanding, and accountability. So join us every evening as we bring you CBS News original reporting from around the world, while keeping our eye on what's going on right here in Washington.
The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, now from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back to our special live coverage of the New Hampshire primary. Want to do a quick check-in to let you know we're keeping an eye on two pictures right now. The images there you see on your left, we have the Pete Buttigieg event set to happen in Nashua, New Hampshire, and then Senator Sanders expected to come out in Manchester, New Hampshire. We want to let you know just as soon as one of the candidates does get to the podium, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, let's turn back to our panel, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, and Antoine Seawright. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and a Republican strategist, and Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Welcome to you all. Antoine, while we wait for the candidates to come out, let's talk about what's really at stake with respect to delegates here. It's worth reminding people that when you look at the state of New Hampshire, how many delegates are we really talking about
Well, I think
here?
let's paint the entire picture. Iowa, 41 delegates. New Hampshire, 21. South Carolina, 54, Nevada, 48. So while everyone is driving their cars off the political cliff tonight because of the story that's being painted so far about who's winning, who's not, who may have picked up delegates, who not, this process is still very fluid and a long ways away from being finished. 1,991 is the magic number. That is the number of delegates you need to win on first ballot. That will not be true after the first 3 or 4 nominating contests. So, wow, people may want to write the political benediction to certain campaigns and give the political death certificate to others. I would just say wait, because 99% of African-American and brown voters in this country have not had their say-so yet in this process. All of that matters. It's a math game, not necessarily a momentum game.
Linda, what do you think? I mean, it sounds pretty clear. You're talking about Joe Biden, aren't you?
Sure. And we should put it into even broader context than that. Overall, the number of delegates that are at stake across all of the states is more than 4,000. That number has not actually been released yet. It's something that the party will decide a little bit later this year. However, while it is a math game, it is also a message game. And the importance of these first 4 states is about establishing whether or not the candidates are delivering a message that resonates with voters, which will then correlate to whether or not they can raise the resources that are needed for most of them. We could talk about Bloomberg here in a minute, but to raise the resources needed to build the operation required to have a winning campaign. So it's a numbers game, but it is also an operational and narrative development game.
And so, Leslie, as the Republican on this panel, what are you seeing with respect to how things are shaking out that could be potentially, vulnerabilities here? If you're looking for weaknesses in various candidates' campaigns, What is it that you're emerging from New Hampshire?
Sure, emerging from it, looking at Trump, he has the three things they've been talking about right now: message, money, and momentum. And that's where we are, right? If in all night, for 5 hours, we've been saying...
We saw that in Manchester last night. The crowds trying to get in, the lines were so long.
Shut down the roads.
Shut down the roads.
Shut down the road. The message came from impeachment. And this is like the third time I've said this. That's what refined and crystallized, and this contrast with Nancy Pelosi, crystallized where the president was going. And they realized this is really the galvanizing part that they're going to be taking through the spring, and it's going to be adjusting somewhat, but this is really connecting with people. So while we're talking about a very few delegates, that the Buttigieg is like we said, a very ambitious candidate, will have a long career in the Democratic Party. It's still low numbers of delegates. Biden, who should be the establishment candidate, tanking. So what are you left with? This kind of this delta between the progressive socialist kind of, we would as Republicans call it the nanny state that we fight very hard not to have in this country, never been part of it, versus where is the Democratic Party going to land? Trump looks very good tonight.
Yeah, Antoine?
Leslie, you're right. And Republicans want to perhaps turn up the volume and try to make those differences even louder. And this is where my party has to be very careful, the Democratic Party. We cannot let the perceived differences we may have amongst each other in this process define us, because the differences we have amongst each other in no way in hell compared to the differences we have with the other side. And I think we have to be crystal clear about that. It cannot be us versus them. It has to be, here's where we are, here's my position, and here's where you stand, and let's figure out a way for me to attract my voters and you attract yours. I think that is a very dangerous game we'll play, because we cannot repeat the failures and the sins of the 2016 election of being divided.
I want to get your thoughts on that, Linda.
I mean, I think that Democrats are actually in a very, very dangerous position. And I appreciate Leslie zooming us out a little bit here, right? The president's numbers his approval ratings are as high as they've ever been. And this is on the heels of, this historic impeachment discussion that we've been having for several months now. On top of that, the economic numbers on their surface are incredibly strong, and he's the incumbent. So while we sit here and parse out the details among the Democratic field, the truth is it's going to be an uphill battle no matter what. And that is why a candidate like Michael Bloomberg becomes much more interesting to a Democratic primary electorate that's thinking, who is going to win against this massive Trump war chest? Who is going to win against somebody who is appealing to a base that is super fired up? When you also, the way to win is going to be bringing in some of those moderates, bringing in some of those disaffected and disenchanted Republicans as well.
And Linda and Leslie, when I speak to voters, particularly African-American voters, they're not looking for perfection. They're looking for someone who can go out and win the game. And so while those of us inside the bubble, we'll jab back and forth about some of the flaws of the candidates, Donald Trump is the president. So people are not looking for perfection in a candidate. They're looking for someone who's going to deliver on their issues, represent their issues, and beat the opposition party.
All right, let's turn right now to CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Nicole Skanga. She is in Concord, New Hampshire, with the Klobuchar campaign. So, Nicole, the Minnesota senator, just recently addressed supporters where you are. What was her message?
Well, Senator Amy Klobuchar took the stage, and she said to the state of New Hampshire that because of you, we are going to Nevada. She also says we are taking this campaign to South Carolina, and then added that we are going to drive the green bus, her campaign bus, all around the country. Now, CBS News has reported that Senator Amy Klobuchar plans to expand her staff in Nevada, having over 50 people deployed in that early caucus state this week. Also plans to add staff in Super Tuesday states and in South Carolina. She has raised over $4.5 million since that New Hampshire debate.
And Nicole, she has really seen this resurgence in the polls. Tell us a little bit about what you saw as you traveled. I know you covered her over the weekend. What groups did she seem to resonate most with?
Well, Senator Amy Klobuchar has always done well with a more seasoned voter, some of the senior crowds, and we know from exit polls that she earned 32% of voters over the age of 65. She is also winning amongst voters who say they want a candidate who can unite the country, with 31% of those voters. She is also earning 27% of voters who say they want a return to President Obama's policies. And finally, she's leading among college graduates, gaining just over a quarter of their support, 26%. So some key demographics here in New Hampshire.
If she ultimately does come in third place tonight, what could that do then for her campaign moving forward?
Well, tomorrow the senator heads to New York, where she is hosting fundraisers. This campaign is hoping to regroup tomorrow and, frankly, to raise the kind of funds that are needed to deploy and redeploy boots on the ground in South Carolina, in Nevada, so she can realistically move this campaign forward. You heard Antoine talk earlier about the fact that Senator Klobuchar is going to have an uphill climb moving forward. She needs to increase her name ID in some of these early contest states moving forward. But the campaign is hopeful. In fact, just tonight, one of her top surrogates, Councilor Deborah Pignatelli, told folks here that she is the comeback kid. Of course, a reference to a 1992 phrase coined by then Bill Clinton, who came in second in the New Hampshire primary.
All right, 2020 campaign reporter Nicole Skanga for us. Nicole. Thank you very much, Nicole. All right, let's turn back to the panel here. Antoine, let me start off with you as we watch to see Pete Buttigieg and Bernie Sanders both expected to speak tonight. Let's go ahead and talk about what we're seeing from actually the Trump from President Trump himself. I was going to say his campaign, but these are actually tweets from the president, who has been weighing in, perhaps not surprisingly, his favorite social media of choice, Twitter. He says, Buttigieg, spelled boot and then edge, just as it sounds within Buttigieg in parentheses, is doing pretty well tonight, giving, this is his words, quote, crazy Bernie a run for his money. Very interesting. So when you look at Pete Buttigieg's candidacy, where do you see sort of vulnerabilities? If the president, is now sort of setting his sights perhaps on Pete Buttigieg's campaign, trying to imagine, for instance, as I imagine voters are, there's the tweet from the president, what that might look like on a debate stage in a general election. I imagine that's going to be part of the calculation for some voters.
Well, the Trump campaign and the candidate himself, Donald Trump, has been very clear about several things. Number one, they want to expand their coalition that they had in 2016. They've been somewhat successful. They're never Trumpers who are now always Trumpers, i.e. Lindsey Graham. Two, they've been very focused and targeted on African Americans, particularly African American men. They know that is a shortfall and a weak spot for Mayor Pete. There's no guarantee that if he's our nominee, that will transfer. So they see this as a possible opportunity. If you look at some of the footage or some of his rhetoric from State of the Union, if you look at his Super Bowl commercial, all those things are very much send signals that he wants to attract African-American voters, particularly African-American men, to the camp. If he can do that by just a point or two, that well positions him for re-election. So I think that's why you see Trump promote these candidates who he possibly sees to have some weak points that will give him some strength going into the fall.
Yeah, Leslie, what about this? Because, we haven't seen this before. The idea of you have an incumbent president here weighing in inserting himself.
We haven't seen Donald Trump before.
As we saw with the president's rally, right, on the eve of the New Hampshire primary. He also was in Iowa a few days before the caucuses, really making use of the bully pulpit that is available to him as president of the United States to grab that spotlight and perhaps, obviously trying to send a message to Democrats as well, but commanding the attention in a way that only the president of the United States can.
Right. The president's not going to give 1 inch in this. He's going to fight very aggressively. You had Brad Pascal, the chairman, the campaign manager in the state, all over the state for the last couple of days saying we want to be competitive in New Hampshire. You talk to voters who perhaps did not vote for Trump. They didn't really like his approach, the unorthodox style that he had. A lot of his moral compass is kind of, off kilter, you could say. They had some challenges with that, but they feel that the economy is going well. They're feeling more comfortable because they know they may not like it, but this is what we get. And they're willing to accept that part. So it gives the president some room to focus on those areas Antoine's talking about. Some of these competitive, smaller counties that he almost won. African American and Latino voters, where he was competitive with Latino voters, is coming back in stronger. He got rid of, you could say, party leadership that were never Trumpers. It is all the Trump Republican Party now. The trifecta of all of this is starting to pay dividends, and it will, and they're going to continue to tweak it and put fuel in the tank, and we're going to see where this goes.
And what about the president, Leslie, saying that he would rather face Michael Bloomberg, the former New York City mayor, than Senator Bernie Sanders in the general election?
It's like, don't throw me in the briar patch, I just feel like, oh, okay, sure, like we really want to believe that.
What do you make of that, though?
I think that's kind of the flavor of the month in that sense. That's what we talked about earlier tonight. Bloomberg is that anomaly. We don't know what the impact of that would be from a Democratic voter perspective. I think you would have a lot of attention, a lot of people taking a second look at Bloomberg as these states shake out. We're going to know very quickly if this was like a Giuliani strategy, like he's just aiming for some states farther down the calendar, meaning Bloomberg in comparison. It did not work for Giuliani. Or if this is really legitimate, that these voters don't feel they have anybody that connects with them, maybe Mayor Pete, it could open it all up for them.
Yeah.
Here's why Democrats have to stay focused. While we sit here and debate and discuss New Hampshire, Iowa, Nevada, South Carolina will obviously have its time in the political light, but early voting has started in California.
Right.
And this is the time period in which organization, infrastructure, and money plays a tremendous role, because while we're preparing to caucus in Nevada, people are early voting in South Carolina, they're early voting in California. Campaign infrastructure is going to be important because they have to deploy surrogates to all of the Super Tuesday states, cover a lot of ground, and spend significant cash between Texas and California media markets to spread a message, because there's only a few days between South Carolina and Super Tuesday. So this is where the second leg of the flight becomes even more important and critical.
All right, let's go ahead and listen in. There you see former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg preparing to address his supporters there in Nashua. Let's listen in.
Thank you, New Hampshire. Thank you so much. One more time for our phenomenal New Hampshire state co-chairs. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your commitment. Thank you to our extraordinary national co-chair, Congresswoman Annie Kuster, who knows how to raise the roof and how to get out the vote. And thank you to Chasten, the love of my life, who keeps me grounded and makes me whole. I want to congratulate my competitors and their supporters on their campaigns here in New Hampshire. I admired Senator Sanders when I was a high school student. I respect him greatly to this day, and I congratulate him on his strong showing tonight. And I want to congratulate Senator Klobuchar, Senator Warren, Vice President Biden, and all of our Democratic candidates and supporters. And I know that we all share the spirit that we heard from some of our volunteers at a poll site earlier today who welcomed a competing candidate with chants of vote blue no matter who. We are on the same team. Now, over the past year, some 24 campaigns have crisscrossed this state, each laying claim to the ability to bring people together, turn out the vote, and move Americans toward a brighter future. That too. And here in a state that goes by the motto, live free or die, you made up your own minds. You asserted that famous independent streak. And thanks to you, a campaign that some said shouldn't be here at all has shown that we are here to stay. So many of you turned out. Die-hard Democrats, independents unwilling to stay on the sidelines, and even some newly former Republicans ready to vote for something new. Ready to vote for a politics defined by how many we call in instead of by who we push out. So many of you chose to meet a new era of challenge with a new generation of leadership. So many of you decided that a middle-class mayor and a veteran from the industrial Midwest was the right choice to take on this president, not in spite of that experience, but because of it. Now our campaign moves on to Nevada, to South Carolina, to communities across our country. And we will welcome new allies to our movement at every step. We'll go forward thanks to the work of our extraordinary team of staff and organizers and volunteers. I may be biased on this, but I'm also right. We have the finest team in politics today. And I want you to know that you don't just represent me well, you inspire me. And I cannot say enough how thankful I am to our extraordinary team. Thank you. And we know that team stretches across the country. We go forward fueled by hundreds of thousands of grassroots supporters, from the woman in Minnesota who donated in honor of the wife she lost to lung cancer, to the veteran from Connecticut who sent $19.68 in honor of the year that he served in Vietnam. This campaign belongs to them. And if our campaign moves you, I hope you'll go to PeteForAmerica.com and chip in whatever you can. And we go forward knowing that this is our chance, our only chance. Not just to end the era of Donald Trump, but to launch the era that we know must come next. And the stakes The stakes could not be higher. We cannot afford to miss the mark or to miss this moment. We must get this right. With Americans living under an unaccountable president who will cut taxes for corporations and then cut Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security for the rest of us, we must get this right. When people of color fear for their own place in their own country, while infants are torn from their parents at the border, we must get this right. And when a commander-in-chief pardons war criminals and punishes war heroes while systematically demolishing the credibility of our country in the eyes of the world, we dare not risk 4 more years of this presidency. We must get this right. Now, we are clear-eyed about the challenge before us, and we must be equally clear about the choice at hand. My competitors and I share the same fundamental goals: bringing balance to our economy, guaranteeing health care to every American, combating a climate crisis and a rising tide of gun violence. But we do differ in what we believe it will take to make that happen. In this election season, we have been told by some that you must either be for revolution or you are for the status quo. But where does that leave the rest of us? Most Americans don't see where they fit in that polarized vision. And we can't defeat the most divisive president in modern American history by tearing down anybody who doesn't agree with us 100% of the time. Americans want the freedom to make choices for themselves on health care or on any other issue, not to have Washington decide for them. And a politics of my way or the highway is a road to re-electing Donald Trump. Vulnerable Americans do not have the luxury of pursuing ideological purity over an inclusive victory. We know this. We also know better than to try to defeat such a disruptive president by relying on the same Washington framework and mindset. After all, if today's Washington were serving America well, a guy like Donald Trump would never have come within cheating distance of the Oval Office in the first place. So to win and to govern, we need to bring new voices to our capital. We need to get Washington starting to work more like our best-run cities and towns rather than the other way around. And I know that when you talk this way, you might get dismissed as a naive newcomer. But a fresh outlook is what makes new beginnings possible. It is how we build a new majority. And election after election has shown us that putting forward a new perspective is how Democrats win the White House, and we will win the White House. So as we take this campaign to the rest of the country, let's welcome that debate. Let's have that debate. Let's debate what the best way forward is, the best way to earn the White House and the best way to unify this country. And the answers, they lie in a vision that brings Americans together not only in the knowledge of what we must stand against, but in the confidence of knowing what we are for. This is the powerful majority we are gathering together, from Davenport to Dover, from Carson City to Columbia. It is a coalition of addition, not subtraction. It is a movement reaching into church basements and barbershops, into universities and union halls, carrying the same values with us everywhere we go. We saw that coalition awakening. We saw it tonight in cities and suburbs, from the seacoast to those industrial towns too often left behind. And together, we are building a future where there will be no such thing as an uninsured American or an unaffordable prescription. That's what we can deliver with a plan most Americans can get behind. Medicare for all who want it.
All right, we're interrupting briefly just to let you know that CBS News is now projecting that Senator Bernie Sanders will emerge as the winner of the New Hampshire Democratic primary. Again, CBS News is now projecting that Senator Bernie Sanders will be the winner of the New Hampshire Democratic primary. We take you back now to Pete Buttigieg.
Empowering workers and making good on the idea that one job ought to be enough.
All right, we're taking you now to Manchester, New Hampshire. There you see Senator Bernie Sanders taking the podium as well. Again, this coming just as CBS News is projecting that Senator Sanders has won the New Hampshire primary. Let's go ahead and listen in to Senator Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, New Hampshire. Thank you, New Hampshire. Let me take this opportunity to thank the people of New Hampshire for a great victory tonight. Let me thank the thousands of volunteers in New Hampshire. Thank you. Who knocked on doors in the rain and the snow and the cold. The reason that we won tonight in New Hampshire, we won last week in Iowa. is because of the hard work of so many volunteers. And let me say tonight that this victory here is the beginning of the end for Donald Trump. Victories behind us, popular vote in Iowa and the victory here tonight. We're going to Nevada, we're going to South Carolina, we're going to win those states as well. And tonight I want to take the opportunity to express my appreciation and respect for all of the Democratic candidates we ran against. Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden. And what I can tell you with absolute certainty, and I know I speak for every one of the Democratic candidates, is that no matter who wins, and we certainly hope it's going to be us, we are going to unite together. We are going to unite together and defeat the most dangerous president in the modern history of this country. And the reason I believe we are going to win is that we have an unprecedented grassroots movement from coast to coast of millions of people. The reason that we are going to win is that we are putting together an unprecedented, multi-generational, multiracial political movement. And this is a movement from coast to coast, which is demanding that we finally have an economy and a government that works for all of us, not wealthy campaign contributors. And I want to thank all of those people who have worked and contributed to our campaign, but make the point that in this point in the campaign, we are taking on billionaires and we're taking on candidates funded by billionaires. But we are going to win because we have the agenda that speaks to the needs of working people throughout this country. Health care is a human right, not a privilege. The wealthy and powerful will start paying their fair share of taxes. We will make public colleges and universities tuition-free and cancel all student debt. Unlike Donald Trump, we know that climate change is very real and an existential crisis for our planet. We are prepared to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our planet. We are going to end a racist and broken criminal justice system. We are going to pass comprehensive immigration reform. Our gun safety policies will be determined by the American people, not the NRA. And under our administration, it will be women, not the government, who control their own lives. Now, our campaign is not just about beating Trump. It is about transforming this country. It is about having the courage to take on Wall Street, the insurance companies, the drug companies, the fossil fuel industry, the military-industrial complex. So tonight, I want to thank the people of New Hampshire for this great victory, thank our volunteers, and urge all Americans to join our effort to transform this country at BernieSanders.com. So it's on to Nevada, it's on to South Carolina, it's on to win the Democratic nomination, and together, I have no doubt that we will defeat Donald Trump. Thank you all very much.
And there you have Senator Bernie Sanders giving what turned out Senator Bernie Sanders giving what turned out to be a victory speech as he has won the New Hampshire primary. I'm here with Anthony Salvanto, Anthony, can you explain, since Sanders has been leading all evening, why it took so long to finally call the race in his favor?
Well, the big picture on it is it was really close, right? You see, it's less than 2% if you zoom in over here between Sanders and Buttigieg. But at the decision desk, we work on raw votes at this point in the night with 85% in. I'm going to switch over those numbers and let you see. This right here is about a 5,000, a little less than 5,000 vote gap. So what do? What we do is we look at whether or not Pete Buttigieg can catch Bernie Sanders. And the way it turns out is that to catch him, Buttigieg would have needed, at least as we speak, around 31.6% of the remaining vote. Now, that doesn't sound like much offhand, but if you figure that up until now, he's been getting 24% of it, that would mean he would have to outperform what he's been doing. And at a certain point, you start to add it up and say, well, he probably can't outperform himself that much. And even if it stays close, he can't quite catch Bernie Sanders.
In the end, Bernie Sanders' support very solid in New Hampshire. Can we look at why that is? What are some of the issues that New Hampshire voters care so much about that it turns out made Bernie Sanders their man?
Yeah, solid. But I think there is a story, to answer your question, in that 26%, which is to say he didn't get to 30, he didn't get to 35. He's been right about where he's been polling and where everybody expected. And he hasn't really drawn a lot of new voters to him, but he certainly has that solid support. And I think that's important going forward. And then if you go and look at our CBS News exit polls today, right? There's a few of them, but look at the groups that he won. He won very liberal voters at 51%. That's a large number in a fractured field, right? And then he won Voters under 45, we've always known he's been strong with young people. Certainly true here. A little bit of a smaller lead, but still tops in people who wanted change. And I'll underline this right there. That means people who wanted a change, wanted to bring change to Washington. We haven't seen a lot of that in this primary. It's been a lot about who can beat Donald Trump. But we're also seeing him win now, voters who say that they want change, and then voters whose incomes are under $50,000. In New Hampshire, that's an important part, and he gets 36% of them.
All right, so if you delve into a little deeper at some of the exit polls now that we have, you know, so many voters reporting, what else do we know? Like, for instance, what were the most important issues for the group supporting Buttigieg?
Well, I'm going to show you this first, just to compare, right? Pete Buttigieg, this is a contrast. He wins voters whose incomes were over $100,000. He wins late deciders. This is one reason why, if he was down maybe 4 points in the pre-election polling and he ends up losing by 2, he gets a little bit more of those late deciders. But the real story in the late deciders was Amy Klobuchar.
Right.
She, after that debate, got a big boost up. And then to help answer your question and go back to that, debate was important. Amy Klobuchar, 27%. Pete Buttigieg got 23% and Sanders 22%. So again, that helped Klobuchar, and that's where the difference was really between what she was expecting and where she ended up.
That definitely gave her a big boost. Buttigieg as well, though. It seems like the people who were following the debates closely split between Klobuchar and Buttigieg. Interestingly, you know, really Klobuchar seemed to have the big night on Friday. Not so much Buttigieg, but he still got some of those votes.
Yeah, and let me show you this as well, also from the entrance poll. I talked about that Bring Change group. Well, I also want to point out these other things that voters said they wanted. Someone who can unite the country. This was less important to Democrats, but the most important candidate quality was bring change, less so unite the country. That, I think, sort of dovetails with the idea of looking for somebody who can just beat Donald Trump. That's what Democrats say they want to do. And then less.
They're an altruistic group, these Democratic voters. They're not so interested in themselves.
All throughout this process, these Democrats have been trying to game out what happens in November. And this is something that's worth pointing out because Democrats have often picked a candidate by saying, I want somebody who cares about my needs and problems. But it's really telling in this election, they're trying to figure out what's going to work in November. And
who
so
can
this
beat President Trump?
Who can beat Donald Trump? And so this cares about people like me comes in a little bit lower.
And is a fighter is even lower.
Is a fighter is 6%. So
what else do the exit polls tell us now?
Another interesting thing, let me show you. If you break down the candidates who want change, that was where Bernie Sanders came out really big. And this goes back to something we were talking about earlier. But that 37% right there, when you compare that to his overall vote, it's much higher than his overall vote. So you really get the picture that that is a group of what voters wanted and what they thought he could deliver. And he still echoes in that from 2016 as the change candidate.
Didn't one of the questions also look at who would like a return to Obama-era policies?
Yes, and that is something, I think we have that here on the board. I'm going to flip past a couple of these and get you to that if I have it. But the larger point is, yes, there has been a split in the Democratic Party throughout this process, and that is about half who've said they want somebody who will be a return to President Obama's policies, and another roughly half who've said they want somebody who will be more progressive than the Democrats have ever had. And that's really the defining thing in this primary and maybe in these primaries going forward.
Interesting, because President Obama had a largely moderate platform compared at least to someone like Bernie Sanders. And Joe Biden basically campaigned on a return of sorts to the Obama era presidency. So it didn't work for him.
Right. And I would think that looking forward now as we head to South Carolina, we head to Nevada, it's going to be that split that's really going to define how this breaks out. I think Sanders clearly has that support among his base, and that's a big part of that wanting someone more progressive than ever. But there's that other half of the party, and there's going to be that argument within the party who can capture that other half. Buttigieg, is it Klobuchar? When we get to states where Mike Bloomberg is competing, all of that could be competing in that lane, and that's going to be really important.
So no doubt Sanders' support is super solid. The question is whether there's room for that support to grow.
Indeed.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. Elaine, we're going to toss it back to you. I hope you had a chance to try some of the food there at that wonderful diner. You've been working so hard all night.
Oh, indeed we did, Tanya Rivero. You know we did. We were well fed here at the Bonfire Country Bar. Thank you so much. And joining me now, our panel here at the Bonfire, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine C. Wright, and Caitlin Huey-Burns. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Caitlin is joining us remotely. She's our CBSN political reporter. Linda, let me go ahead and start with you. We heard from Senator Sanders there a moment ago. And something he said sort of jumped out at me. He said, we are taking on billionaires and we are taking on candidates funded by billionaires. And our Ed O'Keefe, CBS News political reporter, says that in fact, as Pete Buttigieg was making his comments, they were hearing chants in the Sanders event there before the senator came out of Wall Street Pete, Wall Street Pete. What did you make of that?
Well, Bernie Sanders is repeating an attack that actually Elizabeth Warren has also made from the debate stage. So this is not a new label, a new brush, that they're painting Pete Buttigieg with. The truth is, his is the one campaign that has been solely powered by grassroots supporters and at enormous scale. In January, his campaign said they brought in $25 million in the span of that 1 month alone. I mean, just an astounding amount of money. And of course, he's thinking ahead beyond Pete Buttigieg. He's thinking ahead to Mayor Bloomberg, the fact that, it is very likely that he's going to be playing hard in March 3rd on the Super Tuesday states. And circling back to what we were saying earlier, no matter what happens that day, Michael Bloomberg is going to have an impact on this race. He's already hired more than 2,000 staff around the country, and he has made very clear, whether he's the nominee or not, he came to play, and he's going to continue to build that organization. So it's kind of an interesting thing, because if, it turns out that Bernie Sanders is the nominee, he may benefit from that billionaire that is building this infrastructure.
Let's go to our Ed O'Keefe right now, CBS News political correspondent who is standing by at the Sanders campaign. So Ed, tell us what the feeling is there. It was interesting that even before Senator Sanders came out, we heard Pete Buttigieg say, essentially congratulating Senator Sanders on a, quote, strong showing.
Well, and it was a strong showing. It was a win. He becomes the first non-president to win consecutive New Hampshire primaries. And he did it by driving up numbers across the state, especially in the West, where he's quite popular. And here in Manchester, especially, the state's largest city, turned out in droves for him. He was helped by volunteers who came from across the country, knocked on 150,000 doors over the weekend, about what was it, 4 every second or 1 every 4 seconds? Either way, good math for them, and something that no other team could match in this state this time. Voters have consistently told us they appreciate his consistency on the issue of health care and the message that you heard him give tonight, that he's going after billionaires and the presidential candidates funded by them. That's a several-prong attack right now against Mayor Mike Bloomberg, a billionaire who is self-funding, against Mayor Pete Buttigieg, a very, certainly not a wealthy candidate who has accepted donations from at least 40 billionaires or their spouses, but also just a general populist message that has propelled him to popularity and acclaim across the country, and that he now believes could potentially pay off with further victories down the road. But in speaking with representatives to other campaigns tonight, they'll point out the fact that he failed to top 30% in a state that he won overwhelmingly 4 years ago. The Sanders campaign will turn around and say it's because there was a crowded field, voters had many options, Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang were pulling away support. Regardless, if you were on top and so dominant in this state, they'll argue, how come you weren't able to do it? And yes, he did very well among younger voters. Turnout was higher than 4 years ago, but not as high as he would have liked, not as high as Democrats would have liked in general. The suggestion that perhaps he, as the socialist, self-described Democratic socialist in the race, maybe isn't drawing the crowd that the Democrats will need, not only in this tiny state, but across the country. But he will go west later this week. He'll head south as well to North Carolina, a major Super Tuesday state where he believes he will do well. His campaign is built out quite successfully so far in Nevada and California, where he enjoys big support from Latino voters, especially Asian immigrants in the Vegas area. And they believe that given the caucus system in Nevada, where they've done well before, they could pull it off again.
Ed, I'm just sort of surveying social media. I wonder, on the issue of health care, how much of a vulnerability is Senator Sanders' position on the issue of health care, particularly when it comes to unions? Because this has been something that I know has been raised in the debates about whether or not union members would be able to keep the health care available to them under a Senator Sanders plan. What have you heard about that? How do they plan to kind of push back against that?
Well, he would argue that, look, ultimately the system will change, and he has spoken at great length in the past about the potential shakeup for unions. But he acknowledges that the labor movement, which has been supportive of him, at least some unions have been supportive. He would point out that they agree with his health care plan because they wouldn't be supporting him otherwise. This is a major nurses union out in California, some other labor unions based more out here in the East. It's something he'll have to discuss, especially in Nevada, where, of course, the Culinary Workers Union and others represent many of the people in the hospitality industry across that state. But remember, here in New Hampshire, at least tonight, about 6 in 10 voters said they support abolishing the private insurance programs in favor of a government-run single plan for all Americans. That's consistent with what happened in Iowa as well. So there is interest in this. There is support for it among people who at least are showing up for primary elections. We'll see as the campaign progresses into the next 53 contests in the states, districts, and territories, whether the popularity for it, the understanding of it, persists.
The reason I ask, Ed, I'm just seeing some reporting by some other outlets about reportedly the Culinary Union in Nevada handing out to members some materials that include this idea of Sanders ending culinary health care. And so I just wondered, to set the table for Nevada and what we might see, how that charge is going to be perhaps handled by the Sanders campaign here. But obviously this is just breaking. I know there's a lot going on right now, but already obviously we're seeing the focus now on that next state.
Absolutely, and the Culinary Workers Union has an outsized role to play in the Silver State. It is an endorsement that several candidates would like. Joe Biden has had some success in winning over other labor unions, the firefighters, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The Culinary Union would be a feather in his cap for sure, but remember, that's a pretty bruised cap right now. He's not earned any delegates here tonight in New Hampshire, placed a bruising 5th when all is said and done, fled the state today. So it would be hard to see how the union would want to endorse someone who's struggling in these other states unless they really believe that by endorsing him, they can turn out the operation needed to win him the caucus on the 22nd.
All right, Ed O'Keefe for us. Ed, thank you very much. I know you have to get to some other reporting. Let's turn to our Caitlin Huey-Burns, who is standing by at the Buttigieg event that wrapped up a short time ago. And Caitlin, tell us about what the message was from the former South Bend, Indiana mayor tonight.
Hi, Elaine. We're here in Nashua as the Pete Buttigieg campaign is packing up and ready to move west after a strong showing here in New Hampshire. Pete Buttigieg thanked the crowd here for kind of welcoming him to New Hampshire as someone he called a naive newcomer. And he's really been talking about that on the campaign trail over the past several days that he's been here. He talked about how he started with a staff of 4 people and has grown to be in competition with someone like Bernie Sanders, who he said tonight that he had watched since he was a high school student and has admired him since then. The Buttigieg campaign is looking at this night as a very successful night, considering that they came, at least as early return show, about 2 percentage points behind Bernie Sanders, who was returning to New Hampshire this time around after winning it overwhelmingly in 2016. So they're certainly enthused by the momentum that they felt they got after Iowa and capitalizing it here in New Hampshire. And they believe that they're able to take this showing here in New Hampshire and try to transform or build coalitions in Nevada and South Carolina. They feel like their ability to show that they can do well in these 2 early states can then help build out a bigger operation and more support in some of those more diverse states where we haven't seen him polling as well. But this was a campaign. Buttigieg, when he landed here in New Hampshire about a week ago, had an immediate target on his back, especially from the former Vice President Joe Biden, Biden, who was going after him over his experience or lack of experience in Biden's view, really kind of elevating him as an opponent. And I think that could have, in the end, been something that helped kind of fuel the Buttigieg campaign, or at least give supporters, eventual supporters, a reason to look at him again. Anthony mentioned those late-breaking voters. We talked to so many voters over the past several days who were going to make up their minds at the last minute. But we've also talked to supporters here tonight who have been with Buttigieg since the very beginning. We talked to one woman who said that Buttigieg was the only candidate that she saw twice, a testament to the retail campaign that happens here in New Hampshire. She said that she had gone into this race thinking she would support Joe Biden, but then after seeing Joe Biden in person, she changed her mind. So as we're looking at how this is all sorting out, you're seeing candidates like Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar perhaps absorbing some of that support that Joe Biden may have enjoyed previously.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns for us. Caitlin, thank you so much. Let me turn to our panel here at the bonfire. Let me get your thoughts, Antoine, on what we have seen play out here in New Hampshire.
Well, what makes me a little nervous is the constant attack on donors who have decided to give to Democrats and the attacks on Mayor Bloomberg. I'm not mad at him for making money. I'm a business person myself. I hope I can have just a slither of the money he's made in his life. Regardless of how this race plays out, we're going to need resources to compete with the Republican Party. It's going to be very hard to get the Sanders voters and the Warren voters to support a Bloomberg, perhaps, if he's our nominee, with the posture and position they're taking. That temperature is not going to change. That makes me a little nervous as a Democrat. And I worked my butt off in the 2018 midterms to make sure we get this majority. And Mayor Bloomberg was so helpful all across this country. It was those people that we're now bashing that were helpful to get us in the posture we're in. So that was a takeaway for me tonight. It was a little nervous. It was a big night, but it was not the final night. There's still a lot of ball left to be played in this primary.
When you look, though, at this figure that we're showing right now, Antoine, what do you make of that? That 80% of Sanders voters said that they would support the eventual nominee no matter what.
Forget about what you say. It's about what you do. I worked for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and I know what the end result of that is, and I see the posture from some of the Sanders supporters on social media, and again with some of the rhetoric and some of the behavior from Sanders and Warren and some others in this party. I think we have to just be very careful, because we can get to a point where we're so stretched that it will be very difficult for us to come back together at the right time.
Linda, I want to get your thoughts on what we've seen here in New Hampshire tonight.
First, let me just say, I think that the one thing that does unite every single Democratic primary voter, even those in this state that feel more independent, is that they want to beat Donald Trump. So I fully believe this stat that 80% of Sanders voters would get behind the nominee. We are in a place in our country that we've just never seen before. And while we're parsing out the details and trying to game out whether it's going to be the moderate lane or the progressive lane that wins, I think ultimately we will see unity in the general. All that said, going back to the divide between the two, I do think it's worth noting that here in New Hampshire, while famously independent, we saw more than 50% of the ballots cast today cast for those candidates who we would categorize as moderate. If I'm in the Bernie Sanders camp, yes, I take my victory lap today, but then I also, if I am, thinking about the future, I would